Yeah, and then, yeah, like Joseph said, the Keynote will be here in a bit, and you'll just have to help them set up. So.
Boop, boop, boop. Are you sure it's on? Bananas. Bananas? Okay. Thanks everyone for coming. Good to be once again together. Akademy is very important. Keep doing it every year. This year, a lot of also old faces. It was the talk of the night last night on the welcome, staying with us for always. Before I go through some logistics from the conference, professors from the university, and I'm gonna butcher your names. I'm sorry, but and Fritz Kliemann. Thank you very much for welcoming this KDE community in your university. I think that, yeah. I believe you wanted to say a few words.
Also a very warm welcome from my side, from the faculty side here at University of Würzburg, actually in Germany. And we are pretty famous for natural science. We even got the X-rays were discovered here. So if you have a few minutes time, close to the train station, they're discovered. I'm here the roboticist, the robotics professor in Würzburg, and Redondo came to my office and said, hey, I want to do Akademy here in Würzburg. Can you support us? Can you organize room and etc.? I immediately said yes. I will do, since roboticists are actually open. Community in the science world lives with open source software. We do have something like the robotic operating, which is open source, not so much KDE, but general open source. And that's why I said, yeah, come here to community in the science world lives with open source software. We do have something like the robotic operating system, which is open source, not so much KDE, but general open source. And that's why I said, yeah, come here to Würzburg. You will get everything you need, and I hope you have a pleasant time here, and I wish you a very nice conference with a lot of ideas, with a lot of productive outcomes, and I hope at least that the technology from the university provided works. It doesn't look like our fault.
Thank you very much, Doctor. But we couldn't have Akademy only with a venue. We also need sponsors. So let's thank them all. We have Qt Group, we have Canonical, OpenSUSE, KDAP, Enioka, Haute Couture, Extendly, CodeThink, and Slimbook. Thank you very much for sponsoring Akademy. It wouldn't be possible without you. And now, let's go through the logistics. Let's make sure that we have this conference under control. I'll remind you, we have a code of conduct. Please respect it. If you feel like you're not secure in any way, that we have abuse contacts. You can look at them at the badge. And mentioning the badge, look through it. There's tons of information over there. And QRs about Wi-Fi and a ton of stuff. Well, use it. It's important information. You can also use the lovely Congress application to look at the talks program. It's amazing. I think we will even have a meta talk about it during the weekend, so enjoy. We will be having cakes and lunch here outside, if I'm not mistaken. You can see the times on the program. For the lunch, we are asking you to do a donation of 10 euros because food needs paying. The water, though, water is completely safe here in Germany, so you can use it from the taps. You can find also some vending machines if you want to have something more exquisite. Remember to wear your badges during the conference, especially during the social events. Be careful when taking pictures and look at the badge people are using. If the badge says no photos, it means they don't want photos. So photos of no photo of badges and the people around them. We have a hashtag. If you use social media, it's hashtag Akademy 2020. Super original. Use it. We will have T-shirts. They are 15 euros. You should have pre-ordered them, so you already knew that. But they will be out later on. We will have this novelty from this year, a quiet space for those of you who feel like you want a quiet space. You get to use that, and there's some sorts of amenities for you to, the quietness you were looking for. And if you would like to volunteer for this conference, you still have opportunities, because in KDE we love our volunteers. Reach out to Kieran, and they'll tell you all of the things you can do to help. This is all I wanted to say for Akademy. Thanks everybody who organized this conference. And right now, we're going to have our keynote speaker who will tell us about Only Hackers Will Survive. So let's do that.
Are you guys ready for an exciting Academy? Woo! Woo! Cool. I will try to entertain while we're getting set up here. So, who here traveled the furthest, let's say? You? How far? From where? Australia. Australia? Very good. Okay. So, what part of Australia? Oh, all right. Who traveled the furthest? I know who you are. Raise your hand. Or, sorry, the closest. Yeah. Well, we have, like Alish said, very good schedule coming up. It'll be very fun. We've had a little bit of tech support issues up here with the hardware, but that's all right, because everyone knows computers are amazing and flawless and beautiful, and that's where we're here, to build a beautiful desktop environment. And so here we go.
Hello. Sorry. We'll all go to use it, right?
There we go.
Thank you. We got it. So hello, it's my pleasure to be here with you today. And I have a story for you to tell with a very catchy title, Only Hackers Will Survive. And I will tell you a bit why later on. But before we begin, little disclaimer. In terms of accessibility and for visually disabled people who might listen to us online, I would like to introduce myself as a person, female, almost 30. And technology-wise, this technology, of course, were prepared only with open source software. I hope it's clear for the crowd here, but some people might also listen to us later on, so I really would like to also point it out. And in terms of ecology, all the file will prepare to be the most effective as possible. So those are 3 aspects that I will also build my story today on. And the whole talk will last 30 minutes. Afterward, we will have a space for Q&A. So if any kind of thought will pump up, just raise the hand afterwards, and there is a space for discussion. And also there will be like a short, very quick one announcement, but this one a bit off the record. And so yeah, welcome. My name is Joanna, and I'm not developer, I'm more like a researcher, and I also advocate for open sources. I work with educational organizations, with cultural organizations, help them to transform themselves on this more ethical and sustainable path, and also help them to implement open source solutions in their organizations. So this is what I'm doing. I'm promoting promoting what you are doing here. So when I'm talking about accessibility, for me it's a kind of a respect and also openness for diverse and resilient communities, and as a whole, look as a communities, as a social, as a society, as a whole system, and technology and ecology as well. We all have to live in a one big closed ecosystem, which is our planet Earth. And there are some issues emerged from that, because on this intersection of those relations between those systems, sometimes some of them are more extractive, sometimes there is like a lack of harmony between, because at the bottom of that we have a limited access to the resources, mostly water, because this is the resource that allows us all to live, all to survive. And especially in the context of environmental aspect of technology, it's been talking a lot about carbon footprint, energy consumption, but also I really would like to pay your attention to the footprint of water itself, because when it comes to I will tell you the story from the perspective of a smartphone. Year 2007, all of us know this date. It's like first iPhone comes out, and it totally changed the way how we what was our relationship with the technology, how we reach information, how we produce data, how the data comes to us, and how it forms our way of thinking and perceiving the reality. What is also important in terms of the water, I don't know if you were aware, but produce one single piece of a smartphone, it is and it's for in the whole life cycle of it, it generates water footprint in amount of like 14 square meters. So I will do a small experience for you right now, and I will make 13 steps just to realize you how much water is that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I think I will not even make it to able to cross it. It's why I'm doing it, just to drive your imagination and just to realizing you that everything that you own and this technological progress also harming those ecological and environmental systems. So when we're talking about everyone, is it working? Does it work? Yeah, thanks, excellent. And so when we are talking about everyone today is on the smartphone, it's clear, but I really would like to pay attention to like small things that build our relationship with this piece of hardware. And I will pay your attention to notifications, and especially the use of a red color. Red color, in terms of like a psychology, it's kind of a signal for our brain that something wrong is happening, that we immediately have to pay attention to it. It also, at some point, if we are overexposed to the red color, it can also affect our blood pulse, and it can make us even at some point anxious. Those are the hidden aspects of the psychology of the colors, and this is the front side. But when it comes to the very early stage of like making this decision, that in a way of like how we design our interfaces, how we create a technology that creates us and shapes our behaviors. I want to also pay your attention to the rare earth mineral. It's called europium. I don't know if you heard about it. This is really interesting aspect because this only one particular rare earth mineral is responsible for illuminating bright colors on our screen. And currently it's really hard to recycle those metals. So it is like 1% of efficiency when it comes to recycling and repurposing this metal. So as you can see, small decisions, small aspects like choosing the color, choosing the right color, which affecting us personally on a level of psychology, also contributes to the aspect of the way how the natural resources are being extracted. And also because, you know, the technological development, which I'm a huge fan of, so I'm not standing against it, I'm just trying to give you like a broader context is that we are not, because our economy is, of course, is linear and it's a huge problem driven by consumerism. And so we are not looking for solution. There is lack of, unfortunately, in a massive scale, like of a solutions, how to repurpose, how to reuse it, how to rethink even we are creating our world today. So we are constantly looking and constantly extracting metals and minerals, even though from the very bottom of our oceans. So that's also the kind of like a alarm for our society that maybe it's a way better to rethink how we create stuff and what is our relationship with them, rather than continue and keep maintaining same system. And those are the consequences of this like linear approach, that we are just sourcing, don't think about like putting our resources back in circulation. Then everything is driven by sale and trends. But most importantly, when it comes to the technology, what is the end of the life cycle of our hardware? What is the end of the life cycle of our devices? So, and I will pay a bit more attention here, because I will share with you a few footages and outcomes from my recent research I done in India in electronic waste dumpsters, mostly thankfully to the support for KDE Community from India. And what I found there was really like, it broke me totally, but also gave me a lot of hope, because I realized there are people like you who are trying to find a solution for those problems. And I think we all need to, at some point, be aware of that. And those pictures are not easy, so sorry for them. But everyone deserves to know the truth, right? So basically, the end of the life cycle of our smartphones, like there is a very interesting like a research hub close to the UN. Every year they launch a new report about electronic waste, and this problem only is cutting, right? So it's not that we are having enough a solution to overcome and to trying to solve this issue. And what is really personally bothering me the most, that we as a society already have a huge problem with the plastic, and we know how to solve it. Like the little plastic particles can be found almost everywhere, even in the womb of a pregnant woman. And now we have like another stream of electronic waste which is coming, and which is even way more complicated when it comes to processing it. And we still don't know yet how to solve this problem. And as you can see, a lot of phones, like a lot of, for me, it is a kind of a crime against the humanity, because, you know, they are like global laws which are bound to transfer this type of a waste to the global south countries, even though those like developed countries like US, mostly US and Europe, still shipping this waste to the places where people don't have enough capability to process it, don't have a technology. So most of the work they are doing is done by hand. And so we can imagine it's highly hazardous, it's highly dangerous, and also what is really terrifying, that there is a lot of child labor as well, and it's normal. Here you can see only the screens from the smartphones are being sold per kilo, but there are like tons of those every day, because it's interesting, because India became like the biggest hub of electronic waste in the whole Asia, mostly because at some point China banned delivering waste from other European and US and Australia and other countries. So eventually this waste came to India, even though India has also signed up some agreements with other countries, but who are shipping this waste find a way, find the loop, and they are transporting it first to the Bhutan, then to the Bhutan and Nepal, and then this waste goes directly to the India. So this market is in the 90% illegal, informal, and I think all of us, everyone who purchases any type of new hardware should be aware that the whole cycle looks like that our phones and our laptops do not exist without people in Democratic Republic of Congo who are mining cobalt, do not exist without europium, which I showed you before, and other rare earth minerals elements. And this problem is not only about phone, but in general, about the whole technology. Here you can see, I found the spot where they were like dismelting the servers from the Bangalore. This is how it ends up, unfortunately, if we do not pay much attention to, if we do not ask questions, where really our old computers and hardwares and its life cycle. I also, when I went there, I was also re-inspired before by the research done by Polish researchers. They've analyzed the picture from the there was an artist who made like who take footages of little crabs who are find a way to form the home in a kind of a waste. So I was also looking for a way how this problem affects the animals, and it turns out that a lot of dogs, of course, on those places, and other animals who are like all the waste, who are drinking water from like a contaminated sources. So it's because all the waste, when it's landfilled, all the toxic elements goes directly to the groundwater and also to the soil. Of course, just like I said, child labor quite common, and that's why it's happening, because the cost of labor is extremely low. So those companies still can do it because they can afford it, because like processing electronic waste, just like I said before, is extremely complicated. Also, in some places there are machines which require a lot of energy because the process is not quite energy efficient. So the amount of like the metals they can extract from it actually cost of the energy overcome the final savings. So as you can see how it looks like, this is how most of the electronics ends up. According to the Electronic Waste Monitor, 65% of global electronic waste ends up like that, unfortunately. So yeah, but there were also kind of little sparkling of a hope over there, because I also been with like local entrepreneurs there, and they are extremely like they see also opportunity in that, and what they are doing here, they are but their technology is not it's not safe, and it's not like, you know, here in Europe we have like a standards cannot overcome, but there nothing like that exists. So what they are doing, they are grinding the electronic waste, then they are melting it, and then they are extracting gold out of it. So and also the one guy over there, he also has a jewelry shop. So as you can see, those resources came into the circulation. But that's the dark side of my presentation. Sorry for that. I also I split it into half, and now promise I bring some hope. So don't worry. Now it happened, right? I mean, we cannot do anything about it. But I think what's next is all up to us, and that's why we are here. And I also, when I came back, I was really keen to find the source of the issue, really like a really deeply rooted source of this problem. And I came into the contact with Joseph. He was really supportive for me and gave me like a lot of insight of what's happening here, what we are doing in KDE, because I feel and I believe that open source is the ultimate solution for like overcoming planned obsolescence of the hardware. Then I came into, sorry for this, like there's a lot of text on the slide, but I can share it with you later. But I wanted to point out that, especially in the context of France, they are really, there is the legislation law regarding environmental aspects of IT, and especially hardware, and though they point out what are the main reasons why people like dropping their hardware, why people are dropping their smartphones, and I just realized this is mostly because this is mostly the human, really deeply the human problem. People do not know how to use it, the hardware properly, don't understand it, don't know how to manage their data properly, how to keep it clean, how to keep it short. So they eventually could. The life cycle of their hardware could be a bit longer. So then I realized this is all about like a mindset, right? That years our economy, the way of living being highly linear, and also there is this approach for sustainability that we have to like rethink, redefine how we operate. That we have to repurpose things and put them in a constant circulation. This is the circular economy. But then I jumped into the concept of like a regenerative approach. This is something even more, because at some point, if we open our minds for being more regenerative, it means that we as a community, as a society have enough, and we are able to also uplift and help the others, support our community. And all this aspect is very also gets a lot of inspiration from permacomputing, which is the approach for like creating technology in a way that it listens to the community, listens to the natural ecosystem. It's not extractive, but rather collaborative. So I point out a few like a main aspect of regenerative approach for technology and for permacomputing. And it's, of course, just like I said before, it's all community. And what's happening here at KDE, it's all already community-based. So I think we are on a good path, and I really highly appreciate that what's happening here, what are the projects you are working on, and I also promote it among my friends and promote in the organizations, because your work, what we are doing here, deserves even more and more recognition. And those are the pictures from KDE India community gathering, and again, I'm extremely grateful for meeting those people, because they also helped me to conduct the field research on electronic waste dumpsters, and also especially in the context of a hacking culture, there is a space for experimentation. There is a space for making mistakes, and no one is blaming for them, because they are a space for like making ourselves and making our community stronger and resilient. So this is also extremely important. And also, of course, is a thing for open source in general, open knowledge sharing, but it's not that common. It's not that common everywhere. So I again want to say, and I really highly appreciate that's what's happening here. And there is also a really interesting project recently, I think at the end of May, correct me if I'm wrong, Upgreen. It's also, I don't know if all of you have heard about it, it's a part of a KDE Eco project that's for open knowledge sharing, for the workshop, for the meetings with the people who really needs like this kind of a solution. Also today on the way here, we had a discussion with Paul, he's here. He just went, that we had discussion about like promoting knowledge and solution at schools, because it turns out that a lot of schools don't have you know, the access to the newest resources, and it turns out that they also require a lot of like a knowledge, open knowledge exchange in a way to being more green and more progressive. And what is also important, it comes to like this regenerative approach, is a care for life and extending life cycle. And here comes to play Ocular, which is, again, I don't want to be like sounds like you're fun, like a psycho fan, but I really appreciate what you are doing. And this Ocular is a proof that it's doable, right? That the software can be done in a way that it do not contribute to the planned obsolescence of the hardware. And I just pointed out, just to let you know that, again, I highly appreciate what's happening here, and this project is amazing. And it's also, you know, I don't know the whole background of like getting through the process of this certification, but it's really something. And it's also like a contributing in a way to being more regenerative. And also this is a picture from KDE India gathering. Also they had like a lot of really fruitful discussion about keeping things simple. That was really interesting because there is like a growing trend of like this feature phones where people are especially abandoning like this stimulated work of a lot of applications, a lot of like this red notification which are grabbing our attention, and trying to keep it as simple as possible. And here is a very interesting diagram. It's like a gathering of trends, what's happening when it comes to like permacomputing, and those are the links for the projects which you can dive deeper afterward, just to start. But as you can see, there is a, oh, where is it? No, the thing is, I wanted to point up 128 kilobyte club, 1 kilobyte club over there on the right. Right, so there is also this trend, and there's like a craving for less. This, if you wanna have an access to it, is a diagram.website, and it's like a whole directory with really interesting projects and a very progressive one. And here you can also find more information about the permacomputing and the people who are involved in this movement, and maybe also get a bit inspired by this approach. And and also at the heart of this is this new approach for like economy, which is like the growth economy, which is in this case is extremely important to reach the stage when we know that we have enough. We know that we don't have to grow more. We know that what we already achieve is actually fulfilling our needs and our desires. And then there is like this changing point when we are just maintain. We do not produce more. We just make it sure that our community, our projects, our goods are just being maintained in a way to sustain our community. And also, also again, this is also the picture from KDE gathering in India. So yeah, I think it is important to, just like I pointed at the beginning, that diverse and community is the resilient one that allow us to act free, right? That we do not hurt anyone, that we are just in here together, but we have a trust and we have a respect for each other. And reuse, right? Because yeah, woo, again KDE, woo. Because the first thing when it comes to sustainability, circularity, or regenerative approach is first of all refuse, saying that we don't need anymore, that's enough, and reuse. Give especially our hardware second chance, right? Second chance, upcycle it and try to extend its life cycle as long as possible. And but also what is important is to repurpose, because I've told you I have the necklace on me made of PC board, because right now we have so many of this waste that is also important to rethink how we can reuse it. I've seen some projects in Africa where people been building walls for their homes from old keyboards. And and also I also work with kids, and we are trying to make some little stuff and like sculptures, also again made from the waste, just to realize that this is the really valuable resource that we can repurpose, reuse it, and try to look for the alternative solution, and try to extend its life cycle as long as possible to the moment where we will be able to recycle it in a very effective and efficient way. There was someone from New Zealand, as good I remember. Hello. Also to bring more hope when it comes to the like bio-based technology, bio-based solution for recycling. There is a really strong movement right now happening when it comes to using microbes and to recycling and extracting metals from the electronic waste. So happening, but the thing is, this technology is on a very early stage. So before it will be commercialized and will reach the scale that will help us to solve this problem, we still, at the moment, right now, we have to use our imagination. We have to be very creative in a way to reuse and repurpose this waste that we are that is all over around here. So I'm gonna again to point out to the mindset, because it's all about our perception, all about those systems that we are interfering with, and at the end, I think the whole change begins here, and not with the technology, but with the way we perceive it, the way we work with it. So what are the expectation? What are our expectation for it, and what we can do to make sure that we all together, as a societal, ecological, and technological system, can fit into this one circle, which is our planet Earth, which resources are limited. And we all have to keep that in mind. Yeah, those are those three systems I wanted to discuss with you. And I have once again a lot of love for you, what you are doing here, and a lot of appreciation, because from social point of view, you provide accessibility, provide like access to the people who are not being able to buy a new piece of hardware. I've seen beautiful projects of like at schools where in the countries in the global south, which was not able to buy new hardware, but they could, and some countries send them like a 20, 50 years old computers, but they were able to use them because they repurpose it. They reinstalled the system. They fit the software that allows them to use it. So, so from the social point of view, it's extremely beneficial. From environmental point of view, it's extremely important because it's allows to stay software with hardware with us a bit longer. And from technological point of view, it's also uplift and inspire others to be innovate and to share openly the knowledge. And that's the aspect of a hackers and hacking mindset, because I think those are the qualities that will help us to survive on this planet, which is under threat, unfortunately. But those gatherings like here are only proving that there is a hope. And this hope is community-driven by KDE. Oh, and I have a short announcement. Can we maybe stop recording, because I don't want to stream it. Excellent. Welcome back, live. Alive. Oh, there is a...
He's got a mic. Did you turn the switch? It should be green.
Okay, yeah.
There you go.
So if there was one thing you could wish from free software developers and the KDE community to help combat waste, what would it be?
I think you're already doing it. and to be honest, like with all the KDE Echo projects, and like from what I know, especially from you, Joseph, that you're organizing workshop, working with teenagers, and I think would be really nice to have more of young people here, just to make sure that we will pass knowledge, we will pass this mindset to them, and yeah, I mean, yeah. I just realized that the best what we can do is to extend as long as possible the cycle of the hardware. That's the best what we can do. And that also, at the other hand, would contribute to slowing down this whole trend of consumptionism.
Hello? Yeah. You had the one slide which said degrowth. More every company I know wants to grow. And we have we have capitalism all over the world. That's hard sell. It's probably necessary, but
yeah, but the thing is, maybe I will switch into the slide, because that's the curve of degrowth, that we grow to the certain point, and we know where are our limitations, and then we only maintain. I know all the company to grow, but I think we need to find some kind of a balance here, right? And but this trend is growing. There are more and more like even investors who are not like requiring cashing out in a way of being like highly on growth. So it's again the thing with a mindset, right? That we require more and more and more. But the thing is that we still forget that we live in a closed cycle, in a closed ecosystem that also has its limitation, and it will take years to natural resources to restore. And I think it's not a threat for the planet, but it's a threat for our society and a civilization.
So, hi, yeah. Thanks for your great talk. I think a lot has to happen in the countries in the global north to prevent all this e-waste and stuff you mentioned. Are there political movements or initiatives you are aware of or that are happening right now that try to combat these things from these countries as well? I'm thinking about like the right to repair movement and stuff like that.
So I'm also a huge fan of it. We all have a right to repair, but this issue, this challenge is systematic, because at some point some of the hardware is not being designed and created in a way to be able to be repaired. But I see also a lot of like repairing cafes like popping up all of the world, actually. And also this legislation coming on from European Union that the extended responsibility of a manufacturer. But it's a beautiful idea, but I'm looking forward for the execution. Also, I see the trend, especially when it comes to like purchasing hardware in the companies, that they are looking for refurbished hardware. So it is like that they are not. It's not their choice to look for first choice of option to look for the new equipment. So they're trying also to look for something on the second-hand market. And yeah, and also on this level of like the customers, they are also trying to repair, upcycle. I've seen really beautiful projects of like repurposing smartphones. There are like almost 20 different ways how you can use your old smartphone, a CCTV camera, as a joystick, a controller. So it's again, it's about like a hacking culture, which are looking for those different way of using hardware, which are openly sharing the knowledge, and this attitude is extremely important. And also they are like maker like hubs and workshops where people like community-based are gathering and trying to like exchange knowledge, but also tools, because it's also a matter of tools, but not all of people have an access to them. So there's a hope. But it requires more recognition.
To complement open software with open hardware that complements longevity of open software, how can we push such open hardware without creating new hardware?
That's a good question. $1 million question. I think creating more of open hardware and promoting it, that's the only, because also this is the problem in general, that the hardware, even though my phone will die after a few years, I'm not able to upcycle it and put a new software on it. So it's not compatible. And there are a lot of projects, open hardware projects, but they are, again, deserve more recognition. And I think from the perspective of a person who is trying to create this bridge between tech-savvy communities and people who are really willing to look for alternative solution, I think the language, it's too complicated for them, first of all, and secondly, also the visual language is not accessible for them enough to understand and to be able to make this decision that I really want to go for the open hardware. They want to go, but from a lot of people, that they have a problem with Linux, there are some issues, so they don't know how to solve them, and I think more care for this like user experience side, for education, for like a support would be very also beneficial, and that would also uplift this aspect of recognition, which is required. I had to go really down to the basements of some hacker spaces to find out about the projects, but I'm really like driven by heart to do it, but not many people are willing to go in such a places. And I know, because I've been at also the Chaos Computer Club, but there are a lot of excellent, beautiful projects already there, but they need more recognition for that.
Thank you. So one of the problems in the hardware I hear about is that some electronics are made so that they're designed to break just after some time, like just after the warranty expires. And even if you have the right to repair, you still, you need to still buy new parts, right? Which, of course, is still a kind of waste. So what do you think people can do about this matter?
Yeah, so this is the planned hardware obsolescence, which is like creating a hardware in a way it will end its life cycle after a certain time. And I think it also requires educating people at the very early stage who are making decisions how this hardware is being created and how this hardware is being designed. And there is this trend of a modular approach where you can just replace some models because that's the easiest way to do it. But it's again, it's on the growth, and more and more people and more gatherings like that, I hope will solve those. Can we go offline?
So let's give another round of applause. And let's get some caffeine. check, 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 check.
Welcome back, everyone. Are you ready for some goals action? Woo! Very good, very good. I have 3 envelopes here with the new goals. But before we get to those, we will wrap up the last goals because a lot of exciting things happened for the last 3 goals. And the champions will talk a bit about what happened and what we achieved. And we will start with Carl and accessibility.
Yeah. Oh, what? It's the thing is, what? Maybe I will just click here. Yeah. Okay. Hello everyone. I will present what we did for the last 2 years for the KDE for all goals, as an accessibility goal. But first of all, why accessibility? Where are we working on that? Well, first of all, it's inclusive and give access, equal access to everyone. Like, a lot of us are not impacted by accessibility issues, but we even know, even if you are getting older or friends of us, I mean, like, there's a huge proportion of the population, world population, which might have some vision issues, might not be able to use a mouse correctly. There's a lot of reasons why you want to, where you cannot use your computer as a normal user. It also improves usability, because even like if you are not impacted by these sort of issues, just having like keyboard navigation in your applications improves usability of your applications. Having good contrast for UI elements helps everyone. Yeah, it's the right thing to do. Like, you want to integrate, you want to make sure that everyone is able to be part of the society, be able to interact with computers, because computers are so much important nowadays. Like, if you want to order something, you need to use a computer. If you want to do like administrative stuff for your government, you often also need a computer. Yeah, and if that isn't enough to work on accessibility, there's also like it's a law. Like US, a lot of countries, at least in Europe, in North America, and as a lot of other places, they are gradually requiring for public usage, but also for private companies to use only software which is accessible. So if we want to reach like public institutions, we need accessibility. Yeah. And like, did we manage to make KDE accessible? I don't think so, because it's not something that you can do in 2 years. It's a process, and it takes time. It takes time, it takes development effort, and yeah. But we did manage to do a lot of things still. Yeah, also, like, we had a lot of accessibility improvements in Plasma, in the applications, in KDE frameworks, and even in Qt. And I mean, like, for example, in Plasma, the range of accessibility improvements, it's from keyboard navigation, color blindness corrections in Plasma, screen reader support. It's not like one thing that we did. Like, it's a wide range of issues which we solved. Yeah, and I mean, and we also did like an improvement in frameworks in Qt, like helps everyone. Like, if each time we fix an issue, in Akademy, or in widget add-ons, or in Qt, it makes it easier for other people to build accessible applications. Sure, they can also mess up in their own application activity, but trying to make like default widgets accessible is super important. Yeah, I mean, this is like a screenshot of accessibility tag merge request for the Plasma group, only for the Plasma group. And you can see there was like more than 200 merge requests, and from them there was like almost 200 merged. There's still a bit open and a few like which were marked as invalid. Yeah. And aside of improving the accessibility of our applications, we also did a lot of work inside the tooling. For example, there's a new applications accessibility inspector, which allows you to look at your applications, look at the accessibility tree, look at the state of the accessibility there. The application was actually quite hard, but it was never released. It was super hidden inside the build folder. And yeah, now it's a proper application which is released, and a lot of improvements, thanks also to Laurent and others. Yeah. But there's also like more improvements to the tooling. There's a Selenium driver. It allows you to write integration testing based on the accessibility API. So each time you want to write integration tests, because you should write tests in your applications, you also make sure that your applications is accessible, because if it's not accessible, you cannot test it. So you are forced to make it accessible. And that helped a lot. And also not only for my goal, but also for other goals, which we'll probably talk later. And yeah, it's provided by the IT SPI dbus API. And this was all done by Harald, mostly. Super good work. Yeah, we also did some improvement to the documentations, because without documentations, you need to learn everything again. So we had like documentation about how to write tests for Selenium. We also had a goal sprint in April this year in Berlin, where we tried to combine every goals together in a room. It was super productive. Like every sprint, it's super productive, but we managed to fix a lot of bugs in Keyagami add-ons, some applications. So yeah. Yeah. But I mean, there's still like a lot of future work to do. Like I said earlier, we are not accessible yet. Still like a lot of things to do to improve situations. For example, text-to-speech, like there's a new frameworks to do that based on dbus, which is compatible with Flatpak and Snap, which we need to implement in Qt, because there are already abstraction in Qt, and we need to implement that. It's like a lot of work. There is some work going on about a replacement API for ITSPI. So it's still like really work in progress phase, but we need to get involved there and try to make sure that it's good for us. And yeah, there's also like in many applications, as even in Plasma, there's still like a lot of work to be done to fix remaining issues, and yeah. Yeah, so a few lessons learned as a goalkeeper. It's not because there's a goal who was voted by the committee, but you will certainly find yourself with a lot of contributors to that goal. I mean, it's like we are a community. We don't have us. We don't have people who tell us to work on this thing and this thing. And I think it's a good thing, like to be able to have some freedom on what we want to work on. And a lot of people are already like overloaded by their own projects and tasks. So it's always a bit difficult to find contributors to work on some topics. And I think like as a goalkeeper, probably we should try to do a lot more outreach to developers and the community to make sure that people are aware about the goals and recommend them to invest a bit of time there and tell them what the advantage for them is. Like, for example, like integration test is super important. Like, it's something like it's a bit of work at the beginning. You need to fix your accessibility, you need to write the test, but at the end, it's super rewarding because when you have less bugs. Don't fix all of the bugs, but you have less regressions. So you need to do like a more outreach there. Yeah. And for the last slides, I want to thank like everyone who worked on accessibility. There's a few names there, but there's actually like a lot more people who did work there, and it's super. Yeah. Okay. Next one, Nate, for the automation goal.
Thank Carl. Let's see. First of all, $1 million question. So here's the best accessibility improvement we got. Not done yet. Still going. Okay, I'm done now. So now I'd like to talk about my goal, automation and systematization. This is definitely the easiest to pronounce goal out there, so that definitely makes it the most important one forever. The important of this goal was to enable all of us to be lazier, because that's the point of automation and systematizing. All of us are overloaded all the time. I think everybody in this room has the experience of having 10 times more things to do than you have time to do them. And one thing that's often the case for people like us who are highly productive is that we find ourselves saddled with grunt work. We have terminal commands to run. We have email responses to craft that we've already sent 10 times before. All sorts of things that we're experts at doing, but that take up time. And when you have tasks like that you repeat over and over again, it consumes a significant amount of your own time and resources and life's energy. And so the idea here was that we should all focus on automating away these kinds of tasks that we don't actually really want to do and that we're very good at. And when we do that, we get a whole lot more time left that we can actually put into doing the things that we want to be spending our time on, the things that give us joy and make us happy and push forward the state of the art. When we look at this, the goal was essentially animated by 3 principles behind that. The first one is that automation beats manual labor. Manual labor is error-prone, it's time-consuming, it's boring, it's not fun. We've all had this experience of doing something that we've done 1 million times before, and it's just good use of your time. So for all of those things, it's good to automate away all of those tasks. The other one is that policies are better than opinions. It's another thing that I think we've all had the experience of is that you propose a change, you do this, you open up a merge request, and you get a comment that says, +1, I like it. And then somebody else says, -1, I don't like it. And now what? What do? If you don't have a policy to guide what goes next, oftentimes this just gets stuck forever. And so the idea here is that if we can all get together and we can agree on certain methods of doing things, on certain policies behind decision making, that it can cut down on the number of +1 I like it, -1 I don't like it, that is just not terribly productive. And so there was a focus on making decision-making systematic in this way that's sort of technical, it's more social. But that was another thing that we wanted to focus on for this goal. And the third idea behind this was that it's better to work on a team than to work alone, because working alone is very lonely, and it can be hard to find other people who want to help you. You get depressed and disappointed when you burn out and need to take a break. Nobody takes over the work for you. So it's much better if we can work as teams and we communicate as teams, rather than just doing everything privately all alone, because it's sad and makes us unhappy. There's sort of the why bother question about all of this, which is the elephant in the room. So if all of us are just here working on KDE forever, we've certainly got infinite time, right? Well, the fact of the matter is that KDE is a multi-generational institution. All of us are here today. We were not here yesterday, and we may not be here tomorrow, metaphorically speaking, of course. Hopefully, we actually were here yesterday, and we'll be here tomorrow, but hopefully you know what I mean. The fact of the matter is that people come and go, and that is totally okay. It's in fact amazing. It's one of the things that makes KDE so incredible, is that we've managed to keep up the interest and enthusiasm for the overall project over almost 3 decades. But this necessarily means that there's a lot of turnover. And that means that people, when they leave, take their knowledge and their labor with them. If you look at this graph here, this is something that Carl has put together recently. Thank you, Carl. The colors are essentially individual years worth of contributors. And if you look at that big blob of orange people, those orange people kind of fell off over time. And everything those orange people knew was lost if they didn't embed that knowledge in code, in automation, and in documentation. So that by the time those red and blue people showed up, they didn't know the things that the orange people knew if it wasn't documented and worked in processes properly. And so I think this kind of a graph is really important for all of us to consider in terms of our legacies in KDE. You know, whichever color we represent on this graph, if we want everything that we produced to continue and be used and built upon by the next generation, we have to make active efforts to make sure that happens. And that's basically what this goal was all about. We've already touched a little bit on some of the benefits. Let's briefly go over that again. Probably the biggest one is quality. Because when you do things according to processes and automation and tooling, you end up with a better result, because it's not kind of random and dictated by who had time or who had skills or which person happened to be doing it at this particular moment in time. And the other thing you get out of this is consistency, because when something gets done the same way, or at least according to the same process every single time, then you get a repeatable result. And repeatability of results is really important, because it's something that increases the perception of stability in your software, and it makes it possible for normal people who don't have the incredible pattern recognition skills of engineers like us to use something just because it behaves the same way every single time. And that's important for us to have in our software and in our internal processes too. And the other thing, of course, it gives us is free time, because who wants to do crap that's boring, right? We all want to be writing new features. We want to be improving the user interface. We want to do things that are enjoyable. We don't want to be fixing the same bug 10 times over again because it keeps regressing and nobody noticed. Maybe 10 is an exaggeration, but I can think of specific bugs that have regressed 3 times in memory, and even that's too much. So let's not do that, right? When we do this, we'll have less grunt work to do, fewer regressions, and I think I mentioned earlier arguments and merge requests. Another thing is style nitpicks, which is in some cases more frustrating than arguments and merge requests. When you submit a big block of code, you get people saying, well, please put a semicolon at the end of this line of JavaScript, and don't put a semicolon at the end of this line of JavaScript. And you know, we have tools that can format these things automatically, right? This is a waste of our life, having these arguments, like pick something and then move on. So there was an effort to do those sorts of things. When we look at what the goal was actually focused on in terms of action, we did a lot of automated testing. Carl mentioned ATSPI and Selenium, which was incredible work and something really synergized very well across the goals. Harold, as mentioned earlier, was really instrumental in bringing this technology to the forefront, and it allowed us to improve our code coverage and testing as well as accessibility at the same time. So especially in Plasma, we saw really enthusiastic adoption of this technology, and now we have a huge number of user interface tests that seem kind of silly and dumb, but push the button and make sure the thing happens when you push the button. Turns out that's really important. So we have a lot of that now, and that's really great. Another aspect of the work was automatic bug triage. Bug triage is something that I think everybody in this room hates, myself included. I do a lot of it. You might be forgiven for thinking that I enjoy it. I don't. Nobody likes it. So let's do less of it, not because we're doing it, but because we have machines to do it for us, right? So we have this thing called the Bugzilla bot, and it will apply certain canned answers to common issues that people have in bug reports, and it will prompt people to improve their bug reports, automatically clone ones that were submitted for versions not in support anymore. This is something that there's a huge amount of low-hanging fruit on, but there was significant progress anyway, and that made a big difference. And finally, what we also have is the subject of documentation. Documentation is in some aspects the weakest focus here because it requires active maintenance. Documentation gets stale and goes out of date quickly, but it's nonetheless really important that we make an effort to keep it up to date, because documentation that's out of date is in many ways worse than no documentation at all, because it can send people down the wrong path and making wrong decisions. If we look at what succeeded in this, first, let's look at this fun graph. In terms of bug triage, if you look at this, the red line are the number of unconfirmed bugs in Plasma Shell over time. And you can see that that drops precipitously and then keeps falling for a while. Now, I mentioned automatic bug triage. I'm not going to say that the Bugzilla bot produced this, but the Bugzilla bot made it easier for bug triagers to focus on the bug reports that actually matter. So they didn't spend all of their time saying, I'm sorry, Plasma 5.12 is out of date. Can you please try a better distro? That's just not something we have to do anymore because a machine does that for us. We have machines to bash distros now, which is a major improvement. We've got all sorts of other stuff too. We made it mandatory for a lot of projects to pass their tests. We had tests, some were disabled, some were perpetually broken. There was a major focus on making sure that tests actually do what they're supposed to be doing. We have continuous integration jobs to build Flatpaks and Windows binaries, so we can just spit those out on command. That's super cool, no more manual labor there. Like I talked about, we did Bugzilla bot stuff. There was a lot of documentation updates. Some of this was driven by Chicago, KDE EV's documentation contractor, but a lot of it was volunteer-driven as well, which was fantastic. And on the subject of documentation, we got a whole new set of human interface guidelines, which was rewritten from scratch to actually be applicable to the way KDE designs and builds software today. And we've already seen some great results from that in the form of people submitting changes to bring applications in conformance with the human interface guidelines, which kind of goes to the point about when you have processes that work, people follow the processes, right? Nonetheless, we saw some challenges with this goal. Probably the biggest one was that nothing encompassed under this goal is ever truly urgent. You know, we all have our daily fires to put out. All this stuff is always back burner stuff. It can be tempting to push it off until later and say, well, you know, we'll ship it in a state that's good enough now, and then we'll care about that stuff later. And I don't think there's a silver bullet for this, but it really requires vigilance to make sure that we're improving the processes and the quality at the same time that we're shipping the software. Another major challenge for us was that even with ATSPI and Selenium, writing tests is still just really hard. It's probably harder than it should be, and it makes it more difficult for people to just throw in new auto tests whenever they add a new feature or change the user interface or something. I think there's some friction there that can still be lessened a little bit. And then also, let's face it, it's kind of boring. Everything about this goal was the opposite of flashy and exciting, and so ensuring that there was motivation to actually do the work has been quite a challenge over time. This is not an indictment of anybody in the room. If anything, frankly, it's an indictment of me, the gold champion, which gets to the final point. I probably did not lead this goal in as active a way as I think in retrospect I would have liked to, and that I think ended up being a challenge for the goal itself. And that leads me to some lessons learned that I can share as a goal champion. I've now been a goal champion for 2 goals. I did usability and productivity a few years ago, and then sat it out for the cycle after that, and then I did automation and systematization. And one thing that I really feel like I can say as a goal champion is that being proactive and leading by example is super important. It's very easy to make fancy presentations, but nothing spurs on work like work. And so if you're the goal champion, it's very important that you be seen doing the work and that you then communicate that work. I'm going to skip something here, but on the subject of communication, another thing that I found in this particular goal cycle was that episodic communication in the form of fewer updates about larger, more impactful wins seemed to be more motivating than a steady stream of small things. It seemed that it was easy for people to kind of tune out a stream of small wins, whereas whenever there was something really big that got announced, that would generate quite a bit of tension. So I would say for our future goal champions, try to focus on the big wins. You know, that's more motivating. And the final thing here is that it's just really difficult to change things, especially when the status quo is good enough. We have incredible engineering talent in KDE, and so people are already largely accustomed to doing things like writing auto tests, keeping up documentation, following good practices in their commit messages, being collegial. And so our status quo is already pretty darn good. It's, I would say, in many ways, much better than what you see in a lot of private companies out there. And so when the status quo is already good, it can be challenging to keep up the motivation to improve it even further. And that's something that I think we can all have a thought about, you know, how we can take a lot of this stuff to the next level. And yep, that's the end. Thank you, everybody, for your support in this goal and for supporting me and doing all this work. It was fantastic to be your goal champion. I'm going to hand it off to Cornelius now. Here we go.
Thank you. Let's move the mouse pointer out of the way. So yeah, I will present you what we achieved with the sustainable software goal. That's the 3rd goal in the row. And what I will present is mostly what we did in the 2 years, but also a little bit what happened before and what will happen after. So you already heard it in our keynote this morning. We have a problem. The way we are living is not sustainable, and we are contributing to it, but we are also able to do something about it. So I won't go into the detail. It's important, but I think we all agree that it is important to do something. And software plays in that. KDE as a project, KDE as in what we produce in terms of software products, this has an impact. Software has an impact on how IT is used, how computers are used, how all the devices are used, and we can do something there by focusing on doing that in a more sustainable way. And that was what this was about KDE delivering sustainable software. And when we started with the goal, we basically approached 3 perspectives. So the first one is to do alignment of what already was happening in the community, also aligning with others, more like sorting out what is important there, trying to put it together in a meaningful form. The second area, visibility, quite important, because a lot of what we did there was not about introducing new things, but making visible what already happens in free software, and KDE specifically. There's a lot which is already paying into this goal of doing sustainable software, so making this more visible also to the outside. That was the second part. And the third part, then concrete initiatives where we did projects to improve things in a lot of different areas. Yeah, and what we did there, I will now show you in detail. First, the alignment area. So you already saw the picture from the joint goal sprint. That really was nice that we got together there. There actually was quite a bit of crossover between the goals. So all the Selenium work is really important to also automate tests to measure energy efficiency. We will come to that in a second. So getting together there really was a nice thing to bring people together and to work together on the goal topics. And what we also saw is that basically the alignment is that we had a few individual initiatives where we put things together, and it all, I think, culminated in the KDE Eco Community becoming a thing. So now we are really collecting things under this. We have regular meetups, we have a website, and we have discussion forums and so on. And I think we are developing this common understanding that this is the umbrella where we can really put topics together. So a lot of that is actually happening there. I will talk about the individual points in detail when we come to the initiatives. And you will all find that on the website. And that actually was also a result of the sprint we did there. We did some brainstorming there. You see some sketches there. So this was a really nice initiative to be together there in person, to be able to sketch things on whiteboards and so on. And we came up with a structure how we actually want to collect things and present things. And this is now actually live on the website, reflected there. So addressing the three areas of user who take benefit from using sustainable software, then advocates who want to help others to understand what the issues are and do something about it, and then the developers, so a lot of people here in this room who are working on the software which is used by these. And this all fits really nicely together with KDE's overall vision. So what we really saw with the sustainable software goal and the values which are behind that aligns with KDE's mission. This is about control for everybody with the digital devices, with the software, that they are in control of not contributing to this burning planet we saw before. So this aligns very well. And we come to the second area of visibility. So we also already saw that in the keynote, and this actually happened. We started the sustainable software goal. We got the Blue Angel for Ocular. And this really was, I think, you can ask a question how useful it is to have a label for a piece of software when nobody else is really adopted the label yet. But I think it sends a quite important message. It sends the message that it is possible to do this sustainable software. The criteria of the blue label make a lot of sense in terms of resource efficiency, energy efficiency, also in preventing hardware to become obsolete, and also to give people autonomy about how they use their software. So this is reflected there. We proved that it's possible to do with our software, with free software, and this gave us attention. So you see the award ceremony where we got the official paper document with the Blue Angel on it. And this also led to quite some other things which were only possible because we did that. So one thing we did over the last year or so was we were being involved in revising the Blue Angel. There was an initiative by the Umweltbundesamt, the German federal environmental agency, who was doing the label. And they were extending the scope, revising it, and they asked for feedback. We were involved with a couple of workshops. We participated, could contribute our experience with actually fulfilling the criteria. And the result of that is a now extended set of criteria, which not only covers desktop software, but also servers and server software and mobile software. Ocular, that we checked that, it basically means we will continue, and it will continue to have the Blue Angel label, so we can work with this in promotion and everything else to continue. One open question is, do we want to certify more applications? So we have an answer. Perfect. So it's possible. We have set up a framework to do that. It actually has become easier with the revised criteria because the measurement process is more flexible. It's more about documenting than about following a certain procedure, and we can help you with that. So if you're interested in your application being certified with the Blue Angel, talk to me, talk to the eco community. We are well prepared for that. And a few things have as a result of that. So this is one opportunity where we got invited as an expert to a conference in the German parliament about design and sustainability issues. And yeah, because we were present on the landscape with the Blue Angel, so we could talk there. It was actually a quite interesting event. Talking to the people who actually are quite in line with what we are thinking. So I was surprised how much alignment there is actually to people outside of our community. We usually don't really see that much because we are staying in our respective bubbles. So it was really nice to get this outreach and meet other people there. And another thing which also was indirectly triggered by the Blue Angel was this article in the second biggest German newspaper, where they had a actually pretty nice article about how programming is possible in an environmental friendly way. So they reported about what we did with the Blue Angel, what this means for society and for sustainability, and gave us a really nice audience there. And that was not the only thing where we actually got press attention by what we are doing there, which again I think is a nice effect of doing these things, which visibility and outreach. And we also got a lot of presentations. Joseph was very busy with that on many conferences. I also gave one of the more impactful conferences was the Bits and Bäume, so Bits and Trees. That's a crossover of technology conference and other sustainability groups. And I was talking there in detail about what we did to get the Blue Angel. So if you're interested in that, you can watch the presentation. There's a recording. And again, I think that was really nice because we saw that our vision, how we see KDE, our values align with many other people's and many other people's values. And there's a big crowd there than just us who was following the same goals. So that was a nice effect of this goal to see that we are not alone. And this continues. So some of the events we are now in many areas. Here's one example of a Bring It Back to Life event going about installing software on old hardware. We'll talk about that a little bit more. We have a list of actually events and presentation. If you follow the URL there, where you can reach out to the people who did that, and also see the presentations and many more things there. And a different form of visibility, I said, KDE already doing a lot of sustainable software. We already did that before, but often it's not very visible. People don't recognize that. So one way we approached that was to add on the Ocular website a nice new tab which actually shows all this information, make people understand why it's important and how free software does that, and Ocular specifically. So addressing all the different areas we are addressing in our software, which are also covered by the Blue Angel. So, some more initiatives we did where we worked on specific things. So, one thing which I think helped us quite a bit in working on the sustainable software goal was that we already had a funded project funded by the German Bundesamt to work on Blue Angel for free software. That was the name of the project. So there we helped. The idea was to put together information how you can actually get the Blue Angel and how you can fulfill the criteria, even if you're not going to the certification, that you actually have help with doing the measurements and what is involved in there. So this is actually the resource, the handbook which got out of that. That's, if you get the Blue Angel, start reading there. It already contains a lot of information. Probably needs an update now after the criteria got revised, but that's certainly still a very helpful resource. And this project got us the funding, have people have some time to get the community going, to get projects going. So this was really helpful. And there's another project, and this already was mentioned in the keynote this morning as well, the Opt Green project, to help people to use free software as sustainable software on older hardware, so that hardware doesn't have to go to waste. And this is now ongoing, again, I think having the goal helped us to get the project, but also helps us to keep the activities in the goal moving. So this is really, at the moment, current, so have a look there. There are things where you can help. And one thing I like about this project, that it's again about reaching out to an extended audience, reaching out beyond the technical people who are programming KDE, but us going to people who align with our values, who also think about sustainability, maybe from a different perspective, and see where are the synergies, where can we get together, how can we help them to get over the technical obstacles, but also learn from them how to address things in a broader scope. Another initiative which also was ongoing before we started with the goal, which was necessary to get the Blue Angel certification, is KDE Ecolab. So this is a measurement lab where we measure energy efficiency and resource efficiency. We have set up a small system there where it's possible to follow the procedure, which is defined by the original Blue Angel criteria. There was a lot of activity on this, making this more accessible so that you could also do remote measurements, also the tooling, using the automation which is necessary to do these measurements. There we also looked into this Selenium-based automation and different things. So this lab is available, and it's continuing, and we want to expand that. Also, I think this is now one lab. The setup is not very complicated, it's not very expensive, so you could set up a similar lab anywhere else if you're interested to your own measurements. If you have an old computer somewhere, the only thing you need is a measurement device and some software to actually run it. And a lot of things which helped with KDE Ecolab, but also beyond that, happened in the season of KDE and some of code initiatives. So we had quite a number of projects there looking into energy consumption and different other aspects, helping with the Ecolab. So if you are interested in these are actually clickable links. Download the slides after the talk. You can look them up. Yeah, and thanks to all the people there who helped with mentoring that, but also, of course, who are doing the projects. I think this really is a very nice way how to keep people coming KDE, helping them to grow and get really, really good results from that. So, yeah, and in this sense, I mentioned it before, but to make it a little bit more specifically, especially with KDE Ecolab, we had a lot of help from people who already worked on measuring energy in different ways. So the Umus Birkenfeld, that was the group of scientists who were working, who have actually created the first Blue Angel criteria and the measurement procedures there. So they also helped us a lot. We were in good contact. Also other groups we met through this goal and what we did there, like Recoding Berlin. I think they renamed themselves, but these are great guys who also help, who have a similar direction in what they're doing, and that's, I think, also quite helpful to get together. So that we can see how others approach that, and we can just broaden our activities there, because we are a limited number of people, and I think we can need all the help we get. So doing things together always is a good idea. So maybe a few words about what didn't work, what did we learn. So, of course, there were a lot of ideas when we started the goal, but not everything came to life. So one thing we sketched out at the beginning was that it would be nice to make it more transparent in KDE, where we already have documents explaining sustainability aspects, where we have energy management, measurements and stuff like that. So the idea was to have something similar to the translation dashboard, where you see, okay, how different applications are there. So this didn't happen. We did. That's basically all what happened there. We have a sketch, I think the idea is still a nice one, maybe something's there, but that's where we, I think, didn't manage to engage the rest of the community in a way that there would be any visible progress. So I think that's one of the challenges there. Another thing we wanted to do, where we did a few steps with KDE Colab, but we are not done yet, was make adding to performance and other measurements, but really energy efficiency measurements, adding that to our CI, so that could have something like a sustainability gate in our release process, making sure that applications are not consuming twice as much energy as before without us knowing. So having these tests integrated in the CI, that was one of the original visions very long ago, but we are not there yet. Again, that is something, of course, which affects much more people and also needs more support from the community. So it would be nice to continue to work on that. But in general, I think one thing I perceived as something where we weren't successful, although we achieved a lot, is that we achieved that as this KDE Eco team, and that was a really good group, and it was nice to get new people in there as well. But the engagement, and Carl also mentioned with the rest of the community, we didn't manage to get many people involved there. So that was, I think, I don't know. My feeling is that, we have a lot of sub-communities in KDE which work really nicely together and have great results, create great applications and so on. But these overreaching goals, these things which we really need people to come together. I mean, we are here, that's a great thing, but we are a very distributed community, and how can we act more as one community? I think we have a little bit separated there in a group of more decentralized communities. Maybe we can really find ways how to get together with these goals like sustainability or the upcoming goals. I'm curious to see what they are, but get people together. So I can only encourage you to look into what is happening in the goals and see how this could relate to the area where you are working on, and how we can make a bigger impact. Because as we have seen, KDE, I think we underestimate how much the impact is we can have with KDE. People know KDE. And I mean, we can get into the press, we can get invited to conferences, we can do things which really make a difference. So I think we should do that and use the strength of KDE as the one community we are. Yeah, the sustainable software goal. So officially, we are now wrapping up, but the goal work is not finished yet, of course. There's more to do, so the goal lives on. Please get involved if you're interested in that. We have a mailing list. We have the community website where you can find all the information. We have a GitLab group where all the projects are there. So there are lots of things which still need to be done. So please get involved and help with sustainable software in the future as well. And during Akademy, there will be two BOFs I want to point out about specific topics I mentioned before. So one about KDE Colab and one about the Green project. I think there also will be a presentation about the Green project later. So these BOFs, attend them. That's a great way to group. Okay, so the times are the other way around. The Green BOF is at 10 and the other one at 15. So check the wiki to be sure you get to the right room at the right time. So we don't want the planet to burn. We still want to have a good living here. So we have to do something. We can do something as KDE. I think we are in a position to exchange things, and we are doing that. And let's do it together.
Doing Q&A now? Yeah? Cool. Come on up.
All right. Now we have some time for questions for all of our gold champions. Does anyone have questions?
Test. Not a question, but in the context of the accessibility goal, I would also like to thank NLNet for sponsoring some of the accessibility work in Plasma Wayland. That's it.
So I have two questions. The first one is about automation. I would like to ask about the switch from Fabricator to GitLab. So actually, I would prefer Fabricator than GitLab because Fabricator actually allows you to write small changes, and it will get reviewed more quickly. In GitLab, you know, the merge request might get larger and larger, and it's harder and harder to review, and it will get stale. So what do you think about this?
Does this work? Yes, sounds like it works. Thank you much for the question. When it comes to Fabricator and... Anything else? Apparently. It turns out I'm a Terminator.
So, this is the mic.
Like that? Does that work? Okay. I know how to use technology. No, I don't. Okay, this thing goes over here. Okay. Anyway, the decision was kind of made for us because Fabricator was abandoned upstream.
Maybe it should be. I don't want.
Testing? No. Switch is turned on. It says mic. Is this better now? Okay, this is better now. Anyway, sorry about that. So I was going to say, to a certain extent, the decision was made for us because Fabricator was abandoned upstream, essentially, and we wanted to move to something that was maintained. I'll say that personally, there were some aspects of Fabricator that I did prefer. Some of the things that you're talking about, I also preferred Fabricator's very flexible task tracking system that was quite freeform. Tasks didn't have to belong to a particular project. But one thing that's really nice about GitLab is that it's very extensible. So we've been able to do a little bit you were talking about in the form of merge request templates, for example, that encourage people to write a test plan and split their changes to smaller pieces. This is something that isn't universal. It doesn't come for free. But we are all free as project maintainers to adopt it in our own projects. And several KDE projects have now adopted this. I'm always in favor of more projects doing it. So I think even if there are aspects of GitLab that are imperfect, we can extend it over time to make it better, which is a good thing. I think there was a follow-up question.
So a continuation of this. First of all, although Fabricator is abandoned, there is an active fork called Forge, and I personally am using it, and I like it pretty much. And another thing that Fabricator allows you to do is the stacked diffs. Like if you have one change that depends on another change that is pending review, it will make your life much easier than GitLab. And actually, I'm using both Fabricator and GitLab, and I have a way to make the Fabricator use GitLab CI/CD. Like if you want to do something like that, you're free to like talk to me about this.
Yeah, thank you. Those sound like some interesting improvements there. Without getting too much into the technical weeds here, I might recommend that you reach out to the sysadmin team. They're the ones who maintain our infrastructure, and it might be that some of the technological improvements you've discovered or invented have even could be broadly useful to KDE. So I think that would be a good resource for you to reach out to.
Hey, check. Yeah. Hey, so there's a project called. No. There's a project called OpenQA that. Check. Okay. Does it work? Okay. So there's a project called OpenQA that helps with testing the operating system as a whole. It's used in OpenSUSE and Fedora. And I think it would be great if we could, in some form, get it into KDE infrastructure. Because like some, so I've never used Selenium, so I don't know exactly how much you can test with Selenium, but there are some things that like require the full operating system to test. And so that would be a good candidate to help us write tests that involve the full cycle of the system. So yeah, it's not a question, sorry, but it's a suggestion.
Testing. Okay, so this is, it's Cornelius directly addressed the issue of trying to engage the community, the larger community, and then it came up in Carl's presentation as well, and it's kind of related to the automation and systematization. I'm just going to yell it out. I just wanted to ask if
So the question was, what can we actually do to meet the goals to get the activities more broad to involve the whole community? So I already touched that a little bit. I think for me, one thing which is missing is this kind of central place where the community can meet, not only at the conference, but also online. We don't really have that in any way. So where things can be presented, where people meet, where you can read about what KDE is doing as a whole. That would be one thing I think could help with that. But what's your thoughts?
Yeah, I would agree with that. I think at last Akademy, Joseph, you gave a presentation about our communications channels and how we often have, it's all like a system of highways that go in all different directions. I think in KDE we're very good at categorizing and subdividing and putting things into buckets. And I think we're often a little bit less good at broadening and seeing the connections between disparate things. So I would share the idea that if we have a place to come together, venues, largely online, because that's how we work, where everybody can talk together and we aren't limited in scope to a narrow subject. I think that could help us to see the connections between things.
Yeah, to extend a bit to what Ova said, I think like as well like a bit more public communication, and for as well like what we saw with the accessibility goals is that I wrote like maybe like 2-3 blog posts in the 2 years, and that might be not enough. There need to be like regular communications to the community, to what the community see what's going on, and might help involvement. Yeah.
marketing that we are all of KDE is eco-friendly. So my main question is, how far along are we to get this everywhere? And is it even possible to do this automatically for applications instead of having people go to eco labs and more manual testing?
Yeah, so the question how we can get more of this automated testing and where are we? I mean, with getting this overview, you saw where we are. We have a piece of paper with a sketch. Regarding integration with the CI, the current measurement process of the Blue Angel has the problem that it basically prescribes a physical setup where you need to put a measurement device in front of a computer, so you need really this physical thing in one big way. It is remotely accessible already. If it's good enough to be integrated in a CI where it has to work reliably and not the CI for no reason, that is something we have to see and have to try out. From my point of view, it's a matter of iterating, and I don't think we should enable it for all of KDE as a whole thing and see what breaks, but really make it useful for maybe for Ocular as a first application where we already have a setup done. We need to write usage scenarios for other applications. We also have some of them, but then we could gradually enable it step by step by having one application after the other enabled with that, and see how much of automation actually also makes sense. Because, we have to balance the effort we put into the automation to the value of the results of that. Sometimes it's not very easy to measure the energy efficiency of an application, and might just be overhead we introduce. Because that's another aspect. CI also needs energy. So we have to see how we can be smart about not introducing more energy consumption and trying to be more energy efficient.
I have something to add to that briefly. I think that was a very important point. This also gets to the previous question, which is how can we make the goals more visible? I think anything that we can do to kind of push information in front of people who don't see it, that helps. So in this case, for example, if we have eco stuff in the CI, developers who aren't accustomed to think about that all of a sudden have exposure to it because they push a change, the eco CI turns red, and then they'll say, oh wow, this change addressed the energy efficiency of the software in a way I didn't even expect. And that's a way to gain experience and familiarity with the topic that you might have been invisible to you before.
Hello. Okay, so the question about the KDE Eco, you are saying that we were not able to reach out to more people. So I think 2 questions regarding that. Have we tried reaching out to some of our open source community friends, like for example, Genome or as such, and have we tried including them also in the same goal kind of thing? And second question is like, one thing or one idea I see like with the KDE Eco project is like it is limited to a lot of what is being done in the Europe and having it part of the like global community. So are there any already like plans or discussions happening in terms of like extending it outside of the Europe?
So this is the key question, right? How we get more of the KDE community involved and more of the global free software community involved. We actually had quite some conversations with other projects about the Blue Angel certification. That was one hook which worked. For example, we had a number of discussions with the Document Foundation where they said, okay, we are really interested in that, but we can't do it. So we first had to show them that it's possible to. I think we also approached the Blue Angel there with a little bit of a hacker spirit, not following the letters of the word, but following the word, and this worked out quite well. So explaining that to others, where you can maybe compromise on some things and still get forward, that helps quite a bit. So I think there's still a lot more to do, I would say. So what we have with the free software, the Blue Angel for Free Software project, what we saw is the fact that still Ocular is the only application shows that the adoption of the label itself in the industry was not as they have hoped for. There's still, of course, a lot more to do. At the moment, I think our focus is more on users with the next project, so less about the community, friends, and family. So it would be something where, yeah, you all could help with your individual projects, with the specific groups you are in, and also if there is, opportunities where we can bring this in, we are not taking at the moment. So I don't know, conferences, free software conferences where we are not presenting the stuff yet or not getting into conversations with others. We should use that. I think at the moment it's not really on the top priority of the agenda of the eco community, or outside input would actually help a lot there.
Short question.
I have a question about the energy measurement. Does it work in any hardware and produce the same results? Or, for example, if we run it on AMD or Intel, it produces different numbers. So can we have the same numbers running the test locally compared to the KDE infrastructure?
Yeah, so the system at the moment is focused on the procedure which is prescribed by the Blue Angel, which specifies a specific computer you run it on. And it's not meant for comparison, but more to get some impression about the consumption, and that you can compare over time how it changes and so on. So this is not very much in focus, these comparisons and so on. But with the current systems, it's possible to implement that and do that. And I personally would think it would be quite helpful to look more into not only do the measurement as a means to get the criteria fulfilled, because that's kind of a formal thing, but more really to get an understanding, compare different hardware platforms, different software frameworks, whatever, to get an impression what actually has an impact on the actual energy consumption. So, but again, that is something where I think there's still a lot to do.
Thank you so much to you and everyone else who helped with the goals we just wrapped up. And in 5 minutes, we'll start revealing the new ones.
Check, check.
No, now it doesn't. Right?
Yeah, because it's back here. Because the
yeah. So for speaker it can work. If the speaker We can put with tape a line for the microphone.
What?
No.
Exciting.
Hello. 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 Welcome. We're about to start, guys. Now we're going to be revealing the next set of goals. Lydia?
Yeah, there it is. All right. Are you excited about seeing what you all voted on? All right. So what we're going to do is we first talk a bit about who here has actually proposed a goal this year. All right, very good. Very good. Then, goal number 1. We're doing drum rolls, but not like that. All right, goal number 1. Streamlined application development experience. I see that is getting some applause, so you like this one. Very good. This is how this is supposed to be. Goal number 2. Goal number 2 is we care about your input. And the final one. The third one is KDE needs you. Formalize and boost KDE's processes for recruiting active contributors. Thank you, everyone who has proposed a goal. And what we will be doing now is getting the people on stage who proposed these. Can you? Who is here? Come on, people.
Hello.
Hi. Do we have anyone? Yes, very good. All right, what we're going to do now is have all of you talk a bit about your goal. What is it all about?
It's all about the apps, in a way. So jokes aside, it really is a continuation of some of the goals we had in the past. First and foremost, the all about the apps goal, which was great, but it focused a lot on everything around applications, how we advertise them, how we build them, how we deploy them, but not so much about how we write them. So that's why I want to come in. But it's also an extension of, for example, the consistency goal, the usability goal, the accessibility goal, the automation goal, the sustainability goal. And I want to input from all of these goals and also everything else, and make sure that we have all of the technical and non-tech things in place that people can write and enjoy great applications.
Sounds great.
Okay, so I've been involved with the input goal. We care about our input is not meant to be about user feedback in this case. It's a slight... I mean, we care about that too, but this is about the input stack. So any kind of input devices you might be using, your keyboard, your game controllers, your accessibility needs, all of these things. KDE has many good foundations to build on, and there are things missing in many of these areas. Some of them are sort of easy fixes, we just have to figure them out. Others are medium-sized projects. And this goal is about trying to figure out how we can get from something for everyone to something really good for everyone. So you can stick with any one input device, or you can use all of them in combination with most productivity, good accessibility, all these things. Also, where is Joshua? He just has his talk, but he's missing here. He should also be on stage. Yeah, I don't know what else to say right now. I'm not prepared, so I'm going to hand it over.
Okay, thanks. As you can see, I was prepared to come out on stage. You know, it's just a 9-year-old going to camp. Yeah, ours is more like soft skill thing because we're not so technical. We think that there is a fundamental problem that is that would probably interfere with the continuity of KDE if it becomes a really, really problematic problem, which is that, as you know, a lot of the original open source developers are getting older, right? And we need renewed blood. We do have new people coming in all the time, and it's normally coming in through things like the mentoring programs and stuff like that. But as the people who do the mentorship know, the number of people who stay on is normally very, very small. We're talking about maybe less than 10%. So we want to reinforce that. We want to reinforce that. We want the mentorship, the people who are just doing Google Summer of Code and Season of KDE is going to become the mentorship team, I guess, and will include recruitments. So we're going to take on more mentorship programs. We have talked with the people who do mentoring, with Johnny and other people, and we already started with a Chinese mentorship program, and we're going to expand that, and we're going to include recruitment, and we're going to include talking to academic institutions like schools and technical schools and universities, etc., so that we can get more people interested in KDE and doing stuff in KDE during their courses. So we're not going to be looking only at recruiting individuals, but we're going to be recruiting institutions that will supply us with people to work on KDE projects. Because as we know, we have plenty of KDE projects that are awesome and big and complicated, and only maybe 2 people working on them. And that is a problem, okay? And I mean, the people at KDE Live are shaking their head and saying, yes, that's us. I mean, but we could look at the people who are developing Plasma or Vita or whatever. Many of our applications are great, but they're really small, and there's maybe 1 or 2 people working on. Well, I mean, in the case of Tocodon and NeoChat, etc., it's not 1 or 2 people. It's like 1 person divided into 50 different projects, right? So this is a problem that could become, and I don't use this word lightly, an existential threat if we do not increase the number of people contributing to the code base and stuff like that. So this project is doing everything we have to do. It's very ambitious to change that, to have a constant stream of people coming in, hoping that some of them, a certain percentage, will stay, and then we can ensure the continuity of the KDE project and all its application and the desktop, etc.
All right. All right, then, there will be more questions. So one thing you might have noticed is that this year there were more names than just one for each of the goals, because we said we would like to have a team behind the goals. For the first goal, we don't have a team yet, but are you looking for someone? And if so, are you looking for someone specific to help you?
I'm looking for everybody. No, I'm the sole champion that is named on the goal, but there were a lot of people in the Fabricator task indicating that they are willing to help, so I'm looking forward to all of them helping out with that.
That's the spirit. And for your goal, who else was on the ticket?
Yeah, I mean, our goal was a team effort from the start. Sort of, Gernot, who's not here at Akademy, proposed that it was his initiative. He talks to a lot of people in chat rooms, support in general. He came up with this. I helped to spread it out a bit, expand the scope, and we also have Joshua Goins on it, who really provides the technical deep knowledge that we also need to guide this forward. So hopefully we have some of every expertise on it, but there are a lot of components to it, so we definitely hope this is going to be an inclusive goal. We made it deliberately a little larger than just the three of us could necessarily do it. We're going to rely a lot on community. There are some people who have projects going on that already go into this direction or who have said something that needs more work, that needs other people, and they've been distracted by other important projects. So we really want to get everyone into this boat, helping out. Hopefully we can do a little bit of publicity effort, because that's what being a champion is all about, as far as I understand. So we'll try to help people find the right kind of work that is good for them, and also support them where we can. Let's see how it goes.
And how about you two?
We do have kind of, is it working? Yeah. We do have a kind of a team. Well,
of course.
Her? No, and there are several people who've also pledged to help us out. This project is integral of Promo, because Promo, you must remember, is Promo and communication. So we have to communicate with all these institutions, which we have already started doing, going to some events where there have been academic institutions and companies, etc., that have come to us with tears in their eyes, and, well, no, but come to us and said, what can we do, or what can I do for my students, or how can our company help? And the answer is kind of like, well, get them into mentoring and stuff like that. So it's part already of almost kind of job to do this. We also have as allies the people who are working on the mentoring. They did not have a website, and we pushed them to have a website, and now they have a website, and it's not Google Summer of Code and Season of KDE anymore. It's mentorship. And there we can include all that. So as I said again, Johnny and what's the other guy? In the mentorship.
With us, Johnny.
Okay, Johnny and the other guy. I can't remember. Yeah. So they are going to participate actively in this project too, because it's basically that is what they are going to end up doing. Our project has a clear goal. The mentorship program become a mentorship recruitment program, by the end of the 2 years, and will just be a part of KDE like, I don't know, any other project, right? So that is our objective. Yes?
Not too related, but just be careful of this guy. He's going to drag you. And even if you're not interested, he will just approach you and say that, I don't care, you just have to work on it. That's what he did with me and Nate. So yeah, be prepared.
Well, it affects everybody. I mean, come on. So, there's my team.
That's the spirit. Which actually brings me to the next question for all of you is, on the one hand, the goals are here to unite the KDE community around some common causes. On the other hand, it's a great way for getting people who are kind of on the fringes and maybe thinking about helping out in KDE to give them some direction. So do any of you already have some ideas what someone from the outside on the fringes or someone from inside KDE could do to help move your goals forward?
So part of my goal is also making it easier and encouraging third-party applications to be KDE aligned, making it easy for them to use KDE libraries or otherwise make applications that work nicely together with Plasma, but necessarily a part of KDE. And also by that, encouraging outside contributions to, for example, KDE frameworks. So I think that's a great angle for bringing new people into KDE. And generally also showing the world that we have nice software, which naturally also attracts new people all the time.
Yeah. So for the input goal, the goal description, the proposal, split into different parts, generally mapping to the various input devices. And each of those has things that we can do about it. I think there are some areas that might require deeper involvement or learning. Anyone can take it on, but getting involved with Quinn on the input side directly. There are other things that can be done on the settings front. System settings can use a lot of work for drawing tablets, for improving configuration for Touchpad. The keyboard KCM has recently been rewritten, so that's in pretty good shape. But there are things that need to be done in order to make all the features or the ways to input your commands to make that configurable. So that can be done by other people that anyone can jump in. So it really depends. I think we'll have to look at the various tasks. It's going to be our responsibility to make a good list of these tasks to promote what can be done, and then find the right people for it.
I think in many ways what we are trying to do affects both of these projects as it affects most other projects. I mean, you're trying to improve the experience of developing for applications in general. This is something that we have heard quite a lot. You know, people say, I don't know how to start. We hear this a lot. So by working with the other goals and with the organizations from outside, for example, with technical schools and things like that, we can probably get, not only get new contributors to contribute code to which is basically what we want, what we are thinking of right now. We're not thinking of necessarily of users. We're thinking of people who actually contribute actively to the community. We can get people into these projects, and when you achieve your goals, right? Sorry, when you achieve your goals, this will make it easier both for us and for you, you know. So, yeah, we have been to several events recently where we have been talking to especially lots of schools and things like that, right? And they are thinking, or things like end-of-year projects. And an end-of-year project could be a KDE project, could be like a Google Summer of Code project, but organized within KDE. The problem is that our calendars don't normally coincide with end of year, right? So we would have to think how to do that, you know, change our calendars and so on. But yes, we have talked to several institutions. We have their contacts, we talk to them often, etc. And we're trying to figure out how we can get academic institutions into that. We also talk to people who are outside this room in the hall, right, to get them to, because we also have several companies say, how can we contribute more? Well, so if you have people doing stuff that, you know, you give them 20% of the time to work on stuff like they want, well, try and convince them to work on KDE stuff, you know, because it's relevant to your business. Or new recruits that need to brush up on their C++ and Qt and stuff like that. Well, so we have talked to people, so we are working on it.
That's great. Thank you so much for being good sports and taking the plunge in the deep of the pool with me. And now we have some time for questions from the audience. Do we have any? Yes.
This question is directed to KDE Needs You. So one of the problems of recruiting contributors is that if you're doing a mentoring session, they might only see the projects as like a side project and not really committed to it. And after the session ends, they might give it up or just use it for, you know, to get a job which does proprietary software. And after that, they might just stop doing free software, which I think, well, is unfortunate. What can you do to reduce the possibility of this happening?
Yeah, you know what? That's fine. People come in and do stuff and maybe use it to get a job and then move on. That's going to happen always. The thing is, I don't think we can actually reduce the amount of people who, the percentage of people who do that, the proportion. I mean, let's say that of every 10 people, only one sticks around for longer than a year or something like that, okay? But the solution is not to focus on that one. The solution to that is instead of going to 10, is to go to 100. And then you end up with 10 people sticking around. And now you have, you know, you have a team, right? So the purpose of this is not to solve that problem, because you can't, of the number of people who don't, who just leave, just do the Google Summer of Code and then fuck off, you know? You can't do that. But what you can do is get more people. If you have an actual mentorship and recruitment team, you can get many more people in, and then you will end up at the end of the year with many more people sticking around. So it's a question of not proportions, but absolute numbers, right? Does that answer your question? Okay.
1, 2, 3, yeah. I have a question about the KDE Needs You, about involving students into make some first contributions and so on. So we have a lot of institutes that teach programming in C++, JavaScript, Python, DevOps, and every day they do some tasks to learn. Right. And the teacher can, instead of giving some virtual tasks, they can choose tasks from KDE software and give them to students to do. For example, 5 students will do the task, and the best student will will be chosen to commit these changes. And this will be a lot of students that will be involved into open source software from the childhood, from their studying. And then it's really a lot of free resources, and it's interesting, and they will be motivated to continue this. So do you have some ideas about how to involve teachers from institutes into this process?
Yes, mostly in the events we have been to, I have personally been to like 3 this year, where we have talked to the teachers. And the teachers really asked about how they can get their students into contributing to free software. And they're thinking along the lines of getting students involved in free software so they can do stuff academically. So they want to help teach, but they also want us to be able to provide stuff like end-of-year projects or stuff like what you're saying, right? Get them programming for KDE so that they can test their programming skills and things like that. Yeah, it's basically what I'm thinking of. So I hope this happens, because there are several. Every academic setup in each country of Europe, which is what I have been looking into at the moment, is different. So we're going to have to do stuff so that it works legally in Spain, and then we're going to have to do other stuff so it works legally in France, and we're going to have to do stuff so it works legally in Germany, all different stuff, right? But yeah, that is more or less what you have said, is more or less the idea, right? So KDE become part of their academic work, right? Hopefully, some of those will also get inspired and will also become regular contributors, right? Because it is all true that many of the people that come into KDE come in as students. So, you know, hopefully that will also contribute. Okay, thank you.
A very broad question for the streamlined application dev experience. Just listening to the KDE Needs You, I was wondering how you think that goal and your goal align.
It aligns in the sense that a huge part of my goal is outreach to potential application developers, both people who have never written applications themselves or have written applications but aren't KDE aligned or part of KDE. So that definitely is a huge overlap. Also in terms of out specifically to, for example, schools and universities, encouraging people to get into real application or software project development with concrete KDE projects instead of academic toy projects maybe. And just showing people that open source is a very nice path to get real world experience, build skills, build employability, so to say. So yeah, outreach is a very, very important part of my goal.
I was intrigued by the diagram Nate showed, this mountainscape of KDE developer generations, where you could see their peaks and their valleys. So my question in that, I think, is to the KDE Needs You, but maybe also to the development goal. What do you think we can learn from these numbers, and how could we use these numbers to track progress?
Well, there's in that graphic, there's a clear peak at the beginning of KDE 5. You know, that great big peak is at the beginning of KDE 5. Then there's a smaller peak at the beginning of KDE 6. Obviously, people like new shiny stuff. That's one thing we can like contributing to new shiny stuff. The thing is that KDE has much more new shiny stuff than only Plasma. If we can get that message out there, you know, and also every so many years, a KDE application comes along that takes the world by storm, like Krita came along, and now KDE Live is coming along, and they are really bringing a lot of people. Most people don't know that there are KDE applications because they don't know that KDE exists even, right? They just use KDE Live, they just use Krita, they never think about the K at all. So if we can transmit to the rest of the world that KDE is more than that, and we have more shiny stuff that comes out with a regular, we can probably help sustain that those numbers so that it's not only peaks when new plasmas come out, and we can have a steady growth, which is what we want. And people who contribute to KDE projects tend to contribute to several KDE projects. So hopefully we'll filter to other projects, so people who start maybe developing for Tocodon or Kml or whatever, will also end up contributing stuff to Plasma. So, it's one of those situations where a rising tide raises all boats. Hopefully, that is what we want to attain, right? Does that answer your question? Sorry.
Something we've seen in the graph and also from general community experience, and it was already mentioned before, is that we are a very multi-generational community. So we have multiple generations of people coming in, maintaining things, and then leaving for some reason or another. And many projects can be traced down to really the end of the 90s when it all started, like Kmail Co-Organizer, really one of those applications that live on forever. We also have a lot of applications that are much younger and replaced older applications. For example, Liza, which is given the overall history of KDE, a very young application, which, well, not technically, officially, but in spirit a bit replaced older applications like Amarok. So in a way that's a good thing, and in a way that's a bad thing. It's a good thing because it shows that people come in and want to create new applications, and our platform is attractive enough for people to do that. But it's also a bit of a bad thing because we sometimes have a pattern of there's an application, it grows and matures, and then sometimes it starts crusting and squeaking, and then somebody comes and thinks, I want to make a fresh new application. And so, something I want to also work on is not only launching new applications, but also making sure that applications age gracefully and can live on a long time with becoming obsolete and need replacement at some point.
Very cool. Any more questions from the audience?
Yeah, maybe not so much a question, but a comment on your last statement. And maybe it's a good thing to have new applications that reduce the amount of old code if you can make sure that there's a core, a stable core that transfers the knowledge embedded in the application. So if I have a core library and my Shiny application is it's built on that library and it's doing all the work, and it matures, it gets older, it gets harder to contribute for new contributors, because naturally that's the way it goes. And then afterwards you can write a new application that just takes the core part and makes a good, nice interface on that.
Yeah, absolutely. I think a very good example of pattern we are seeing right now in KDE PIM, we have the traditional applications like Kmail, Co-Organizer, address book, which are on all of the foundations like Akademy, and now we have new applications like Mercuro, which take all of these blocks that are already there and don't need to be reinvented and build a fresh, modern user interface with different goals than the original one, but still benefiting from the decades of work that went into the old system.
Scan page versus scanlight is another example of that. There's a new developer coming in, taking the old library and even drawing in the previous maintainer to improve it a little. Yeah, it's a good strategy.
Thank you so much to all of you. Now it's on all of you to help them make all of this happen. Because this is not only their work. And some of the things you can do is join the BOFs. On Monday, there will be BOFs, one for each of the goals. And you can also join the goals matrix channel that is on the slide. And with that, thank you so much. Thank you.
Well, that was really great. Thanks, guys, for the new goals. So now we're 5 minutes early or so, but that's OK. So up next, we've got lunch. It is downstairs. So you can also go through these doors, in fact, down here. There's one more thing I'm told to say here. A 10 euro donation is encouraged. If you want to donate, look for a person who's about this tall, holding a unicorn bag full of love and joy and looking for your money. So that's it, and we'll see you back for the next session after lunch. Are you guys ready? Here, you can steal that.
Do you want to do an intro? Or you already started?
No, I'm wired up, man. So, are you guys ready?
We are super ready.
Okay. Hello. Welcome. I hope you had a wonderful lunch. Was it good? Yeah. Great. Cool. So we are here today with the board, the KDE and real bad feedback. And so we're going to give a report from the board by Dr. Adrian de Groot. Take it away.
I would like to immediately hand off our president, Aleix.
Okay. Boop, boop. Is it working? Yes? It looks green. So yeah, thanks everyone for joining us today. We will be talking about what we've been up to. We being the KDE board. I hope everybody knows what the KDE is. If you don't, I think we're going to have a Q&A session later. Or will we have a buff over during the week?
We will also have a buff.
We will also have a buff. We're going to be amazing. For starters, let's introduce ourselves. I'm going to start because I have the microphone. My name is Aleix. I'm from Barcelona, living in Berlin, and I've been on the KDE board for maybe 8 years now. And I'm the president right now.
Hello, I'm Lydia. I'm the vice president, live in Berlin. On the board for 10 or something years.
Hello, I'm Eike. I'm the treasurer on the board. I have been for the past 7 years, so I make sure we don't go broke, which we haven't yet, which is great.
I'm apparently Dr. Adrian de Groot, and I've been on the board also for 6 years now, and 6 years before then.
I'm Nick Graham, host none of those credentials, so I make up for it with pluckiness and enthusiasm in my 2 years on the board.
So, well, just to mention, we have 3-year mandates, and it happens that this year there's none ending, so it seems like there's not going to be an election this AGM. At the AGM this year, we're going to have it detached from the meeting, unlike we normally do. This is a first-time thing. Well, not really first time because last year happened what happened. But, well, be mindful, it's going to be in a few weeks online. First of all, our new members, we had 7 new members, much like last year and 2 years ago. Thank you very much for joining us, Bart, James, Emir, Joshua, Julius, Andre, and Kisaragi, and 2 pending.
Adding to that, Akademy tends to be the day when a lot of people join the KDEV or maybe are suggested to become members, so use that opportunity if you can. We don't just have members in KDEV, we also have supporting members, people who support us financially. We have had a very increase in supporting members in the last year. You can see that going from 53 paying us to 719 is a big jump. We refreshed our donation infrastructure. We have new ways to donate that have gotten great feedback and I think are easier to use, and we've also advertised them a lot to great effect. It's fantastic. The same is true for many other ways to donate to KDE via GitHub and via other forums. We see an uptick there as well. So we're very happy with that. Still me. We are very happy that all our fantastic patrons are still with us. These are our corporate supporting members, so organizations rather than individuals. These are all a fantastic, loyal bunch. Many of them have been with us for many years. Many of them also sponsor Akademy. We don't have any new ones to report this year. So if you are in touch with any company that benefits from KDE or sees what we do, maybe talk to them about it.
And talking is what we do with the KDE EV Advisory Board. This includes our corporate sponsors. It also includes friends and affiliated organizations, Blue Systems, Canonical, City of Munich, well known for their Linux shenanigans, the Debian Project, Document Foundation, FOSS Nigeria's friends from way back, the FSF and the FSFE, G10 Code, one of our sponsors, Kubuntu Focus, we're always happy to see KDE-oriented hardware in the room, Ambition, OpenUK, I can't say anything nice about Ambition, sorry. OpenUK and the OSI, the Qt Group, our grand parent, I guess, Slimbook, SUSE, and Tuxedo Computers. This forms our advisory board. We have regular quarterly calls with them to talk about what's on their mind and what's in our plans. Other partners and affiliations that we have as KDE EV, community partners, Lakes, the Qt project, so that's the open source angle there. Verein Randa meetings, everyone remembers the Randa get-togethers fondly, and we have to get them up and going again sometime in the future. KDE Spain organizes, among other things, Akademy España. We're friends with GNOME over the Linux Application Summit, the Chaos Working Group, and on the right-hand column, you can see the rest of our friends, including the Document Foundation, Oasis, OIN, and the Open Source Initiative. Moving on to our staff and contractors, the people that work for us. Aside from the community, there's the people that we employ to get things done. First and foremost, Petra Gillert, who's been with us for a long time. In the KDE Eco space, we have Joseph and fairly new Nicole, who's over there. Hi. Yeah, we'll go through you in more detail. Annika and Paul, our goals have just been renewed. We also have renewed our goals project coordinator. Farid Abdelnour will be taking over that role. We have Ivan Fiandina. We've also completed some projects. Ingo has completed the App Store's support engineer role. I should go back and mention Tiago as our documentation writer. He's been mentioned in some of the talks this morning as well. Natalie just gave a great hardware integration talk. Jacob will be joining her in the hardware integration space. Nicholas does stuff. And we had a brief stint with Kuntal Bar adding the lab prod. But for more details about all of these people.
All right, let's start with Petra. Petra is amazing and makes sure that we get our stuff done by helping us maintain the office, taking care of accounting and paperwork. That would drive us crazy. She's also making sure that you all get paid if you want reimbursements and stuff. Helping organize meetings and, yeah, generally helping us stay on top of things. And then we have Dina, who is helping us put up events with all the amazing volunteer organizers, both for Akademy and the Linux App Summit. And new, Farid joined us. Just as we are starting a new round of goals, Farid will be taking on the support of all the gold champions and making sure that we talk about goals and that the gold champions have everything they need and that the goals are moving forward. And he will also be looking into grants to support the goals more. And then we have Nicole and Joseph, who are here and there, doing amazing KDE Eco stuff. Joseph has put a ton of work into getting us a new grant so that we can now have him and Nicole work on the new project, Nachhaltige Software für nachhaltige Hardware, sustainable software for sustainable hardware. And yeah, generally helping us rally people around hardware sustainability, software sustainability, and how we can support all that. And that is on to marketing.
Yeah, on the subject of marketing, we have Annika and Paul, who are in the audience here. They are fantastic marketing contractors who help us with promotion and organization of promotional activities in 1,000,001 ways. They have been organizing lots of participation in events this year, have personally attended and helped community members attend a whole bunch of events. They also helped to write the release announcements for Plasma and Gear, and overall make sure that KDE is well represented in the minds of people in our community's orbit. And next, moving on, we've got Natalie for our hardware integrator and soon to be Jacob. Natalie has been with us for about 1.5 years, and she's been doing great work on power management, which is always very relevant to the hardware integration, especially as so much of our software is distributed on mobile devices these days, sold by some of our partner vendors. And Jacob is going to be joining her very soon with a project with the framework laptop people.
Then Ingo was working with us up until February. So starting this year, we've been working together for a couple of years, maybe more. We did a lot of on making sure that applications can get delivered on especially Android and Windows, but also we did some work on other bike in Linux. It was a lot of work in our GitLab infrastructure and making sure that well, Craft has also worked, which is the tool we use for implementing things on these platforms. Then Nicolas has been, oh hi. Well, we don't have a picture here, but the real thing is over there. He has been helping us lead on the Kit 6 board when we started, which was sometime last year. We thought, okay, let's make sure that the 6ness of things happens in the best of conditions, and then we'll start looking into other ventures. We did some of QML tooling, as well as now he's starting to work on documentation, which is, I think, going to be a super project, and I hope that you will all support him into making sure that it happens, because it's going to be needed, it's going to be a big project, but also it's going to have a huge impact.
On the documentation front, we've got Tiago Masato Sweat. He's been with us now for a little over 2 years. He continues to write documentation and will be, of course, participating with Nicolas in the documentation changeover. Tiago writes all kinds of bits and pieces. He's improved the developer onboarding documentation a great deal, and he switches focus every couple of months. You can find him in the KDE development channels, and just poke him there if you need something documentation specific. That wraps our overview of contractors. So let's move on to talking about Akademy itself. It's great to see you here. It's great. Well, we would have wanted everyone from the other room here as well, but, you know, take what you can get. It's great to have everyone here. Big thank you, especially to the Akademy team, to Promo, to the organizers for getting the word out and making sure that people have a good time here. If you're in the audience, you will also be thinking about next year. And we'll soon be looking for a location next year's Akademy. I'm going to talk a bit about non-Akademy things, the sprints. We had a promo sprint in the fall of 2023 in Berlin. There was a goals mega sprint to talk about the wrapping up of the KDE goals. That was in summer. And there's a reliable source of sprint information in the PIM team, which gets together in Toulouse every year. Nominally, there's a list of sprints that goes on the community wiki. It could use some more entries, so please think about what you would like to sprint on next. Any group in KDE can get together and sprint together. Let's talk about trade shows.
Yeah. In past years, you've heard us talk very often about a return to travel. I think the past year is the first one where we can now say we can retire the term post-pandemic. Many well-known events that KDE has for a long time attended are now back in physical form, some in their second year. And we've attended quite a lot of them, thanks to many of our contributors who had the interest to man a booth. Thanks, of course, also to our promo contractors, and in particular the KDE network effort that is also supported by them. It's a good mix, both of well-known events and new things that we haven't been to many times or even attended for the first time. A particular highlight here perhaps is, and I think it's actually mentioned on the next slide, as I think it's worth even mentioning twice, is that our India satellite event conf.kde.in is back for the first time in many years. We are very happy that this happened again. Right, so again, happy about Conf KDE, but of course also that we're back here at Akademy, as Aid also said, and also that Akademy Spain happened as well. Linux App Summit is still coming up this year. That is going to be another highlight in the calendar. And of course, this was also the year where we released Plasma 6, and we had many release parties all over the globe, including a very lovely one in Berlin that I attended along with Lydia and others. And we had a good time there and met many users, and that was, I think, very welcome. Usually we go to developer events. It's very nice to also meet some users who just enjoy using your software. So that was really great. Fundraising. So I mentioned we had a significant uptick across many of our donation channels. This is partially, especially as it concerns the supporting member, because we finally retired Civi CRM. This is a software platform that we tried to use for many years. Somebody could write a book about it. We've burned every contractor that exists, and that's just, the market. It never quite worked. We switched to DonorBox. This is sadly not free software, but it does work very well. US turns out to make a difference. Reception by donors has been fantastic. So the great thing is that we did this in time for the Plasma 6 release, which of course was a big attention grabber and a good reason to run also fundraising campaigns. But it looks like the resulting supporting memberships are quite sticky. People are keeping their recurring plan going, and they keep donating, which is great. Patrons, again, no changes. Another income source that we have is grants, something that we've mentioned we want to do more of in the past. This year we are very happy that Joseph and Nicole have been successful in getting a follow-up grant to our Blauer Engel project. The new one is called Sustainable Software for Sustainable Hardware, and really continues on where the previous one left off. So it's fantastic that we have continuity there, and we're very happy with that. We also supported through a contractor, Ingo Klöckner, that project of getting more KDE applications into proprietary app stores as another income source. This project has been completed successfully. The first applications are now available, and it is now really up to our application developers to start making more use of this infrastructure and start engaging with that audience. And then this in the future was also a funding source that we expect to grow.
And if you want to read an amazing report that our promo team has put together about all the activities of the EV, then you can find that on the EV website. Very worth reading. All right, that brings us to individual projects funding. As some of you might remember, we've been putting quite some effort into figuring out, okay, how can we help individual projects more in funding for specific initiatives, for example, around their projects. And where we are with this right now is that KDE Live is the only project still that is a part of this. And we have gotten quite some money for this, but we are still figuring out how to now actually spend that money together with KDE Live, because that's what this money was fundraised for, right? So, in general, if other projects are interested in exploring this more, open to adding more programs to this, come talk to us and we can see if that's a fit at this point.
Another major KDE EV topic is always the KDE goals. We just concluded a round of goals and voted on another one. Some of you may have been in the session just before lunch. A couple of us who were goals champions talked about our goals, wrapping everything up, and mentioned some of the things that were challenging for us. Some things worked a little bit better than others, and so that feedback has been taken into account for the latest round of goals. And as such, we're a couple of changes to try to adapt to those pieces of feedback. We're going to try for each goal to be run by a team instead of individual champions. Hopefully this will reduce the amount of work on any one individual person and make it possible for people to avoid burnout. We're going to be doing more aggressive outreach for the community, helping to get the word out for these goals, and we're also going to be, through our new goals coordinator, seeking external sources of funding in the form of relevant grants for the goals, in the hope that these monies will be able to be put towards actual work and development relevant to the goals. The goals were just one of the really cool things that happened. There were many others. Some of us have put our highlights on this page here, some of the things we're particularly proud of. One of the ones that personally I'm the most happy about is one of the things that I could just mention, which is we did an incredible fundraiser that was super duper crazy successful. We went from, I believe, 51 supporting members to like 750. It's a factor of like 13. It's huge, huge, huge improvement. So it shows that there's a lot of low-hanging fruit there in terms of fundraising and people willing to give to our organization. A lot of that came from Plasma 6, which there was a lot of release activity around. We released Plasma. It was a very successful major release. After nearly 10 years of Plasma 5, we moved to 6 in a largely drama-free way. We're about to be releasing Plasma 6.2 in a little over a month, and so far the reaction to this has been super duper positive. As discussed, we voted on the new goals. 3 have been chosen. They're really great. I'm very happy about those new goals. I hope all of you are excited about them as well, because we're going to be hearing a lot about them. And finally, another highlight is that we got another KDE Eco grant. This now marks the second one we've got, which shows that our organization is really building trust in that space. And as Cornelius mentioned in the previous session, we're now becoming known as an organization that's active and trustworthy in the eco and sustainability space. Moving on, here are some of the things that we talked about last year that we said that we were going to do. We wanted to better support the KDE Goals program. As I mentioned just a moment ago, we have revamped the program. We've decided to change around a few things, hopefully to offer more support to Goals champions. We have contracted with Fareed to take over the organization of process, and he's doing great work to help support the new champions. So we have very high hopes for the KDE process moving forward. Then after that, we've got our new financial situation, which is something that was a little bit aspirational last year. We were hoping that DonorBox and this fundraising campaign would bear fruit, and it certainly has borne fruit. Our supporting member donations have increased from 2022 to 2023 in total by over 60,000 euros. This is fantastic. We're putting this to good use to do more activities that are highly relevant to the community. And finally, as I could just mention, we're in firmly post-pandemic territory. We wanted to organize more events. We are here for Akademy, of course. AS is next month, and I hope to see some of you there. I'm actually going to attend this year, not be hiding from that one, so I want to see a bunch more of you as well. And then there are all of those other events that we mentioned, conferences and trade shows. So KDE is really showing up in a lot of places. Finally, over here, we have the Make a Living program, which is where we put all of this fundraised money to good use by employing people, largely existing members of the KDE community, but some outsiders who are brought in and then made insiders. And we definitely wanted to put that money towards that use so that we're reinvesting in our community. And then finally, the fifth thing was that we wanted to get our products closer to users. This is in progress. We discussed already making it more possible to acquire our apps in various app stores, which is where people tend to want to find them these days. There are also partnerships with hardware vendors and distro partnerships, and in general, we've been thinking a lot about the topic of how to make it more possible for KDE to have direct relationships with our users. It's been a very big in the recent past, and we expect that to be true going forward as well.
No, for the next year, I wouldn't expect something like super deviating from what we did this year. But obviously, it's an iteration. Like, we still need to support our new goals. They were announced today. They're amazing, but we need to work together, which means we need to work as community members, but also as an EV. Actually, something that was a reason for the goals to exist in the first place was like, how does the EV and the EV board specifically like know how to like spend money within the community? And the goals is way like we have a mandate there that it's something that we care from as a community, and it should be actionable. The financial situation remains a topic. You will have seen that on the yearly report, we had some fancy red numbers. On the other hand, we have the increase in donations. This is something that we need to understand and navigate. We'll go a little bit about that later today. And then also coming together, it remains important. Akademy LAS should also happen next year. By the way, like we said, if you want to organize Akademy or LAS, say so, and we'll help you. Also, sprints, they have diminished considerably since pandemic. Correlation or causation, it has been clearly a thing. Some people who are newer in the community were telling me yesterday, we don't really understand why they're not happening, and I would have liked to go more of that. So if you think that this is a problem you've identified, reach to us. Like, we do have funds, and actually, if we think that you care, we will also like push it more, right? On Make a Living, it continues to be a thing, but the Make a Living thing also was considered like also a test and a start to like hire people to work on the product and on the community, which is something that we hadn't done before. And at the moment, we're at the point that like this initial push for it is somewhat over. We should start thinking which things work, which things didn't, and actually, how do we establish that, right? Like, how do we decide to take on a new project? How do we decide to stop a project? These are things that need to be established so that also you can say, I would like to work on this, or I would like to see this worked on. How do we do that properly, right? And on the same lines as Nate was discussing earlier, we broke down that getting closer to our users into two big topics. When it comes to hardware, I think that we need to like have this direct communication with the community to see how that story needs to look like. At the moment, as KDV and KDV board, I mean, we're obviously like very related community and we know the answers, right? But I think that we need to polish a lot more. How do we, KDE, want to be present in these kind of deployments? And probably right now is a very good moment to have this kind of consideration. Both because, like, well, our ecosystem at the technical level is at a moving moment, and but also because, like, at the moment we have all of the context, and we need to make sure that we're also delivering to them something that we're proud of. And when it comes to the app stores, we have the one on Windows and Android. I think that we should do more. We should see that everything is in place to make it happen, but we do think that it would be interesting if this could become one of the sources of income and engagement of people from outside of our direct community. Like, we're very close to the Linux community itself, but there's a lot more world than that, and I think that, or we think that if we can be part of it, it would be very interesting. And furthermore, when it comes to Linux itself, we have been working with FlatHub to see if payments can be a thing there and also be part of this story. It hasn't happened yet, but we're hoping that it will be a thing soon. So these are the key topics that we're suggesting for next year. We'll do our best to make sure that they happen. Reach out to us about any topics that you might want to talk to us. We're all very nice people, or at least most of us. And And well, find us on always on the chat rooms. We will have a buff, like we said earlier, on Tuesday. So come over and we talk about any EV stuff. And maybe now we have some time for questions. I don't know. Do we have time?
You've been missing all my lines. You have 10 minutes.
It's 10 minutes.
I've totally seen your signs.
Then let's do questions.
Let's do questions. Does anyone want to say something?
Please phrase your question in the form of a question and not a comment.
Don't tell me what to do. So, no, like, we had now some successful grant processes, and I recall that in years past it wasn't the case. Did we collect learnings from that for the future?
I think that the main learning I've had from the grant processes is that grants themselves are a lot of work, and we need to be very convinced for them to pay off. But they do, and when we are convinced and it works, like, we're happy. But when we also try to do them half-assed, then everybody gets frustrated and it's a waste of time. So, like, saying as blanket, we should be doing more grants is something that we should be wary of, but it's obviously a good opportunity for KDV and for EVs in general, I imagine, to do these kind of things, because that can be a good way to fund what needs to happen.
I think one lesson that I learned about the grants process, which in hindsight is maybe obvious, is that grants are not a way to earn money that you put into your coffers, right? Ideally, they break even. You get money for a certain purpose and you follow through on that purpose. That means that for a grant pitch to be successful and for the project to run successfully, as a community, we need to be really convinced we want to do that. The support has to be there, the people executing on the work, they have to be there, or we have to be able to contract them. So the ECO, I think, is a fantastic success story that's really a feather in our crown, right? It's something that otherwise we wouldn't have done. But it's also something that we've invested into. So if you just look at the financial numbers, we've put in a little bit more money than we gotten, especially because we had a gap between the two grants, right? And as long as we're totally convinced that it's worth doing and fits to our mission, then that makes perfect sense. So I think the grant proposals, they fail when we strain to for a grant, but there's no true community activity or interest sort of backing that, then it's bound to fail. But if there is enthusiasm and an opportunity and they come together plus enough time, then it can work out really well.
Yeah, and I would add to it, honestly, it's not just enthusiasm, right? For the first grant, Cornelius put in a ton of time. For the second grant, Joseph did the same thing. Like, without their work, we would not have these grants because it requires so much time and effort that the board cannot do this. And in both of these grants, we also specifically added personnel resources to handle the administrative part of that. Still, some of it ends up on Petra's desk and so on. So that is a lot of work and enthusiasm enough to make that magically happen, right? Like, it takes legwork, and I'm very grateful to both Cornelius and Joseph that they have put in that legwork. Yeah. More questions?
That was one question. You got 3 answers.
Yeah. Hey, check. You mentioned there's one app on a proprietary app store that is paid, that is available for payment. Which one it is? And could we make more available? Do you have any candidates?
So
So I recently asked Aleix the very same question, and now I can relay his answer. So if I understand right, the pilot app on the store you can pay for is NeoChat.
Yeah.
Okay.
On the Windows Store.
Yeah, the rest of it, you're much more qualified to answer than I am. So I think the second part was, how do we get more apps on there as an app developer?
So we've been having the conversation about which are the others, and obviously one of our problems is that we're all using Linux. Like, the population of Windows users in our community is fairly scarce. And even like when people use Linux at work and stuff, when they do KDE things, they want to Linux things. But we do have some applications with good adoption. Ocular comes to mind. Like, it has several thousand users. Like, we can have this discussion about, like, do we put it in now? Do we want to like do any extra assessment of whether it's a good idea? Some of the people of the community has also mentioned, like, why don't you just put them all at like €5 and see what happens? Something we could do. Like, in practice, I think that if KDE as a free software organization puts effort on Windows, needs to be well, paid for in the end. And also, like, if you use Windows, really don't want to pay an EV for the software you're getting, you can always get the installables elsewhere. But it's still a good idea that we do the effort. But I would really prefer if it's the developers, the maintainers of each project that says, I'm gonna like take on this platform and make sure that it's working reasonably well, because like it's not like really in our realm of expertise, or even like the kind of things we can do, like to figure out what happened color paint on Android, right? Like, sure. So we cannot go all like blanket on every platform. We could consider sponsoring more work, much like Ingo did, if this was something that is necessary. But this is something that we need to discuss and sit down and figure out properly how to do.
If someone wants their app on the Windows Store, what do they do?
Well, they can reach out to us. They can reach out to the different people who are maintaining the different platforms. Like, for example, on Android. Android is another one that we could explore more that way. Like, you don't even need to ask me, right? But reach out to me and we will figure it out, or whoever else. That's going to be fine. Yeah. 2 minutes. You have one last question, or two very quick ones.
You mentioned the new supporting members, which is fantastic that there are so many now. My question is, the supporting members are actually members of KDE. We don't want to treat them as recurring source of money, but actually as part of the community. Have you thought about how to engage them? I mean, we probably would have room for 700 people here, but it would have been nice to have at least some of them more here.
So they get quarterly newsletters, thanks to Annika preparing them, with news about what's happening around KDE. By the way, we need some help with that. If people are good with newsletter setups, please come talk to me. And they are invited to the AGM. If people have more ideas how we can engage them even more, please talk to me and we can figure it out. And there was another question. 10, 9. Here.
Well, if there's not enough time for an answer, that's a pity. But you mentioned several projects that were funded. KDE EV was active, but as I will show in the talk tomorrow, there are also several projects that were funded on KDE, which were developers themselves asking for funding, and I think that's something. Yeah, so I think maybe the EV could also encourage people to, you can also apply yourself, and then the EV doesn't have the burden of employing people. Depends on the project, of course. What's the best choice?
We totally recommend everybody to go talk to yours and do their key project with them. It's going to be amazing. Obviously, we cannot report on things that hasn't been done by the KDE, because this is the KDE board report. So, yeah. Thanks everyone for joining.
Yep, thanks for coming, guys. So coming up next in this room in about 5 minutes is the report of the working groups. Whoop. So see you back in 5 minutes. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back, everybody. So now we're going to go into the next session of the room, which is the report from the working groups, of which there are several and multitude. So, Alish.
So kind of by omission, I ended up doing this slide deck talking about the advisory board. We called it a working group because it fit nicely our organization, but it's not like yeah, there's a whole group working on it. It's been mostly Anika, so if Anika is here, thank you very much helping us there. So let's see what we've been doing. So the advisory board, what we do is we have a number of organizations that are part of it. Some of them are patrons. It's one of the perks you get as a patron to be part of this advisory board. And we have some other sister organizations. We went through them before. And the idea is to keep them up to date with the different things that we can do with the idea of, let's see if we can collaborate at any level. So we've been having meetings every 4 to 6 months. We had one in October, for example. We're talking about the events, the things that were happening in KDE. Another one in April. April was after the 6 release, right? So we were talking about how it all happened. Some of the people on the advisory board are from the distro, so they were talking about like how they were adopting it and so on and so forth. Etc. We also had updates from KDE Echo. Something we do, for example, is when there's something interesting happening in our project, then we'll invite somebody. We had Joseph this year. We had Kai at some point also, and talked about what they were working on. So the different partners are also aware of these things happening. Like, this is very important, right? Because otherwise, like, it's very hard for all of these organizations to follow what we do, but it's a good way to like put that forward. And if they have something to latch on, then we can do. We had another one in July. We talked about Krita. We talked about the different conferences. Kai Uwe, for example, he joined and talked about the amazing thing we're doing in Plasma 6. At this point, it was already all released and ready, right? And we're going to have another one in a few weeks. And yeah, thank you very much, Anika, for putting that together. How can you help? One thing that we do as advisory board, besides these meetings, is we assign each of these partners with from the KDE who is knowledgeable about everything we do. The idea is that these organizations don't need to like reach out to the board or something like that whenever they have some kind of question or doubt or idea, right? So if you are their partner, you can say, well, have regular conversations with them if you're familiar with what they do, etc. Right? And if you know an organization that should be part of the board, then convince them, tell us, and we can see to it. For next year, the idea is to continue doing more or less the same things, to continue meeting, make sure that things that we discuss matter to them. Like, it's especially interesting and important in these kind of meetings to make sure that they care about what we're talking about, so that they like keep continuing joining the meetings, because obviously it's a good opportunity for all of us. So yeah. And yeah, you can reach out to us. You can reach out to the board about different topics. The advisory board contacts KDE.org mailing list. This one is for the KDE side of things. So if you have an idea, want to discuss it with the advisory board, but obviously only our people, you can do it over there. Do so. Don't hesitate. Now the community working group, who is going to do that presentation? Are you from the community working group?
Yes, I guess I am the community working group today, anyway. So, the community working group takes care of KDE's community members. It enables the KDE community to work effectively and efficiently by helping community members maintain healthy interactions and resolving conflicts. We have 2 new active members there. Kai Potter, who is from Australia. He's not here, probably because he's very far away. Me. We have 2 existing members, Andy Betts. I haven't seen him here yet, but I think he's going to be here. And Neophytos. He's right there. David Edmondson stepped down. He was here last year. Some of our work in the past year was we created internal guidelines for reaching out to people on Matrix. We received a total of 41 requests since AGM 2023, which is 10 times more than the previous year. 37 of those were complaints. 5 community members had more than one complaint. One was a bogus complaint from someone outside of our community against a community member, and we unbanned one community member. We are one person shy of a full community working group. Having another member would enable us to respond and work on our goals more quickly, kind of work that a lot of people don't really want to do, but kind of needs to get done. Some of our goals and plans for the coming year are to standardize the onboarding process for new CWG members. It was a bit chaotic having like 2 new members with like not a lot of senior people. Define requirements for joining the CWG. Mainly just like make sure you don't have someone insane on the board or something, or on the working group. Define guidelines for removing community members if they do something like really bad or something. Define a policy for giving updates for requests. So when people send a request, we have to say, oh, this is the situation. Promote the CWG within KDE so people know about it. And change the mailing list to avoid confusion with community@kde.org. We had someone make that mistake and make a public complaint. All right. And if you want to talk to us, you can send us an email address at that suspiciously similar email address, or talk to us during Akademy. And that's not my report there.
All right, let's see. Okay, the financial working group. So the financial working group exists to assist KDEV in its financial matters. It acts as a support for the board and the treasurer in particular. We review important documents. Sometimes we write them in this report, or for example, the financial information that is published in KDEV's annual report. We also do some software development. We developed the web-based dashboard application that KDEV uses to track its finances. The current members of the financial working group are myself as the treasurer of KDEV, who is always included in the financial working group, as well as Marta, who was the previous treasurer of KDEV. And it's really great that she's still around, and we have a lot of continuity when it comes to the financial side of the organization, as well as Till, who of course has been involved with KDEV for many decades and is very experienced in business and financial matters. Looking back at the past year, you fortunately hear me say this often, or others who speak to you in this occasion, it's been a stable year with no major negative surprises. Sometimes we also say uneventful, and what we missed that is that nothing happened that we were not able to predict, at least nothing that put any undue strain on the organization. This is very important given our current financial operational strategy, which is that we intentionally operate at a deficit. We outspend our income because we have very high financial reserves from past nations that under non-profit law we are not allowed to keep. So that means that we are intentionally outspending, and we want to, of course, track this very, very well so that we don't accidentally end up with a run rate that becomes unsustainable. So it is great to hear maybe that our income in the past year was just within €500 of our projection. For the second year in a row, it was very close to the prediction. That means that we have a really good handle on that side of our finances. We know what will happen. Our expenses tend to be below what we actually put into our budget plan because we budget plan with sort of a high watermark approach. We assume that allocated money will be spent completely, even though particular projects might not actually manage to do this. So we prepare for the worst. And then we have sort of a min and a max there, and again, our expenses were entirely within the range of our expectations, even though they did not act that high watermark. We mentioned already in the board report that fundraising has been going great, particularly our supporting membership program. Our income increased significantly due to that. So did our expenses, again, as planned. They are mainly personnel expenses where we have many tuning screws due to the way that we contract. If things should one day not work out, can scale there fairly easily. Of course, we don't want to do that, but we can. The reason this keeps climbing is that we are traveling again, but also many positions that we've created in past years have now for the first time been filled for an entire year. So of course, those expenses accumulate. Akademy 2023 set a new sponsorship record by some margin. It was really great. Thanks so much to the sponsors of last year's conference. That said, organizing it was also very expensive, so it was largely offset. This is a big change from Akademy in the past. When we used to use Akademy as a source of income, we used to make quite a bit of money with the conference. Now our goal is mostly to break even. You could say open source or free software, we are now so established that nobody gives us stuff for free anymore, which used to be more the case with Akademy, but these days, for example, venue courses are much higher. As you can see, broadly speaking, our income is growing year to year. This reflects the overall growth of the organization and also its sort of activity profile. As you know, we have many contractors now that we didn't have in the past. We have more things to fund, and fortunately, our income trajectory is generally going well. The same on the expenses side. Obviously, with more activities, things are expensive, contractors are expensive, so that is also going up. You can see here the ratio between income and expenses. You can see here the strategy that I talked about, that intentionally in the past 2 years, we have outspent our income to deaccumulate our financial reserve. Our goal now for the year is to make that gap smaller. We are now taking the first steps to limit our expense growth and to lower burn rate, so that hopefully by 2026, 27, with an increase in fundraising, we end up breaking even again, and then we aim at further growth of the organization. In pie chart form, you see things are not that complicated. Most of our expenses are personnel. The income pie chart is the one that has more significantly changed. If you look past, there used to be an almost even 50-50 split between donations from organizations, such as our corporate patrons and individuals, and now the patronage side is dwarfed by the individual donations because the supporting membership program has been going so well. But you've also heard that the board plans to change the way that our patron program works a bit. Maybe there will be some more changes to this pie chart going forward. The budget plan has been done by the treasurer and the financial working group. We expect to grow our income significantly with the fundraising. We now have new tools. Our dashboard can project the income channels that we have on the donation side. And also there we have sort of a min-max, and even with conservative projections, we should be growing our income quite a bit. This again allows us to lower our burn rate, in addition with some steps to limit our expense growth. And the ultimate goal is that in the 26-27 timeframe, we're even again. Things are on track with regard to that. So far, the year is looking great. Sponsorship continues well. Akademy sponsorship is not as high as last year, but we expected this. It's a tough year for conferences. We've heard the same from other conference teams. Almost done. It's kind of dying, you know. I tried to, but it's been lowering in volume over time. So at some point I gave up. You've heard for many years we would like to dissolve our US-based KDE satellite organization, the KDE League, and that we expect also its remaining money then to be disseminated to us. The dissolution has finally passed. We don't have the money yet, but we expect it sort of any minute now, where in the pace that is going at, it will probably be next year, but it's good news all the same. All right, tools, I already talked about it. Our dashboard is doing great, and it's now doing better things with donations. That allows us to forecast things, keep an even closer eye on how our income is developing. So thanks for the people who work on that tool. And then handing off to the fundraising working group. Maybe it works better for you.
Yeah, the fundraising working group So where we are and what we do, like you can say, currently alone. We had a few members leaving the working group this year. So I'm now looking for new volunteers to join the working group and help fundraising. What we do is coordinate the execution of the fundraising campaigns. We had a lot of help from the promo team, Paul and Annika. And we maintain and improve the technical infrastructure, which was CVCRM past years. Not anymore. Yeah. So now there's a bit less work on the technical infrastructure, in just updating the websites with some, but nothing much more. I mean, like last year we had the Plasma 6 fundraising campaign, which was a success, as you can see by the financial report. We also shut down CVCRM, which was a bit of a pain, and it's good we are done with that. I mean, I think Ben is quite happy about that. Success stories, like we increase the number of recurrent donations, but also like one-time donations, thanks to the Donorbox. I mean, the Plasma 6 campaign was like a really success. We had a plan at the beginning like to have like 500 or 250 new members, and we managed to go a lot higher. And that's like what we learned is that posting often about the fundraising and campaigns and asking people often to do donations actually work. Like if you ask people to donate, many of them will do that. Like I said, like join the working group. We need help. And if you do blog posts, don't forget to mention what you are asking. You can do donation to KDE for. I think that's it. And at least my plan would be like to do a fundraising campaign again in December. We already had like with Plasma, there's a notification which will appear in December. We should remind you to do a donation, and let's try to also do that in the social media and other places to see. If you want to talk to us, you can either talk to me or there's a matrix room, which is public, and our email address for mailing list. That's it.
Hello. Okay, so I'm Albert, and I'm here to report on the KDE Free Qt Foundation Working Group and on the Free Qt Foundation. It's two things very similar, not the same. So what do we do? It's a working group with lots of people, right? So there's me and Olaf, which are the actual people which are part of the Free Qt KDE Foundation, together with other two folks from the Qt group. And then there's Chris, David, A.K., Frederick, Martin, and Victoria, which help us shape our communications with the foundation, right? It's like we are good friends with the Qt group, but it's always, when you're doing things at a more official level, it's always a good thing to have your message not be, hey, dude, how are you doing, right? It's better if you come out a bit more professional. So what did we do last year? We have a group in Matrix, and we had a few discussions there. Nothing super important. We have a few live calls on meetkd.org. I think we didn't have many this year. That's a good thing. Not many things happened, so we didn't have to do many calls. We have not met yet formally with the foundation, so with the Qt group people, like the four of us, haven't met yet at the time of writing, and not at the time of today either. So this is something we're gonna do this year. At some point, we have to like meet and approve the taxes and all those boring things that foundations do. We had an informal talk on the Qt Computer Summit last year and also this year, but yeah, this was like 2 days ago, so it didn't make it into the slides. Lessons learned. So yeah, we're in good relations with them. No news is good news, right? So the foundation, like the free KDE Qt Foundation, is a foundation that exists for when bad shit happens. So no bad shit has been happening, so that's good. The working group continues to be a great help for both me and Olaf, which are the official people on the foundation. So yeah, it's great that we have this working group. We have increased collaboration at the technical level between KDE and Qt group, right? So not something we do at all, but like there's more people from KDE contributing to Qt, which is a good thing because the more communication, the less bad blood, right? So no, they did that. So no, yeah, okay, done. If you talk to people, you realize we're all friends. So yeah, that's good. Obstacles during the year. We had a very big obstacle, which is we lost access to our bank account. The foundation has a bank account. It got blocked because of reasons. You know, if you wanna pay me a beer, I will explain what happened. But it's like, well, there was churn in the foundation, there was churn in the bank, there was churn in the Qt company people, and some of the messages that the bank sent, we didn't see them, and blah blah blah. So yeah, we're working on getting access back. That was what we wrote on July. An update is that the bank account is not blocked anymore, which is a good thing. We don't have access to it yet, which is not a great thing, right? But we're halfway in the middle of resolving the thing. I mean, the main problem is the foundation is set up in Norway, but none of the people from the foundation live in Norway nowadays. I'm in Barcelona. The Qt people are in Finland, and Olaf is somewhere in Germany, I think. So when you have to go somewhere and it's far away, not so easy. But we'll get it fixed. Where we need help. I mean, if you could live in Norway, that would be amazing. But you know, like you're not gonna change your place of living just so. Yeah, we didn't add that to the slides. Yeah, just continue being what you're doing, right? Continue build good relationships with yeah. It's not the Qt company anymore. It's the Qt group. But yeah, talk to them. You don't have to even pretend you're part of the working group or not. Just be nice people and say, hey, I'm from KDE and I want to help. Do that. You're doing it. It's great. So yeah, keep doing that. And I think that was my, no, there's more slides. Okay. Key goals for the next year. Yeah, just basically what I said, right? Keep doing what you're doing and fixing the bank account, right? This is important. I'm the chairman of the foundation. I don't want to go to jail just because we didn't present the taxes on time. So eventually this needs to be fixed. And yeah, talk to us. What do we do? So if you're interested in Qt licensing, talk to us. If you're basically anything related to Qt, right? So talk to us. Who's here? It's basically only me and David Redondo, I think. But otherwise, we have a mailing list, and there's a matrix, IRC. Just find the name of the people here and talk to us, right? Oh, Victoria's here. Sorry, forgot about you. So yeah, talk to us. And then this is Akademy. That's you, right?
Thank you. Hopefully I didn't get this too long, but we'll see how we go. So what have we been doing? Well, continuous integration basically been the rock star of this year. Lots going on. Previously we had some issues where if you did a craft build, it would hit Web Engine. Web Engine likes memory, likes lots of memory. And it would cause an out-of-memory error, would crash VMs, cause lots of issues. So we introduced some new high memory workers. They have 100 gigs of RAM, so Web Engine build issues no more. Windows and FreeBSD builds don't crash anymore, and life is good. We also introduced the Notary service, which the board was kind enough to fund. That's what Ingo spent his time on. So we now have all of our signing stuff for Windows, for Mac, for Flatpaks, the website deployments, all that other fun stuff is done using the Notary. It keeps the signing keys away from your CI jobs, but still lets the CI jobs have things done that need something or privilege. Really good way of separating secure stuff you need to keep private from general CI stuff, because the builders can't be trusted. Those builders run everyone's jobs. Anyone random can register an account, log in, essentially start running CI builds on. They can't be trusted. The keys can never go anywhere near them, which is one of the big problems with the binary factory. Those signing keys were on the builders, no more. The binary factory is now gone, dead, finished, shut down and gone. Very happy about that. Jenkins was a bit of a nightmare, but it's gone now. FreeBSD builds, they transitioned to running as min containers. That involved doing a bit of work with upstream. Patches went into 2 different bits of FreeBSD, I believe. I can't remember how many I had to do. I think it was 2 or 3. Yes, GitLab, and it was Podman itself. So now all the FreeBSD builds you noticed don't fall over anywhere near as much as they used to. They now just run and work reliably. Although it wasn't perfect, Kdevelop does some really weird things in their tests, and they still manage to hang the processes with what htop shows as a T, and eventually means you have to reboot the worker. Apparently even containerization can't save us from everything. And we also had some first steps towards adding support for Alpine or Musel-based builds, which I understand helps with a bunch of embedded stuff. And there was a huge amount of planning and research towards planning towards VM-based builds, which we essentially need for snaps. You can't build snaps in anything other than a VM. If you try and put any kind of container around the snap build process, it just doesn't work, it blows up horribly. And the same things with Flatpak. You can sort of hack around it, but it doesn't work very well, and you certainly can't run the resulting Flatpak. So we're getting closer towards that. You might think it's easy, but it's not. All the kind of existing stuff that sits out there is designed around public cloud usage, so your Google Cloud, your AWS, your DigitalOcean, or your Google one. We don't have that. Of course, there was also a lot of queries from various developers around CI jobs. And then we had a whole bunch of other stuff regarding this general infrastructure. We replaced our GitLab server. Previously, it was a container running on one of our servers, but GitLab kind of outgrew that. It's now sitting on its own iron. It's been working pretty well. We've been seeing some overload issues lately. I've seen people complaining about it. I'm keeping an eye on it. It looks like we've got a bunch of bots that are like spidering it, probably for AI stuff. I've been blocking them. I whacked a Google IP range the other day. It was Google themselves indexing us, interestingly. We migrated to DNS control along with CloudNS managed DNSSEC. Previously, we had an awful setup with bind and DNSSEC, and occasionally bind would get confused, and I'd have to update the DNSSEC keys by hand. It was all kind of awful and fiddly, and setting up new domains was a real pain. DNS control and CloudNS makes it an absolute breeze, and means we don't have to have a DNSSEC keys sitting on one of our servers that was getting old and unmaintained and was a out-of-date release of Debian anyway. We rolled out a release keyring, which means now, for those of you who are distributions, going, where do I find a contributor's GPG key? There's a Git repository you can go to. They should all be in there. If you are someone who independently releases your own software, please make sure your key is in there. It's at sysadmin/release-keyring on GitLab. We retired CiviCRM. And there's a bunch of other CMS instances that are in the process of being retired as well. Crit has moved towards being a Hugo-based site now, and I believe KDE Live is starting to move slowly but surely down that road. So even WordPress is going to be extinct soon. And I think we've only got 2 Drupal 7 instances left. I'll be happy to see the back of those. And we also went through the process of registering with Microsoft to be able to do a bunch of Office 365 integration. They are so much easier to deal with than all of the other lot. Hats out to the people at Microsoft who make that life easy, because the others are a nightmare. And there's been quite a bit of significant work put into planning for a new infrastructure. We're looking at moving away from LXC-based containers on bare metal that we do now towards using Proxmox hypervisors and a cluster to make lives a bit easier, because a lot of software these days demands being Docker, essentially demands being its own VM. Even the likes of Discourse, you would think you can have multiple Discourse instances on the same server. Nah, not compatible. Key goals and plans for the coming year. Got quite a bit on. I do want to finally retire Fabricator. The only thing left in there now is tasks. Get that over to GitLab, then we can get rid of that. For the curious fact for the people who aren't aware of it, the Fabricator database is a couple hundred gigabytes because it's got a copy of SVN in it, and I'd really like to get rid of it. If something happens, restoring from backups will be near on impossible. I don't want to even think about it. I want to start provisioning new infrastructure and starting to migrate all our services over to it, consolidating a bunch of stuff, getting rid of the old servers, moving towards current and up-to-date LTS versions. We've got a mixture of various 2204, 2004, I think there's some 1804 out there as well, unless you're talking about Fabricator, which is on 1604. And moving continuous integration over to being VM-based, which is easier said than done. I could give a whole talk on that one. That will be, we'll see how we go with that. And we'll also be looking to migrate away from DigitalOcean. Our cluster will take over the duties of hosting the stuff that's currently there. There's not a huge amount of stuff there, thankfully, but we'll see how we go. Oh, and there's also the infrastructure that is quite old and decrepit at this point. We're on Mailman 2 still, which is basically unsupported. Likely looking at a move to Mailman 3 there and changing a few other bits and pieces. The contact us slide kind of speaks for itself. Where to find us, and you can certainly know where to find me because I'll be around this week. But any questions?
So that's all the working groups, yes? Yes. Cool. Well, there we go. So now we have a coffee break. These things are super fun to use today. That's why we're not using the lav mics. So we have a coffee break now for the next 10 minutes. Be back here at 4:25, and afterwards we'll rejoin with Nicholas Fella talking about what's next. That's it. Thanks.
1, 2, testing. All right, so I think we are going to start in 1 minute, and looks like the room is still quite empty. Okay, so we can still wait for a few moments. Oh, I think. Okay. I really want to start right now, and looks like we are still a bit empty. So. Okay, I think we should. Okay, I think we should start now. And welcome to the final session of the Academy's day 1 in the room 1. And we are going to have two presentations and a series of the lightning talks, and then we are closing the day 1. So our talk in the final session of day 1 is by Nicholas Fella, and it is titled "Looking Back, What's Next?" And he will going to present the experiences regarding the recent Plasma 6 transitions and what will be the next things that we want to do. So Nicholas, the stage is yours.
Test. Now we're going.
This has quite crazy. I'll just use that one. Okay.
Test. All right. Looking back, we just had a coffee break, but that's not what I'm going to talk about. Instead, I want to look back at a much earlier time, perhaps a simpler time, was Akademy 2019. That was the first Akademy and the first time we were talking about the then upcoming release of Qt 6 and what it means for us. We had a BOF where we brainstormed some initial ideas of where we want to go with this transition, and we decided we need a sprint for this. So in late 2019, we met in Berlin, sprint, which, as far as I remember, was our first hybrid sprint, and discussed some topics around 6 and Framework 6. And one of the things we did was set out design goals for KDE Framework 6. One of them being we want porting to Qt 6 and KF6 to be as easy as possible, which is also something that Qt wanted for their 5 to 6 transition. And we wanted cuts in the API to be clear and don't have any surprises, as intuitive and ergonomic as possible. And we wanted to delay the point where we are in a phase of active breakage as much as possible and do a lot of the work we want to do very early in the process on top of the existing code base, and only at a later point go all in on jumping on the new thing. Then, of course, we want to improve our APIs, make them more intuitive, easier to use, harder to misuse. Then we wanted to drop some old ballast, things we don't want anymore or can't maintain anymore, concepts that are broken or lead, and generally not ready for the future. Then a lot of our stuff is built on Qt widgets, but there's more and more apps using QML. And we wanted to have a clean separation between API that for either of those toolkits or that is common between those two and can be shared. Then we wanted to improve the cross-platform support of our APIs and make it easier to build apps for Android, Windows, macOS, and so on, which sometimes means having a cleaner separation between an interface to something and the implementation. So how did the time continue? In late 2020, there was the first Qt 6 release, and naturally it didn't take very long for us to start building against that. In the initial phase, this was mostly done ad hoc without much coordination, and it was only in 2021 that we started doing things properly and introduced Qt 6-based CI builds, which then allowed us to actually start actively porting things while still keeping compatibility with Qt 5. Then, fast forward a bit, in January 2023, we started branching out KF6, which mostly meant creating a branch for Frameworks 5, for that to be continued in that branch. And from then point on, master was Qt 6 only. Soon after that, Plasma and some other projects also started doing that, but applications for the most part kept building against both at the same time. Then last year at Akademy in Greece was the last talk I gave on this topic, and back then I promised that was going to be the final talk about this topic, which turned out to be a lie, so sorry about that. And I raised the question of, are we there yet? So then in November of that year, we had first release of what we then call the mega release, because for logistical reasons, we decided to release Plasma 6.0, Framework 6.0, and the Gear release at the same time, which was necessary because there's a lot of subtle interdependencies between all three of them. So releasing them together made things a lot easier to manage. In December, we had the betas. In January, we had the release candidate for them. And then in February 2024, at long last, almost 5 years about talking this initially, we had a mega release. Some applause would be nice. So how did our users receive this mega release? In a lot of ways, it was received very positively. People liked it. It was cool. We had cool features. And what I particularly liked is that during these alpha, beta, and release candidate releases, a lot of people were testing it that usually aren't testing our pre-releases. So there was a lot of interest and a lot of activity around that topic, and the community was really looking forward to it. But of course, not everything was perfect. There were some bugs in the initial releases. Not as many as in previous transitions, but more than 0. We also made some design decisions that proved to be, or were expected to be, controversial, like dropping certain features, changing some defaults, or using Wayland by default, which is something we did for Plasma 6.0. Then, unfortunately, a lot of distros had somewhat broken rollout of all of this. During the alpha and beta phases, we worked quite a bit on creating packaging recommendations and guidelines for shipping this release for distribution, because it really wasn't trivial. There were a lot of subtle things to watch out and projects that needed to be built against both Qt 5 and Qt 6. So we wanted to make sure that this is as smooth as possible for distributions, which mostly worked out, I think. There were 2 major problems. One of them is being the rollout of 6.0 in Neon was very rough and had some quite major bugs, which mostly came down to very Neon-specific process problems. And I'm not quite sure what to do about it, but it was already discussed in a sort of post-mortem session on the Neon side. And then the other big problem was that certain distributions, Arch, were deliberately ignoring some of our packaging recommendations, which mostly meant not shipping various Qt 5 support engine packages by default, which caused broken support for Qt 5 applications, and we got a lot of bug reports and complaints and support requests about this, but it was just Arch being Arch. And another thing that wasn't quite good is a lot of the APIs in Plasma targeted towards third-party developers like Plasmoids, QuinEffects, QuinScript had breaking changes, and we weren't always good about documenting these, so naturally a lot of people wanted to update their third-party content to Plasma 6, but often didn't have any documentation on how to do that, which caused understandable frustration. So looking a bit on the API side, did we succeed in our design goals? On the positive side, we had a lot of simplification of frameworks and Plasma, which meant that some things that previously would have been very hard to implement or fix were now easy to do. This is something mostly I or other people involved in this process did, because we know what we did and how it was before. But the thing is, a lot of people coming after us won't even notice that, because they just see, oh, okay, it's easy, but they don't know all of the work that went into that being easy. On the negative side, we had a few API design decisions that turned out to be problematic in some ways, because they weren't obvious to use and hard to misuse, which caused some bugs, more than I would have liked. And some of these API decisions were done by myself, so I have no one to blame myself. Then, during the initial phase of deprecating things and then introducing a replacement for something, then deprecating it, and then porting everything away, I think we did a quite good job of documenting all of this in like deprecation documentation. So people generally knew how to get away from these. But there was a phase where we stopped doing that because master was KF6 only, and we were in a phase where we allowed ourselves to break APIs with a proper deprecation process, which made a lot of things very easy and convenient to do for us that otherwise wouldn't have been possible. But we didn't always do a good job of documenting this to people porting after us. We had a policy of, if you drop something, you need to port all of the users that are currently on KF6, which worked okay. But if someone didn't port at that time, but is porting now, they sometimes run into problems with, hey, how do they actually port this? And we don't have any documentation for it. And the documentation for the general porting process was mostly a bunch of Akademy talks from me, but not much in written form.
It appears to be the commits in which people did actually port things within the main branch is the commit to send people a link to your, so that people can then go, okay, that's how you do it.
But try finding that commit 3 years later when you're porting something. It's a lot of work that shouldn't be necessary. Then, during the initial KF6 sprint, we created a very large workboard with a couple of hundred tasks on it of things that we want to do. We didn't get to do all of them. Some of them because we decided, okay, this is not worth doing, actually. Some of them were decided, okay, we don't actually need to do this now. We can always do it later, and we don't need to break API for it. But for some of them, we just missed the window of doing them because too many other things to do, and the whole process already took enough time, and we didn't want to indefinitely delay it until everything is perfect. So at some point, we had to ship because it got unsustainable to just keep iterating on master, and eventually we just needed to ship something. And similarly, we had a lot of to-do KF6 comments throughout our code. Not all of them did get addressed. So they're now in good company with some of the to-do KF5 comments. And somewhat recently, we introduced the first to-do KF7 comment. And some of the API changes, in particular, that's something we noticed in Kirigami, came quite late in the process, which wasn't great because then we had to do a lot of last-minute porting. But that was also complicated by the fact that we had a pretty good strategy for evolving C++ API. Introduce a replacement, port all users, deprecate the old thing, and then at branching, remove the thing. Worked out quite well. For QML, it was a lot harder because all of the deprecation warning markup and if-defs and compatibility builds don't really work with QML, and you don't have a good way to do version-dependent code in QML. So it was very hard and basically next to impossible to have QML apps work against both Qt 5 and Qt 6. Which is a fact that I lamented quite a lot. So this week at the Contributor Summit, we actually had a very good conversation with some of the QML people about how we can support this use case better in the future, which is gonna stay relevant even when most of the transition is done by now. Talking about challenges, we had a few. First and foremost, while this transition was nowhere near as painful as previous transitions, so I've heard, I haven't been part of any of the previous ones, it was still a lot of work because we have a lot of code. When I'm doing presentations for different audiences than just KDE, I like to introduce ourselves with, we have about 15 million lines of C++ and QML code. That's a lot. And even if there are only small changes needed, if you multiply that by 15 million lines of code, that's still a lot. And sometimes you need to touch code that you really don't want to touch because nobody understands it, but you need to touch it anyway because it uses something that doesn't exist anymore, or you want to get rid of a certain API or any reason, and sometimes that took a bit of a leap of faith and a lot of blood, sweat, and tears to make sure it keeps working. Then we also depend on some third-party modules that are also based on Qt, so we also needed Qt 6 builds of them, which in most cases wasn't much of a problem because upstreams were receptive about, either did it themselves or were receptive about us porting them to Qt 6. In some cases, it took a bit longer than necessary for them to accept and release our changes. We still have some libraries in the K account stack that aren't released against Qt 6 yet, but basically distros now ship our sort of fork of it. But it worked out okay enough in the end. Then when Qt 6.0 was released, there was a bit of functionality missing that we were previously using that sometimes was clear, okay, this is not coming back because it was deprecated before. And sometimes we had to lobby them into adding back some of the APIs that we needed. And by around 6.5, we were mostly complete on that front. And the first release of the first mega release was against Qt 6.6. And to keep supporting Qt 5, we had to create the KDE patch collection because Qt 5 was closed for contributions and the LTS release was commercial only and open source was delayed by a year. So we needed a way for us to have patches for Qt, for bug fixes, that wasn't upstream Qt, which worked out okay enough, but it's hassle that I would have liked to avoid. So with us being there yet, the obvious question is, what comes next? And before we get into that, we need to ask ourselves, are we actually really there yet? While it's true that we have had the mega release, a lot of our applications and Plasma build against Qt 6, we still have some of them that build and release against Qt 5. That's a problem because, well, here it says Qt 5 is out of support. Today I learned from Volker Hilsheimer that this isn't actually quite true because there's still a small amount of things going on there and getting released. But for all intents and purposes, consider Qt 5 dead. And Qt 6 in many ways is just better. Even if your application isn't actually using any of the new AI, some of the improvements under the hood makes the experience of using them just a lot better. This is particularly the case of Wayland support, which improved a lot in Qt 6 and fixed some long-standing problems there, which is very important given that Wayland is the default now. Then moving on to KF5, it's still technically officially maintained and released, but in practice not a lot is happening there. So while it's still possible to get bug fixes there, very few people actually do it, so it doesn't receive much improvement, while KF6 is very actively developed. And it pains me to admit it, but support for running 5 applications in an otherwise Plasma 6 session is also subtly broken in some cases. For example, anything that relies on plugins needs those plugins to be built against Qt 5 and Qt 6, and distros either don't ship them or we don't even provide them properly upstream. So there's a lot of subtly broken things here and there that just work fine in a completely KF6 session. All of this raises the obvious question, do we or can we or when can we drop support for Qt 5 in our CI infrastructure, in our build systems, and so on and so forth? I do not have the answer to that. A large factor we need to take into account is that there's still distributions out there that ship Plasma 5.27 and KF5 and KF5 based apps. And this includes also this year's Ubuntu LTS releases, which for unfortunate but understandable reasons doesn't ship Plasma 6 yet. And that will be supported by Ubuntu officially for the next years. I'm not sure whether we can afford to ignore that. So that's perhaps something to discuss this week or the next weeks, months, and year. We could. Okay, what's next for our software platform? So to answer the question of what is next for the KDE community, we just elected some new goals, which is really the best indication of what's next for us as a community. As it stands, my personal goal proposal selected, which is all about improving the application development experience. And naturally, there's a huge overlap between that and all of the work we've been doing on modernizing and polishing and porting to Qt 6 or frameworks and software platform. And generally, we should just continue what we've been doing in the initial phase of the Qt 6 port, which is just finding APIs that are problematic and we don't like anymore, introduce replacements, and deprecate the old thing. It will probably be a while until we can drop them, but at least having them deprecated means it will be dropped eventually, and it tells people, this isn't good API, don't use it. Then a topic that keeps appearing again and again is Wayland. We made Wayland the default, which was a somewhat controversial decision, but as far as I'm concerned, it was the right one. And according to our user feedback statistics, about 80% of Plasma 6 users are using Wayland right now. Wayland still isn't perfect, and we as a community need to come together and address those problems. Historically, it has been mostly the case that most of the work on improving the Wayland experience have been driven by a few Plasma and Quinn maintainers, but this doesn't scale. So most of the big issues in Wayland are addressed by now or in the process of getting addressed, but there's still a very long tail of small quality of life annoyances and things that are subtly broken. And it can't be the responsibility of David Edmondson and Flood alone to fix all of the things in Wayland. And we as application developers need to watch out for things that we can do in our application code to fix those little Wayland annoyances. Because there's, in a lot of cases, it's the application that's wrong, not the toolkit or the counter. Then earlier today, David was talking about Flatpak, snaps, immediate distros, and sandboxing, which, according to him, and I very much value his opinion, is one of the things that we should be watching out for and focusing on for the foreseeable future, which is something I can very much agree with. And as David mentioned in his talk, there's quite a few things to be addressed there. And there's the seemingly never-ending debate about the merits of Qt widgets versus QML, where I don't see either of them going away anytime soon, but the trend clearly indicates that the figures are tilting towards QML. And we need to find some sort of answer to where do we want to position ourselves in that regard with our software platform. Then we just completed one transition, mostly anyway. What about the next? Historically, it has been the case that these major version transitions have been driven by Qt releases. And this one has been no exception. But it also has been multiple transitions in a trench code. We had an API break in Qt, we had an API break in frameworks, we had an API Plasma, we had a sort of user experience break in the sense that we dropped some things, we changed some defaults, we made Wayland the default, we made some design changes, and all of that, or not all of that, is something that would be neatly justifiable in just a minor release. So having a 0.0 release afforded us some leeway to do bigger changes that otherwise would have been more controversial. And we did the Unveiling by default thing. All of those were done together at the same time. There are reasons for doing it that way, but it doesn't necessarily have to be that way always. Here's a few questions I want to ask, and I don't really expect any answers to them right now. I also don't have anything concrete to propose. I just want to give you some food for your brain to think about some things for the foreseeable future. First of all, will there be a Qt 7? I asked the Qt people. Okay, that's surprisingly specific. Is that just extrapolating, or? Right, so the big thing is nobody knows what's going to happen. It may be that Alan is perfect on point with his extrapolation. It could be that 5 years from now we are all writing Electron apps. So we don't really know. We should prepare for the future when it's right, and we have a Qt 7 release somewhat soon. But it doesn't have to be that way. Then something we noticed by doing all of this work with breaking stuff is actually very fun. Because, as I mentioned, things that were once hard are now easy, and doing some things becomes a lot more easy, even feasible in the first place, by making breaking changes. Which raises the question, should we do that more? Because historically, our compatibility cycles in Qt and in frameworks have been very long, close to a decade in a lot of cases. It doesn't have to be that way. I'm not saying we should abandon API stability altogether, but we could meet somewhere in the middle and have, for example, an API break once a year or every 2 years. It doesn't have to be a decade. Also, something Qt and frameworks provide is ABI stability, which I want to raise the question of how valuable is to the people that are delivering our software, which is mostly Linux distributions or self via some sort of bundled format, whether that's Flatpak, Windows installers, Android APKs. Do we ABI stability for this? And if not, what kind of nicer things would this allow us to have? And is it worth the cost of changing the stability guarantee? And another thing David mentioned earlier is, how does Flatpak and Snaps and immutable distros change all of the assumptions that we previously had and that influenced the way of doing things? For example, we have a lot of functionality and integration points that basically assume we have a Linux distribution with one version of Qt installed and everything is built against that particular Qt. Basically, all of the plugin mechanisms rely on this fact. This already broke when we introduced Qt 6 in addition to Qt 5, which caused us a lot of headache. Now that we have containerized formats like Flatpak that do ship their own version of Qt, a lot of the plugin integration doesn't work anymore. And another aspect of Flatpak and all of the others, I don't want to single out Flatpak here, is that they ship their own version of Qt, so we can actually very easily have different versions of Qt or frameworks or any toolkit installed in any given system, which means that breaking APIs in there actually becomes a lot more affordable and might influence on how we see those stability guarantees for our library. But as I said, I don't have any concrete proposals here. I'm not advocating for breaking all of our stability guarantees tomorrow. But I'm looking forward to having your thoughts on all of this and where to go next with our software platform. So, thank you.
So thank you, Nicholas, for your presentation. And yeah, do we have questions?
Yeah, you mentioned that the documentation changes and the missing documentation for porting. Personally, it would have been easier for me if at least the KF5 documentation would still be available somewhere, because KDE Libs 4 documentation is still online, but KF5 is not. So do you have any plans to maybe add that?
Okay, there's two answers to this. One of them is it should be fairly easy for some, like Ben, to add the KF5 version as a read-only copy to the archive. The second answer to that is we did consider, can we provide both of them at the same time, which turned out to be very hard given our current documentation infrastructure, which is why we didn't do it, because nobody felt motivated enough to put in all the effort. What I am currently working right now is porting all of our documentation from Doxygen to QDoc, and this would actually make it a lot easier, and it's something that I'm actively looking out for, to provide multiple versions of documentation in the future. Whether we are going to go through the effort of converting the existing KF5 API markup to the new format to allow that, I don't know. It would take someone very motivated to do that, so I'm not going to promise that. But at least looking to future transitions, this should become a lot more feasible.
Any further questions? I think over there, the question.
So before my question, I have a couple of comments, one of which is that your remark that Arch was being Arch could be said to have been a rather Arch comment. But I just want to comfort you a little on one point as well, which is that you said you missed some to-dos. In the rush to the Qt 6 release, we had a mad rush to deal with a whole lot of ###Qt6 to-do comments. And we did get quite a lot of them, but some of them had to be turned into Qt7 ones. So you're not alone. This is just how big releases go. We have adopted a policy we might want to think about for future reference, which is we now, as far as possible, if it is something to change at the next major release, we actually say if Qt major version is less than, sorry, is greater than or equal to 7, or we're in a bootstrap build, do it the future way. #else, do it the modern, do it the old way, the way we're still doing it, so that when we hit Qt 7, we will automatically make the transition. Or bootstrap.
Similar in some cases.
The or bootstrap is there so that we will actually see most of the breakages before we get there.
Well, we don't have a bootstrap like that, so yeah, that's not going to be as practical, but yeah, you do have a good point. It's something we could have potentially used a lot more.
Anyway, finally, to my question, you mentioned touching some scary code. Did you record all the places you found scary code in a big list of come back with the flamethrower?
Not explicitly. This was actually a major reason of why we went through the trouble of killing a lot of things in frameworks, because it was scary code. And actually the the mere thing of going through all of the code and looking for things that we could potentially do without was, at least for me, a very valuable lesson in getting to know our code base better, because now I have a very good overview of a lot of the frameworks code that I didn't used to have, even if not in all cases this resulted in actual changes being made. But the list is still somewhere there. Might be a good idea to formalize that.
So actually you were talking a lot about KDE in itself, but also there are external applications which use frameworks and Qt. And actually from Debian, there's a lot of Qt 5 still available, which isn't ported yet. So thinking about when to break AI again, it will also happen that external applications get broken again. And this need to work around. So this is really also something to think about, that things are used externally.
Yes, that is a very good point. And if we decide that having a more relaxed approach about API stability is the way to go, we probably want some sort of formal communication channel for that. And somewhat related to that, you bring up a good point with third-party Qt 5 applications, which is with quite a few things that are only there to hook into Qt and provide some integrates like plasma integration or breeze and oxygen styles and so on. So the decision of when to retire the 5 versions of them is not only influenced by how many of our applications are ported, but also how many third-party Qt 5 applications are still out there and they're implicitly using these things.
Okay, so yeah, thanks for the presentation and questions, and we are now running our. Thank you very much. Testing, testing, testing 1, 2, 3. Testing 1, 2, 3. Testing 1, 2, 3. I don't think it is broken. Okay, so we are now going to start the second talk of this session. The title is Our Own Operating System, and this will be presented by Harald Zitter. And Harald, the stage is yours.
Thank you. I'm quite surprised that so many people are here. I saw that I'm competing with Qt 6.8, so apparently you all already know what's going on in 6.8, right? That's the YOLO it. Okay, let's talk about the operating system. So we've actually heard about the operating system a bunch of times today in the form of immutable distros. And what I'm going to talk about is a bit related to that. But first, let's talk history. It's so important, isn't it? So in the 90s, KDE came about, Linux came about, distributions came about. And so we needed a distribution story, right? How do we get KDE onto the user's computer? And the story was simple. It was we provide the sources, distribution makes installables out of the sources, then the user gets them from the distribution, and then when things break, because they always break, the user goes and complains to KDE. Fair enough. That is a good story. But since then, things have changed. So today, KDE is no longer a product. It is a community of creators. We're all creators, right? And we create many different products. We have our frameworks, which are, of course, the building block we use to enrich and enhance Qt. We do have KDE Plasma and its various offsprings for the desktop, for mobile, for the TV. And that's one of our core products. Then, of course, we have the KDE Gear, which is a bit of a mixed bag of applications and libraries and plugins and artwork and sounds, I guess. So we have that. Then we have independent applications of that in the form of Krita, and KDE Live, I think, is part of the Gear, but extra applications. Then we have KDE Neon, which is, of course, a thing that distributes things. A thing of beauty. Yes, it is a thing of beauty. Yeah, then we have, of course, the infrastructure, and we also have various hardware initiatives. So like cooperations with Slimbook, we're doing stuff with Tuxedo. Here we are going to do stuff with the framework people. So there have been quite a bit of changes in the past. And so our story needed to evolve as well, right? So this is our 2020s apps distribution story for Windows and Android. It's kind of the same, right? We still are very much in the business of providing sources. Then we take our own sources, turn them into installables, push them onto a proprietary store. The user gets them from the store and complains to us. Who thinks that's a good story? Good story? Not a good story? Undecided? Okay. It is a good story. I try to trap you here. Because on Linux we have the same story today, right? In the form of Flatpak apps and what have you. We very much still take our sources, turn them into installables, put them onto a centralized store, even though Flatpak claims to not be the centralized store, but it very much is. Let's not fool ourselves. And the user gets the installables from the store. User complains to KDE. Still a good story? Cool. Bit undecided? This is our distribution story in 2020. Who notices something about this? It hasn't changed. That's strange. We are not in the 90s anymore. Why is the story the same? This is Plasma's distribution story. One of our core components still hasn't changed. Still in the 90s. Now, I'm not saying that's a bad thing, right? But it is definitely something interesting to observe. The distribution makes the installable, but the user complains us. Who thinks that's a good way to do things. Okay, not that many people. Okay, let's do a thought experiment. So you said if that's all the distribution does, what if it patches stuff? Right? Is it fine then? I don't know. Is it fine if we tell the distribution to patch stuff? Probably. We told them to, so it should be fine. But then, of course, something either David or Nicolas mentioned, we figure out what the user is even using, right? What version of Qt are they having on their distribution? What version of Plasma? Do the two interact? What version of Breeze? Do they have weird plugins installed? All that lovely stuff. So when was it, Jonathan? 2015? 2015, Jonathan and I started KDE Neon as sort of our answer to this problem here, right? So we started KDE Neon, and we set out to change distribution story. The goal was fairly simple. We would have a rock-solid base in the form of the Ubuntu LTS core system. Then we would put bleeding edge KDE on top, and it is something we can give to our hardware partners. Really good story, I think. We also had like a slogan of sorts. KDE Neon provides an easy and elegant way for people to test the latest from KDE or use the latest releases of KDE software. Now, something that occurred to me while preparing the slides is the comma. It's the thought that using somehow became an afterthought. It wasn't intentional, but the sentence makes it look that way, doesn't it? And so that sort of leaves us with the first part of the sentence, is we want people to be able to test KDE software, which Neon does very well, I would say. The using part, maybe not. But let's look at the story. KDE provides the sources. KDE takes the sources and turns them into installables. The user gets it from KDE and then complains to KDE. So that is technically the same story as we have for the apps, right? Who thinks it's a good story for distributions? Okay, about half, maybe a bit less. So in a stroke of genius, and I did a bit of project management and actually wrote down why we're doing Neon and how we're doing Neon and all the technical details of how it's going to be achieved and all that. You can look it up on the community wiki. It's an interesting read, and I think those of you who've used Neon will actually find aspects of that represented in the actual product. And as part of this founding plan, we've outlined challenges we expected to be appearing. And one of them is, increasingly, the Ubuntu archives do not have the necessary version of a piece of software needed by KDE software, in which case we will add it to the Neon archives. When preparing the slides, I was going through the documentation of Neon, and this stuck out to me, because one of the guiding principles was, well, it's going to be a rock-solid base. But by our own admission, the rock-solid base isn't going to work out. We already knew this in 2015. We said that the rock-solid base is eventually going to be too old, so we need to add software to our own repositories in order to bridge the gap, as it were. Another interesting aspect is Neon won't get special treatment from the rest of KDE by virtue of being a KDE project, and it certainly won't be the KDE distribution. Now, two things were going on there. One was a bit political, and I think you can guess which part of the sentence is the political maneuvering. The other one is also very much a problem that we're KDE, is that just by we're seeing in Neon, that just by being part of KDE, you're not necessarily getting the full support, the full might of KDE, if you will. And so, what are the ailments of Neon, right? I mean, it has a good story. I think it's a good story, right? You can disagree with me and can tell me later, and then I will tell you why you are wrong. But for now, that's going to be a good story. Now, what are the ailments of Neon? So, as I said, the rock-solid base is actually not an advantage. It's a problem. Curious. Jonathan, do you agree? Yeah, he's nodding. So, why are we using Ubuntu LTS? There are arguments for it, right? Don't get me wrong, we were not idiots in 2015. There was a good amount of thought brought into it, and there are advantages to it. But at the same time, this is now holding us back. This is now a problem. Because right now, today, the Ubuntu LTS base that we are on is 2 years old. It doesn't have pipewire, which is just mind-blowing. It has ancient libraries, it has ancient everything, right? And so today is a day where Neon has a problem because it has a large amount of backports. These backports are no longer constituting Ubuntu LTS, right? We've deviated from the product. This is no longer LTS Ubuntu. This is a new product. This is KDE Neon. And so this entire advantage Ubuntu LTS gives us in the form of like hardware support and it's stable and has security updates and all that, out the window. Doesn't exist anymore. Then there is this mantra of latest is usable. So when we go back to this motivational line or like the description of Neon, the punchline, the sentence you put out to grab people, it says, use the latest releases of KDE software. And here's a question. What if latest isn't greatest? What do you do then? Do you hold on to your mission and go, yeah, latest is in fact usable? You complain to KDE, but you are KDE, so who do you complain to? We don't even have superiors to complain to. We just can sit in our rooms and be grumpy with our own decisions. We do that anyway, that is true. I also take naps occasionally. If you hadn't shown up, I would totally have taken a nap. So one of the biggest issues perhaps is packaging. Who here has done packaging? Who here has liked doing packaging? Oi. Oh. Okay, that's a sad story. So nobody wants to do packaging, which is unfortunate. It can be exciting. It's a bit like programming, except packaging. Packaging is complicated. It is from distribution to distribution different. There are many different rules. There's a lot of cargo cult going on. There are so many problems with packaging that aren't just the fact that it's like separate from programming. It's the very fact that it wants to be separate from programming, right? It's not part of the programming story, and that is a problem. And it is a problem because it means we, collectively, do not want to do it. And that is difficult if KDE wants to have an operating system, like Neon perhaps is, perhaps not. And so packaging is a problem, a big one. But an even bigger problem is the things that come out of it. Packages. Oof. No, seriously, packages, they are just the worst. Like, if you install one package, it goes, oh, I need another package. And then that package goes, I want another package. And so that becomes problematic. If you have an Ubuntu LTS base and you randomly introduce new packages because the LTS packages are too old, so you've created a new product, you've created KDE Neon, but now the packages do no longer align. We've had this somewhat recently with Wine 32-bit. It just broke because the dependencies didn't align anymore. What are you going to do as a user? What are you going to do as a developer? See, all the fancy new technology, power saving, also applies to the projector. Brightness control also applies to the projector. Crazy stuff. Where was I? Oof, oof. Packages. Oh, yes. Thanks for reminding me. So packages are terrible. They are horrible. And they also factor into the next point, which is quality assurance in Neon is a huge, huge task. Because with every package that the user installs, they've created a new permutation that need to QA, in theory. In practice, we don't. But in theory, it's another version in of itself that you need to test. And so you end up with these really complicated test scenarios that you need to carry out in order to do proper QA. And then as mentioned, if the KDE community doesn't do packaging, doesn't do the QA, doesn't care for Neon, then that is the biggest problem of them all, is it not? Ah, so you are involved with Neon then, that's good. Actually, who has touched Neon in any capacity, like touched the packaging or touched Jenkins? Okay, a third maybe? That's good. So you are involved. You're not the problem. Everyone else, you are the problem. In the meantime, distributions also involve. So this is not 2015. So what have distributions done? Well, they've created new products. These are some of them. I guess you heard at least of one of them, right? Who hasn't heard of any? Okay. So quick story. Let's pick one. Ubuntu Core, because there's a related talk tomorrow, so you can go to the related talk tomorrow and find out more. Ubuntu Core is essentially an operating system built just out of snaps. So everything is contained in its own little bubble, and you don't get to touch anything as a user. It's kind of the basic story. And all of them function kind of, or like more or less the same. You have an immune-based system, you cannot change anything, and then you install applications in the form of, let's call them bundles, so Flatpak or Snap or App Image, that sort of thing. So Neon had one of these goals, right, of being something we can give to our hardware partners, because it's hard. And our hardware projects are also a bit weird in that they happen by chance. So Aleš was a bit surprised that I had this sentence on my slides, because my experience is at some point Aleš shows up and says, there's this new hardware project that we're doing, are you prepared to join? And I'm like, oh, sure. So they happen by chance and not by design, which is weird because this is a space where we can thrive, right? We've seen that. If we bring out a new device, or like if Slimbook brings out a new device and we're like marketing it as the KDE Slimbook, then that generates interest, that generates activity in the internet. So for hardware initiatives, we first of all need to not have them happen by chance, but by a design. And then we need a compelling operating system so we are being taken serious, right? Like if we went up to Slimbook and said, how about you put OpenSUSE on your thing and call it the KDE thing? We're saying, well, we're already shipping OpenSUSE. Why would we call it the KDE thing? Which is a good thing. So, and it's hard for the community to get into, right? Who here has been part of a hardware project in KDE? 3, 4, 5, 6? 6 people in this entire room. So that could be better, right? But step 1, and that's the important step, is we need to have an operating system. That's my proposition right now. Who disagrees? Don't be shy. So there seems to be firm support for this notion. So I'm introducing codename Banana. Now, codename Banana is obviously a silly name. I came up with it. Person in the audience who is also president. Let's apply some magic to that name. Woo! Let's call it KDE Linux. In fact, you will find this on the last slide. Maybe it shouldn't be called KDE Linux. But, and this is one important thing, it's up to you what it's going to be called. Could be anything. Here are the goals I'm proposing. So it's going to be the KDE operating system. If someone asks you, how do I use this Plasma thing? Then you go, use this. It might not be the fastest moving. It might not be the most hackable. It might not be, well, actually, it might not be all of these things. It's just going to be amazing. So this is going to be the KDE operating system. And it needs to have a quality experience. So if you give it to a user, then they should go, wow, that's an exciting product. They should be wowed by Plasma. They should be wowed by the operating system, by what a free software community can do. And that includes Linux as much as it includes Plasma. It should be keeping security in mind. That is kind of a given these days. Oh, so annoying. It shouldn't require packaging knowledge. Ha, you might think. Harold, you madman, how are you going to create an operating system without packaging? And you would be right to ask that. I owe you later. Stolen is, yes. Focus, it should focus on modern technologies. We're not in the 90s, so why hold on to technologies from the 90s? Should be useful to a whole bunch of people, right? Should be useful to the users. Should be useful to our hardware partners. But, and this is important, it should be useful to us. If we don't use it, then the project is failed. There's just no point to it. Because we are the ones dogfooding. We are the ones that are setting the benchmark for what the product should be and can be. And so it must be useful to developers, to us. And if it's not, then it's failed. It should have a number of quality additions. It should recognize that latest isn't always the greatest. 6.0 was rough. It wasn't terrible, but it had problems. And so maybe 6.0 wasn't the greatest. 6.0.3 probably was the greatest it could have been. It needs to have additions for different form factors. We're not just targeting the desktop, we're also doing mobile. We're doing TVs, if that's still ongoing. It should have a way for people to test. That's something we're picking up from Neon. I think Neon is doing a good job in that department. You can download an image and go like, yes, that's the latest. It shouldn't break. And obviously it's going to break. So if it breaks, then it should be easy to repair. Otherwise, what's the point? It needs to have community involvement, right? It needs to have backing by us. If it's not backed by us, then again, it's a failed project. The community is the recipe for success. And that's why I stress the point so much that it needs to be useful for developers. So let's look at a prototype. Who could possibly build a prototype for this? Oh, me. Fair enough. Here's the prototype. So, what do you want to know about the prototype? Any particular question?
Show me a screenshot.
I can do you one better. Yes. So let's look at the tech, because I think you're all very techy people. Am I right? Yes? No? Lydia is hiding. Very good. So it is an image-based operating system, which means there are no packages. There's a caveat to that, but irrelevant for us, really, right? When you download this as user, it's gonna be no packages. It's gonna use Btrfs, it has x86-64 only, it has UEFI only because we are not in the 90s, don't need BIOS support. It's using MKOSI, or McCosy, as I like to call it, which is an excellent tool by systemd to build operating system images. That's the OSI part. It uses an AB update system. So if one image breaks, you can automatically roll back to an older version. To assist that, we're using systemd boot as a boot manager. And on my particular system, it's also using systemd homed, although I'm not quite convinced by it yet. It has Flatpak and confined snaps out of the box. And the Plasma stack is built entirely using KDE Builder. Again, going back to this mantra, there shouldn't be any packages. So we're just rebuilding everything all the time through KDE Builder. Stay tuned for blog posts on this. Then I have a couple of ideas. Automatic QA, there's lots of QA in there because QA is important. Send it off to Sentry, and so on and so forth. Secure boot is something to look into. ARM and RISC-V support, definitely something to look into. And yeah, I'll move on because I want some questions from you. Thank you.
Thanks for the presentation, and it was quite interesting contents. And yeah, we have quite enough time for questions. And yeah, I guess that there should be a lot of questions.
Yep. So on which side of the dividing line between the image and the Flatpak snap stuff does Plasma sit in this? Is it part of the image?
It's part of the image, yes.
Okay.
So perhaps to outline how it works is we take a base operating system, install the packages from there. So there are packages somewhere, they are just not on the user system. That's the bit. And then we run KDE Builder on that tree, and that results in the actual image then.
One of the KDE goals is to make the developer experience easier. And I could imagine that for me, as somebody who was very active in KDE but hasn't been really active for years, it always faces the hurdle of, oh yeah, KDE, I would love to write a patch for this, but I don't have a system set up right now. Could I just click a button and roll into a system which has all the sources checked out, and I just write a patch and just click and it runs?
Yes. I mean, I'm not sure about the checking out the sources, but so the prototype as it stands right now includes all the development headers and stuff, because comparatively these are tiny artifacts, right? Compared to translations or dictionaries, our development headers are negligible. So it just comes with everything pre-installed. So the development image should be the user image in my mind, because again, we are dog fooding our own stuff. And at that point, you can just take the image and run a build on it.
Hi. In the slide with the distributions, you said there was the KDE breaks. Distributions package the installables, they break. Users complain to the KDE. But now users will complain to KDE if something other breaks. That's not part of the KDE. If ImageMagick breaks, oh, there is a RC10. CV10 that needs to be patched yesterday. Now that KDE has to do that.
Yes.
Isn't that?
What's your question?
Isn't that a big burden and also something that KDE got from Ubuntu, for example, or?
Absolutely. Like there are challenges with creating an operating system. Yes, you're absolutely right. There is stuff to watch out for. I think we're prepared to handle that. Hmm? Yeah.
So you're writing, let's build it together. What kind of help can you need? How can we help out?
So that's a difficult question. I would direct you a Matrix channel or just send me an email and we'll get it figured out. So again, this is a collaborative process, right? I'm not telling you this is how it needs to be. This is a proposal from me. If you want to change anything about it, I'm open to it. If you change nothing, then just confirmed in my superiority.
So I think maybe somewhat buried in the presentation is what's the base OS for the prototype? I assume you're not building that with KDE Builder, you're getting it from somewhere. What is it and why is it better than Ubuntu LTS?
It's Arch Linux. So the basic idea is you want something that is rolling.
Yeah.
Because we need the updated libraries anyway, right? And since it's image-based, we can just delay releases for a bit. Or release sooner, or have entire control over the image, right? Since we're basically repacking everything, we're in control. Yes. Precisely. The QA is on us. The work, as you've said, is on us. And it was that way with Neon, and we've kind of ignored that. That is a problem, and I'm trying to address this problem by having us actually be in control and be responsible by extension.
So there...
Yes. Yes.
So there was also a question from the chat. Is there automatic boot assessment? Can I keep additional versions like with RPM OS3 on an AV system? Can I switch between nightly and stable plasma? So it's basically SteamOS question mark?
It's basically SteamOS, yes. So you can have as many versions as you want, in theory. I haven't tried it, but I mean, I have like 4 versions on this laptop. Since it's image-based, you can switch between the images as much as you want, so you can have unstable and stable. This, of course, factors into, or like plays into what David has been talking about earlier, that we need a config story for rolling back and forth. I think I've covered all the questions, maybe not. Anything else?
Maybe I don't understand completely, but being image-based and not package-based, does that mean updates require downloading an entire image, so 3 or 4 gigabytes for each update?
Yes. Currently. I mean, there are technical solutions to that problem, but currently they don't exist with the system we're using. So my prototype uses systemd sys update, which is fairly new and doesn't have any sort of optimizations for efficiency yet. I hope they will come up with something. Yeah. There are definitely some out there. The technology I used for my prototype doesn't have it, though.
I have a question about the same packaging. So if we have no packages, how we install some third-party software and only Flatpak and snaps, or compiling?
So software you only get as snap or Flatpak, or you compile it yourself. There's again a systemd solution for that. It's called systemd sys extension. which basically allows you to overlay something onto your user that is otherwise read-only.
I think you may have actually just partially answered my question already, but so again, you haven't spelled it out explicitly, but the implication is you want the base image to be more or less immutable in the hands of the users.
Yes.
So I assume that if you're a developer, you can sort of circumvent that and get access to the Arch package manager.
No.
But the next update will then override that, right? Unless you use that SIMD mechanism to somehow...
I mean, as a developer, you can craft anything you want. It's an open system,
sure.
right?
I mean, because as a developer, occasionally you have to introduce a new dependency, right? Yes. Which then...
So the way I've been doing it is through systemd-sys extension rather than the package manager.
Yeah, okay.
And in this brave new world that David has described earlier, ideally you shouldn't new dependency because you would get it through Flatpak or through Snap, through the actual recipes.
Okay.
So maybe a question from the enterprise. What if we have to include sources which are not in Arch? So usually, often you find packages either in PPA or you dive into packaging. How would this be solved with the immutable image?
Why would you add dependency?
Just file systems that are, for example, not included or other applications that are not snapped or flagged. So would we then need to produce
there exists no such application. Either it should snap or it should be Flatpak. I mean, it can be average, or like when I say snap and Flatpak, I mean any of these bundle formats that are sort of isolated. But by and large, there should not be a need for you to install anything into your actual system. Again, with the exception that there's systemd-sys extension, which allows you to extend it. Right? So you can add things on top, but you are then in charge, right? Like if there's binary problems, binary compatibility problems, that's on you, not on anyone else.
Apart from the base, as far as I understand, the approach with the system integration and stuff look very similar to the way GNOME OS does the thing with the image-based stuff, except the use case of a non-developer. I wonder, instead of Arch, would it be better to distribute the burden by collaborating on the free desktop SDK base? That would also somehow make it better, like in the previous presentations about the Flatpak and Snap integrations, particularly around the Flatpak with the free desktop SDK. Would you consider more collaboration?
Yeah, like I said, that's just like the prototype I've built. If we end up with something completely different, then so be it. I didn't pick Arch specifically. I just wanted something rolling that was very pristine. So we can agree with the GNOME OS people on finding a base system that does that, then hooray.
Yep. There are actually two of the online questions.
I have another question about images and upgrading. About images and upgrading. So you said that we should download the full image to upgrade. Why you produce just diffs of the systems and update?
Yeah, that's the technology that I was speaking about. Is we can have binary diffs and solve it through that.
Yeah, and using BTRFS can produce downgrading and getting back to the previous version, right? So you snapshots, or why you choose exactly this?
Well, they're independent images, right? They are like independent releases of the thing. And so you can switch between them as much as you want.
Oh, okay, great. Thanks.
Unfortunately, I think that we don't have time for any more further questions. But well, I think Harald will be staying here for quite a long. So yeah, give a hands again to Harald.
Thank you.
Yep. So the final session for today will be the lightning talks, and we start in 5 minutes. So, huh, huh, so attention, please. Okay, so this will be the last session of today, and today we have a today we have a set of lightning talks, and we are here again with Harald. He will be the first presenter, and yeah, here's the mic.
Thank you. Yes, it's me again. What? Hello, hello. Ah, I just have to get closer to the microphone. Well, me again, looking at the bright sides. Some things in life are bad. Oh no, oh no. See, everything's bad. There we go. They can really make you mad. That's actually not the error I had. I had a much more complicated error, but I tried to reproduce it and it didn't manage to. I don't know. It's perfectly, nothing is happening. But always look at the bright side. Why? I think the clicker is clicking. There we are. Yeah. So look on the bright side. What's that? Yeah, it's a very active talk. Let's look at plasma. I mean, marvel at plasma. So there's this computer that understands ones and zeros, and we make this up on screen. This. And then we can put a nested queen in there. I don't know why queen came out. Quite the drama queen, this queen. Consider the applications we have. You can draw on the screen. We don't only display plasma, which is already amazing, but then you can draw new stuff. Amazing. We have all these devices that come with our software. It's just mind-blowing, I say. And then there's this community, this awesome community. Give a hand to the community. So when things in life are bad, have a soothing beverage, perhaps. If that does not help, then try again tomorrow, or try asking for help. Do consider all the things that do work. And if all else fails, this problem is just unsolvable, it's NP hard, so go away. Thanks.
Thank you. And I think second is Forka. Wait a second.
Okay, thank you. So a few years ago, I talked here about the work we were doing on bringing OpenStreetMap-based indoor train station maps into Itinerary. And back then I mentioned that this would be something that would potentially be useful for other types of big buildings as well, with the limiting factor being that there are very few public buildings with indoor mapping. However, by pure coincidence, we happen to be in a building that has such mapping. So the obvious thing to do was to put the indoor map renderer into Congress or Conference Companion app. So if you're using this, at least start the latest gear release, and you're selecting a talk, you click on the room in there, it shows you on the map where exactly that talk is going to be. Sounds simple, but there's slightly more to that. First of all, this is based on raw OpenStreetMap data. And there's a few things specific to the event that might not be appropriate to put into OpenStreetMap. Like this room is usually called A007. We call it Talk Room 1. or there's the registration desk in the hallway, right? That's not something we can put into regular OpenStreetMap data. So what we have for that is we can apply event-specific OpenStreetMap change sets. So it's basically like a patch on top of the baseline data. And that's how we bring in, for example, our room names. Similar for the styles. So map renderer uses something called map CSS. So that's like web CSS, just matching to map content rather than document content. As that, we make our talk rooms blue and our BOF rooms green and show them at a lower zoom level already. And for every, that's right, it cascades to the base style. And we have support for time-dependent content. So if you open the map from this talk, you see talk rooms, but you don't see BOF rooms. If you go to Kevin's training on Monday, open the map from there, you see BOF rooms, but no talk rooms, because we show the map how it looks like at the point of that talk, and that is going to be different in the week and the weekend. Another thing I mentioned in my talk a few years ago is that routing would be something we want to have, but at that time, that seemed to be entirely out of reach, because there is, to my knowledge at least, no free software implementation of the necessary polygon-based routing algorithms, at least not in the geospace. A few months ago at the CCC Congress, we, by pure coincidence, met somebody from Würzburg who pointed us to a library used in 3D game engines, which has all the algorithms we need. That's a bit of a fun translation problem, right? So we think in escalators and tile paving, and they think in teleporters and lava. But it actually works. So a few months ago, we managed even to get some useful results out of worst-case scenarios like the Paris Metro. It, however, has very high requirements on the quality of the mapping, much higher than for the display. And that's also why this is currently disabled in the Congress version you have. So the version is there, but the event configuration disables this because the staircases here are messed up, making the elevators unreadable. So this is hopefully something we'll be able to fix during the week. But for now, that's still. And then, of course, I mean, this is all nice and fun, but is this actually useful? Do we need this? For an event like this, probably not. So, I mean, if you're in the hallway, pretty much all relevant rooms you have in line of sight, right? So the map doesn't add that much. If you have ever been to FOSDEM, you might have a different appreciation for a map for a conference. And then in a bit of a different take of the accessibility goal, if you imagine stairs being a problematic obstacle for you, right, having a router that allows you to customize it exactly to your needs might also be a lot more valuable, right? So, and of course, all of this is library code and not specific to Congress, right? So we're going to use that in itinerary as well, of course. Yep, that's it.
Thank you. And the third presenter will be our... No questions. Yeah, please for the lightning talks, the questions, for the questions, please meet everyone at the end of the session. And the third one is Albert. And also Alexander.
The most lightning ever. Two at the same time. Yep.
Yes.
We're not both speak at the same time now.
Okie dokie. Can I just control? Okie dokie. I'm going to talk about JSON linting and JSON schema validation. And you all know, like in KDE, we love to have JSON files for package metadata, like included in plugins or also for K-package. But in case you ever had like a syntax error, like a missing semicolon or a missing comma in a JSON file, the meta-object compiler would just ignore this and print out a warning in the build. And this is, of course, yeah, suboptimal if you forget to double check your build output or to test your. And we also have, like in K-plugin metadata, some logic to like automatically correct some data types if one expects a Boolean, but a string is passed in. And that runtime compatibility is, of course, ugly. And we have JSON or documentation for the JSON files in different places, but mostly like C++ API docs, and that is sometimes a bit hard to discover, especially when one like combines multiple JSON schemas. So, and I have created schemas for the JSON files, and they are published on the autoconfig website of KDE. And on CI, all the known keys we have are validated, so that if we expect a Boolean to be the type for some feature flag, then it's checked that this is only a Boolean. And if it's a string, which is like true, then it's of course a validation error. And you can also specify a more specific schema using the $schema key. And we have various schemas available on the autoconfig website, for example, for applets and KRunner plugins and K-parts. And you can also create your own schema utilizing some of the components. For example, you can say you want to extend the K-plugin metadata spec to have some additional entries for your plugin system. That is what KDE Connect is also doing. And there I've created like a local JSON schema. You can see that we are using the autoconfig website there to pull in the schema for K-plugin metadata and also define some additional entries that are specific to KDE Connect. And we also say that, for example, the K-plugin object and some KDE Connect specific keys are strictly required, because otherwise a plugin can't properly be loaded. And with such a schema, you also get pretty good autocompletion from your language server, so that you know what you have to type in, and maybe you even get some suggestions, for example, with system settings categories.
Right, and now it's me. We're not doing JSON anymore, we're doing QML. Right, so QML is amazing, but it's also a runtime, which sucks, right? I write that code, and I made a type. I wrote rectangle instead of rectangle, which happens, like I'm not a native in English, right? So I will again, and then whoops, what happened? Right, so I will go and I will fix it. I will say ID rectangle because there's a typo there. But then I forgot the other typo, right? Like there's in the penultimate line, I didn't fix that typo. And that will break. Your code will not run anymore, right? If you run it, you will get a warning. But who wants a runtime warning, right? Runtime warnings are terrible because they are on runtime and we don't test our apps. No, we do. But it's too late, right? It's like maybe it's in a corner case, it's in a place you seldom run, so you will not see the warning. If you run QML lint before running the app, you will get also a warning, right? It will tell you on line 9, column 24, right? So it's super specific there that there is something wrong, right? The warning is not amazing, but it will point you in the right. So how do you use that? You use this new magic thing they added in Qt 6 called, I don't know what it's called, Qt add QML module, right? You add that, and then you run make all QML lint, and it will run QML lint over all your things, and it will give you all the warnings. Even better, just make your targets depend on that target, right? So when you run make, it will, at the end of make, or ninja if you're ninjas, at the end of make or ninja will run all QML lint, and your build will fail if you have warnings, right? That's what we want. We want the CI to be red if you have QML lint warnings. So do that today, right? We need that. And that's it. We don't have time for questions, but we are all two very pretty people. He a bit more pretty than me. Yeah, so all week here, ask us questions. And yeah, right on time, amazing.
Thank you very much. Okay. Yep. So the fourth will be Nicholas again. So. Yep.
Right. Hello again. Let's talk about, I'm sure most of you have seen this picture at some point. We're going to talk about laser pointer's broken, but you know who I'm talking about, that guy. What does he do? Who is he? Why is he it? So we're talking about maintainers. What is a maintainer anyway? Chances are the maintainer of a certain project is the original author of the project. It's often the case, doesn't have to be the case, but let's assume it is. Then they are also likely the lead developer of the project. And also what in a corporate world one would call a software architect. Then when the project has some form of UI, chances are they are also the designer or the UI designer, the UX designer of that project. Whether that's a good idea or not for debate, but more often than not, that's the case. They are also likely the one who takes care of CI and CD infrastructure and are a sysadmin for the website of the project or any auxiliary build and promotion infrastructure. Then chances are they're going to take care of packaging various app stores or package managers, distributions, and so on. Already mentioned system administrator for various things. They're also the one who set out the guidelines and for what's happening with the project and the product. So in a way, they are a product manager. And some people like to say the most important thing a maintainer can say is no to contributions that don't fit the vision of the project. They're also likely the one doing bug triage and bug fixing primarily, dealing with user support, questions, complaints, and everything. And once you have a certain, there's app stores or package managers, distributions, and so on. Already mentioned system administrator for various things. They're also the one who set out the guidelines and for what's happening with the project and the product. So in a way, they are a product manager. And some people like to say the most important thing a maintainer can say is no to contributions that don't fit the vision of the project. They're also likely the one doing bug triage and bug fixing primarily, dealing with user support, questions, complaints, and everything. And once you have a certain product manager, and some people like to say the most important thing a maintainer can say is no to contributions that don't fit the vision of the project. They're also likely the one doing bug triage and bug fixing primarily, dealing with user support, questions, complaints, and everything. And once you have a certain don't fit the vision of the project. They're also likely the one doing bug triage and bug fixing primarily, dealing with user support, questions, complaints, and everything. And once you have a certain, there's app stores or package managers, distributions, and so on. Already mentioned system administrator for various things. They're also the one who set out the guidelines and for what's happening with the project and the product. So in a way, they are a product manager. And some people like to say the most important thing a maintainer can say is no to contributions that don't fit the vision of the project. They're also likely the one doing bug triage and bug fixing primarily, dealing with user support, questions, complaints, and everything. And once you have a certain most important thing a maintainer can say is no to contributions that don't fit the vision of the project. They're also likely the one doing bug triage and bug fixing primarily, dealing with user support, questions, complaints, and everything. And once you have a certain, like to say, the most important thing a maintainer can say is no to contributions that don't fit the vision of the project. They're also likely the one doing bug triage and bug fixing primarily, dealing with user support, questions, complaints, and everything. And once you have a certain, and some people like to say the most important thing a maintainer can say is no to contributions that don't fit the vision of the project. They're also likely the one doing bug triage and bug fixing primarily, dealing with user support, questions, complaints, and everything. And once you have a certain bug triage and bug fixing primarily, dealing with user support, questions, complaints, and everything. And once you have a certain bug triage and bug fixing primarily, dealing with care of all of these things, then you are very quickly a jack of all trades, but not necessarily a master of anything. And with all of that, it's very, very likely that the person is at risk of burnout. And once you're at the point where you kind of burned out of the project and people keep coming to you with things to do and suggestions and complaints, you develop a sort of siege mentality where you block off any attempt at challenging the status quo and just refuse to do anything differently, even if it's a reasonable request. So a single maintainer project can quite quickly devolve to a dictatorship over that project. So how do we do things in KDE? Most KDE projects don't have a formal maintainer. For Framework, we even explicitly removed that information from the metadata files because quite often it was wrong anyway. And quite often we have something that Nate likes to describe as a council of elders, which is a couple of senior developers that do a lot of the things that the maintainer is supposed to do and make decisions about the project. Then we have a sysadmin team that takes care of CI infrastructure, website infrastructure, build infrastructure, email, a ton of things. And we also have people looking after websites. We have a bug squad that takes care of bug triage. We have a visual design group. We have a promo team. We have KDE taking care of a lot of legal and financial matters that nobody wants to deal with. We have people dedicated to doing user support. We have translators, because no single maintainer can translate for all languages. We have distributions that take care of packaging and some form of user support. And generally, we have a community, and I think that's what makes KDE not unique, but special. Is this all fine and dandy and perfect? No, there's some unique and challenges to that. One of them is fragmentation of the community. If you have individual groups or people taking care of things, then things can get quite fragmented, and if those groups don't talk to each other, there will be conflict. Then there's overhead to it. If Plasma needs to wait for sysadmin, or sysadmin needs to wait for Plasma, or anyone waiting on anything introduces a lot of communication overhead and delays and generally not pleasant experiences. And when you are able to focus on only one thing, you may or may not become master of that thing, but you only become master of one thing and don't even get close to being a jack of all trades. And not only does the community fragment, the knowledge in the community fragments, because very few people outside of Ben know how to run our infrastructure, which is causing bus factor issues. And there can also be a lack of ownership about some parts of the code of the community. So if somebody writes something, then disappears, and then nobody feels like they should be care for something, that thing can rot. And if then somebody comes and wants to do something about it, but no one's around to review and merge patches for it, that can cause a lot of frustration and issues for new time people. Let's think about all those. And with that, I'm done.
Thank you. Okay, so the final lightning talk of today will be presented by Nicole. And wait a second. Yep, the stage is yours.
Thank you very much. Thank you. So I've stolen the Fridays for Future for FOSS for Future. So I am Nicole. I'm working on the KDE Eco Initiative Opt Green with Joseph. And the KDE Sustainable Development Goals meet the UN Sustainable Development Goals, which is great. And the schools have in Germany, the states have the duty to teach the kids sustainable development goals. Unfortunately, software is not in that goal. They often forget about the software there. For example, in October 2025, Windows 10 will be made obsolete, which will, or might, it's estimated that it will render 250 million computers obsolete, which is crazy. And by teaching kids that there's another world or another possibility other than Windows and Macs, teach them Linux, then it might be part of the solution to the project. Problem, sorry. So what I call digital empowerment goes with the KDE vision, world in which everyone has the choice over their digital lives and enjoys freedom and privacy. Now, the thing that we need to teach the kids, that we need to show them that they have a choice. We need to show them that they can control and shape their digital environment, and we need to show them how they have to execute it. Unfortunately, at schools, this is not done very often, but KDE Eco did it. So we held a workshop at a school in Hanover with 8 9th graders, and they have pulled out 19 computers out of the said school, which would have been e-waste, and they have revived them with Linux, and they've learned what impact it has to just throw computers away instead of, and then buy new ones. So they have learned to install Kubuntu, Ubuntu, what else, Fedora and Buzzite and Mint. The Fedora and Buzzite with the KDE spin, that was important. So what did we talk about with the kids? We talked about why did we do this, the environmental factor, the political factor. We thought about use cases for those revived computers. For example, give it back to their local school community where the school is, or they can use it in the school cafeteria to do some research or to play some games on, which was actually very important to them. So we talked about what hardware we can usefully revive and which distro suits our needs. And how do we do this, or how did they learn it? These two guys, they made a video guide on how to make a USB stick with an ISO image, and then how to install Linux, so they can tell other people about it. So the outcome of that is that it was basically engaging to everyone, whether it was the technical aspect of it, whether it was the social or political aspect of it, or the environmental aspect of it. So the other thing is that we have 8 more kids that know about Linux, plus maybe they're very yay. Maybe even their friends, their teachers, their parents maybe. And even if it just sticks in the back of their mind, they know there's something other than Apple and Windows. 3 kids are even interested in holding their own workshop to teach their parents, their teachers at that school. And we have 19 computers that are not e-waste anymore, revived by 8 kids. So, and one of the biggest schools in Hanover, which has about 1,500 pupils and 150 teachers, they want to keep working with us. They want to have more workshops with us. They want to keep that project on their agenda. And now my little personal story. I am not a technical person. I had to do this workshop. I had to learn what a distribution is, and why there are some differences, which I still don't know. I had to learn how to make a USB stick or flash a USB stick, and I had to learn how to install it. I have learned that I don't have to be a computer expert to do it, which is good. I don't have to be scared about it. but I needed to learn how I can explain it to kids to do this. So I got my 14-year-old daughter to do it. She's not interested in computers, so poor thing. But she successfully managed to flash a USB stick with Balea. She successfully installed Fedora, and the weekend after we did this together, we went to see Mum, and my mum had a computer laying around, and she said to me, "Oh, I'm so frustrated. I want to sit at the TV and would like to research something. I can't use this anymore because it's so slow." And my daughter said, "Well, can we not put Fedora on it?" So great success.
Yep. So yes. So this is everything from the lightning talks. And before me closing the session for today, so this is so we also have some. I also want to say thank you for our sponsors, including the Qt Group and Canonical for Ubuntu and OpenSUSE and KDE. And also one of our sponsors, Slimbook, they also want to launch a KDE models, which is presented in Akademy, as you might have seen on their social media channels, and the devices are already in the outside. And please check out their booth. And also, if you have applied for the Academy's T-shirt, then please collect it as soon as possible. And they are also located just outside of this room. And thank you for attending the day one of Academy. And I hope to see you tomorrow. And have a good night. And please check out their booth. And also, if you have applied for the Academy's T-shirt, then please collect it as soon as possible. And they are also located just outside of this room. And thank you for attending the day one of Academy. And I hope to see you tomorrow. And have a good night. And please check out their booth. And also, if you have applied for the Academy's T-shirt, then please collect it as soon as possible. And they are also located just outside of this room. And thank you for attending the day one of Academy. And I hope to see you tomorrow. And have a good night. And please check out their booth. And also, if you have applied for the Academy's T-shirt, then please collect it as soon as possible. And they are also located just outside of this room. And thank you for attending the day one of Academy. And I hope to see you tomorrow. And have a good night. And please check out their booth. And also, if you have applied for the Academy's T-shirt, then please collect it as soon as possible. And they are also located just outside of this room. And thank you for attending the day one of Academy. And I hope to see you tomorrow. And have a good night. And please check out their booth. And also, if you have applied for the Academy's T-shirt, then please collect it as soon as possible. And they are also located just outside of this room. And thank you for attending the day one of Academy. And I hope to see you tomorrow. And have a good night. site, and please check out their booth. And also, if you have applied for the Academy's T-shirt, then please collect it as soon as possible. And they are also located just outside of this room. And thank you for attending the day one of Academy. And I hope to see you tomorrow. And have a good night. Site, and please check out their booth. And also, if you have applied for the Academy's T-shirt, then please collect it as soon as possible. And they are also located just outside of this room. And thank you for attending the day one of Academy. And I hope to see you tomorrow. And have a good night. Site, and please check out their booth. And also, if you have applied for the Academy's T-shirt, then please collect it as soon as possible. And they are also located just outside of this room. And thank you for attending the day one of Academy. And I hope to see you tomorrow. And have a good night. And also, if you have applied for the Academy's T-shirt, then please collect it as soon as possible. And they are also located just outside of this room. And thank you for attending the day one of Academy. And I hope to see you tomorrow. And have a good night. I hope to see you tomorrow. And have a good night. Also, if you have applied for the Academy's T-shirt, then please collect it as soon as possible. And they are also located just outside of this room. And thank you for attending the day one of Academy. And I hope to see you tomorrow. And have a good night. Site, and please check out their booth. And also, if you have applied for the Academy's T-shirt, then please collect it as soon as possible. And they are also located just outside of this room. And thank you for attending the day one of Academy. And I hope to see you tomorrow. And have a good night. site, and please check out their booth. And also, if you have applied for the Academy's T-shirt, then please collect it as soon as possible. And they are also located just outside of this room. And thank you for attending the day one of Academy. And I hope to see you tomorrow. And have a good night. Site, and please check out their booth. And also, if you have applied for the Academy's T-shirt, then please collect it as soon as possible. And they are also located just outside of this room. And thank you for attending the day one of Academy. And I hope to see you tomorrow. And have a good night. See you tomorrow. And have a good night. Hope to see you tomorrow. And have a good night. Also, if you have applied for the Academy's T-shirt, then please collect it as soon as possible. And they are also located just outside of this room. And thank you for attending the day one of Academy. And I hope to see you tomorrow. And have a good night. And also, if you have applied for the Academy's T-shirt, then please collect it as soon as possible. And they are also located just outside of this room. And thank you for attending the day one of Academy. And I hope to see you tomorrow. And have a good night. Site, and please check out their booth. And also, if you have applied for the Academy's T-shirt, then please collect it as soon as possible. And they are also located just outside of this room. And thank you for attending the day one of Academy. And I hope to see you tomorrow. And have a good night. Site, and please check out their booth. And also, if you have applied for the Academy's T-shirt, then please collect it as soon as possible. And they are also located just outside of this room. And thank you for attending the day one of Academy. And I hope to see you tomorrow. And have a good night. Site, and please check out their booth. And also, if you have applied for the Academy's T-shirt, then please collect it as soon as possible. And they are also located just outside of this room. And thank you for attending the day one of Academy. And I hope to see you tomorrow. And have a good night. site, and please check out their booth. And also, if you have applied for the Academy's T-shirt site, and please check out their booth. And also, if you have applied for the Academy's T-shirt site, and please check out their booth. And also, if you have applied for the Academy's T-shirt site, and please check out their booth. And also, if you have applied for the Academy's T-shirt site, and please check out their booth. And also, if you have applied for the Academy's T-shirt site, and please check out their booth. And also, if you have applied for the Academy's T-shirt site, and please check out their booth. And also, if you have applied for the Academy's T-shirt site, and please check out their booth. And also, if you have applied for the Academy's T-shirt site, and please check out their booth. And also, if you have applied for the Academy's T-shirt site, and please check out their booth. And also, if you have applied for the Academy's T-shirt, then please collect it as soon as possible. And they are also located just outside of this room. And thank you for attending the day one of Akademy. And I hope to see you tomorrow. And have a good night. Site, and please check out their booth. And also, if you have applied for the Academy's T-shirt, then please collect it as soon as possible. And they are also located just outside of this room. And thank you for attending the day one of Akademy. And I hope to see you tomorrow. And have a good night. Site, and please check out their booth. And also, if you have applied for the Academy's T-shirt, then please collect it as soon as possible. And they are also located just outside of this room. And thank you for attending the day one of Akademy. And I hope to see you tomorrow. And have a good night. Have a good night. Site, and please check out their booth. And also, if you have applied for the Academy's T-shirt, then please collect it as soon as possible. And they are also located just outside of this room. And thank you for attending the day one of Akademy. And I hope to see you tomorrow. And have a good night. Site, and please check out their booth. And also, if you have applied for the Academy's T-shirt, then please collect it as soon as possible. And they are also located just outside of this room. And thank you for attending the day one of Akademy. And I hope to see you tomorrow. And have a good night. Site, and please check out their booth. And also, if you have applied for the Academy's T-shirt, then please collect it as soon as possible. And they are also located just outside of this room. And thank you for attending the day one of Akademy. And I hope to see you tomorrow, and have a good night. And please check out their booth. And also, if you have applied for the Academy's T-shirt, then please collect it as soon as possible. And they are also located just outside of this room. And thank you for attending the day one of Academy. And I hope to see you tomorrow, and have a good night. And please check out their booth. And also, if you have applied for the Academy's T-shirt, then please collect it as soon as possible. And they are also located just outside of this room. And thank you for attending the day one of Academy. And I hope to see you tomorrow, and have a good night. And please check out their booth. And also, if you have applied for the Academy's T-shirt, then please collect it as soon as possible. And they are also located just outside of this room. And thank you for attending the day one of Academy. And I hope to see you tomorrow, and have a good night. And please check out their booth. And also, if you have applied for the Academy's T-shirt, then please collect it as soon as possible. And they are also located just outside of this room. And thank you for attending the day one of Academy. And I hope to see you tomorrow, and have a good night. For attending the day one of Academy. And I hope to see you tomorrow, and have a good night. And please check out their booth. And also, if you have applied for the Academy's T-shirt, then please collect it as soon as possible. And they are also located just outside of this room. And thank you for attending the day one of Academy. And I hope to see you tomorrow, and have a good night. And please check out their booth. And also, if you have applied for the Academy's T-shirt, then please collect it as soon as possible. And they are also located just outside of this room. And thank you for attending the day one of and please the Academy's T-shirt, then please collect it as soon as possible. And they are also located just outside of this room. And thank you for attending the day one of Academy. And I hope to see you tomorrow, and have a good night. site, and please check out their booth. And also, if you have applied for the Academy's T-shirt, then please collect it as soon as possible. And they are also located just outside of this room. And thank you for attending the day one of Academy. And I hope to see you tomorrow. And have a good night. Site, and please check out their booth. And also, if you have applied for the Academy's T-shirt, then please collect it as soon as possible. And they are also located just outside of this room. And thank you for attending the day one of Academy. And I hope to see you tomorrow. And have a good night. Academy's T-shirt, then please collect it as soon as possible. And they are also located just outside of this room. And thank you for attending the day one of Academy. And I hope to see you tomorrow. And have a good night. Site, and please check out their booth. And also, if you have applied for the Academy's T-shirt, then please collect it as soon as possible. And they are also located just outside of this room. And thank you for attending the day one of Academy. And I hope to see you tomorrow. And have a good night. Site, and please check out their site, and please check out their booth. And also, if you have applied for the Academy's T-shirt, then please collect it as soon as possible. And they are also located just outside of this room. And thank you for attending the day one of Academy. And I hope to see you tomorrow. And have a good night. Site, and please check out their booth. And also, if you have applied for the Academy's T-shirt, then please collect it as soon as possible. And they are also located just outside of this room. And thank you for attending the day one of site. And please check out their 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 booth. And also, if you have applied for the Academy's T-shirt, then please collect it as soon as possible. And they are also located just outside of this room. And thank you for attending the day one of Academy. And I hope to see you tomorrow. And have a good night. Site, and please check out their booth. And also, if you have applied for the Academy's T-shirt, then please collect it as soon as possible. And they are also located just outside of this room. And thank you for attending the day one of Academy. And I hope to see you tomorrow. And have a good night. Site, and please check out their booth. And Also, if you have applied for the Academy's T-shirt, then please collect it as soon as possible, and they are also located just outside of this room. And thank you for attending the day one of Academy, and I hope to see you tomorrow, and have a good night. And please check out their booth. And also, if you have applied for the Academy's T-shirt, then please collect it as soon as possible, and they are also located just outside of this room. And thank you for attending the day one of Academy, and I hope to see you tomorrow, and have a good night. And please check out their booth. And also, if you have applied for the Academy's T-shirt, then please collect it as soon as possible, and they are also located just outside of this room. And thank you for attending the day one of Academy, and I hope to see you tomorrow, and have a good night. Just outside of this room. And thank you for attending the day one of Academy, and I hope to see you tomorrow, and have a good night. And please check out their booth. And also, if you have applied for the Academy's T-shirt, then please collect it as soon as possible, and they are also located just outside of this room. And thank you for attending the site, and please check out their booth. And also, if you have applied for the Academy's T-shirt, then please collect it as soon as possible, and they are also located just outside of this room. And thank you for attending the day one of Academy, and I hope to see you tomorrow, and have a good night. And please check out their booth. And also, if you have applied for the Academy's T-shirt, then please collect it as soon as possible, and they are also located just outside of this room. And thank you for attending the day one of Academy, and I hope to see you tomorrow, and have a good night. And please check out their booth. And also, if you have applied for the Academy's T-shirt, then please collect it as soon as possible, and they are also located just outside of this room. And thank you for attending the day one of site. And please check out their booth. And also, if you have applied for the Academy's T-shirt, then please collect it as soon as possible, and they are also located just outside of this room. And thank you for attending the day one of Academy, and I hope to see you tomorrow, and have a good night. And please have applied for the Academy's T-shirt, then please collect it as soon as possible. And they are also located just outside of this room. And thank you for attending the day one of Academy. And I hope to see you tomorrow. And have a good night. And please check out their booth. And also, if you have applied for the Academy's T-shirt, then please collect it as soon as possible. And they are also located just outside of this room. And thank you for attending the day one of Academy. And I hope to see you tomorrow. And have a good night. Academy's T-shirt. And please check out their booth. And also, if you have applied for the Academy's T-shirt, then please collect it as soon as possible. And they are also located just outside of this room. And thank you for attending the day one of Academy. And I hope to see you tomorrow. And have a good night. Hope to see you tomorrow. And have a good night. Also, if you have applied for the Academy's T-shirt, then please collect it as soon as possible. And they are also located just outside of this room. And thank you for attending the day one of Academy. And I hope to see you tomorrow. And have a good night. And please check out their booth. And also, if you have applied for the Academy's T-shirt, then please collect it as soon as possible. And they are also located just outside of this room. And thank you for attending the day one of Academy. And I hope to see you tomorrow. And have a good night. And please check out their booth. And also, if you have applied for the Academy's T-shirt, then please collect it as soon as possible. And they are also located just outside of this room. And thank you for attending the day one of Academy. And I hope to see you tomorrow. And have a good night. And please 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 check out their booth. And also, if you have applied for the Academy's T-shirt, then please collect it as soon as possible. And they are also located just outside of this room. And thank you for attending the day one of Academy. And I hope to see you tomorrow. And have a good night. site, and please check out their booth. And also, if you have applied for the Academy's T-shirt, then please collect it as soon as possible. And they are also located just outside. Site, and please check out their booth. And also, if you have applied for the Academy's T-shirt, then please collect it as soon as possible. And they are also located just outside of this room. And thank you for attending the day one of Academy. And I hope to see you tomorrow. And have a good night. Site, and please check out their booth. And also, if you have applied for the Academy's T-shirt, then please collect it as soon as possible. And they are also located just outside of this room. And thank you for attending the day one of Academy. And I hope to see you tomorrow. And have a good night. Site, and please check out their booth. And also, if you have applied for the Academy's T-shirt, then please collect it as soon as possible. And they are also located just outside of this room. And thank you for attending the day one of site. And please check out their booth. And also, if you have applied for the Academy's T-shirt, then please collect it as soon as possible. And they are also located just outside of this room. And thank you for attending the day one of Academy. And I hope to see you tomorrow. And have a good night. Site, and please check out their booth. And also, if you have applied for the Academy's T-shirt, then please collect it as soon as possible. And they are also located just outside of this room. And thank you for attending the day one of Academy. And I hope to see you tomorrow. And have a good night. Site, and please, I hope to see you tomorrow. And have a good night. Site, and please check out their booth. And also, if you have applied for the Academy's T-shirt, then please collect it as soon as possible. And they are also located just outside of this room. And thank you for attending the day one of Academy. And I hope to see you tomorrow. And have a good night. Site, and please check out their booth. And also, if you have applied for the Academy's T-shirt, then please collect it as soon as possible. And they are also located just outside of this room. And thank you for attending the day one of Academy. And I hope to see you tomorrow. And have a good night. have applied for the Academy's T-shirt, then please collect it as soon as possible. And they are also located just outside of this room. And thank you for attending the day one of Akademy. And I hope to see you tomorrow. And have a good night. And thank you for attending the day one of Akademy. And I hope to see you tomorrow. And have a good night. And please check out their booths. And also, if you have applied for the Academy's T-shirt, then please collect it as soon as possible. And they are also located just outside of this room. And thank you for attending the day one of site. And please Academy. And I hope to see you tomorrow. And have a good night. And please check out their booths. And also, if you have applied for the Academy's T-shirt, then please collect it as soon as possible. And they are also located just outside of this room. And thank you for attending the day one of Akademy. And I hope to see you tomorrow. And have a good night. And please check out their booths. And also, if you have applied for the Academy's T-shirt, then please collect it as soon as possible. And they are also located just outside of this room. And thank you for attending the day one of Akademy. And I hope to see you tomorrow. And have a good night. And please check out their booths. And also, if you have applied for the Academy's T-shirt, then please collect it as soon as possible. And they are also located just outside of this room. And thank you for attending the day one of Akademy. And I hope to see you tomorrow. And have a good night. And please check out their booths. And also, if you have applied for the Academy's T-shirt, then please collect it as soon as possible. And they are also located just outside of this room. And thank you for attending the day one of site. And please check out their booths. And also, if you have applied for the Academy's T-shirt, then please collect it as soon as possible. And they are also located just outside of this room. And thank you for attending the day one of Akademy. And I hope to see you tomorrow. And have a good night. And please check out their booths. And also, if you have applied for the Academy's T-shirt, then please collect it as soon as possible. And they are also located just outside of this room. And thank you for attending the day one of Akademy. And I hope to see you tomorrow. And have a good night. site, and please check out their booth. And also, if you have applied for the Academy's T-shirt, then please collect it as soon as possible. And they are also located just outside of this room. And thank you for attending the day one of Academy. And I hope to see you tomorrow. And have a good night. Out their booth. And also, if you have applied for the Academy's T-shirt, then please collect it as soon as possible. And they are also located just outside of this room. And thank you for attending the day one of Academy. And I hope to see you tomorrow. And have a good night. As soon as possible, and they are also located just outside of this room. And thank you for attending the day one of Academy. And I hope to see you tomorrow. And have a good night. Site, and please check out their booth. And also, if you have applied for the Academy's T-shirt, then please collect it as soon as possible. And they are also located just outside of this room. And thank you for attending the day one of site. And please check out their booth. And also, if you have applied for the Academy's T-shirt, then please collect it as soon as possible. And they are also located just outside of this room. And thank you for attending the day one of Academy. And I hope to see you tomorrow. And have a good night. Site, and please check out their booth. And also, if you have applied for the Academy's T-shirt, then please collect it as soon as possible. And they are also located just outside of this room. And thank you for attending the day one of site. And please site, and please check out their booth. And also, if you have applied for the Academy's T-shirt, then please collect it as soon as possible. And they are also located just outside of this room. And thank you for attending the day one of Academy. And I hope to see you tomorrow. And have a good night. Site, and please check out their booth. And also, if you have applied for the Academy's T-shirt, then please collect it as soon as possible. And they are also located just outside of this room. And thank you for attending the day one of Academy. And I hope to see you tomorrow. And have a good night. Site, and please check out their booth. And also, if you have applied for the Academy's T-shirt, then please collect it as soon as possible. And they are also located just outside of this room. And thank you for attending the day one of Academy. And I hope to see you tomorrow. And have a good night. site, and please check out their booth. And also, if you have applied for the Academy's T-shirt, then please collect it as soon as possible. And they are also located just outside of this room. And thank you for attending the day one site. And please check out their booth. And also, if you have applied for the Academy's T-shirt, then please collect it as soon as possible. And they are also located just outside of this room. And thank you for attending the day one of Academy. And I hope to see you tomorrow. And have a good night. Site and please 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 check out their booth. And also, if you have applied for the Academy's T-shirt, then please collect it as soon as possible. And they are also located just outside of this room. And thank you for attending the day one of Academy. And I hope to see you tomorrow. And have a good night. Site and please check out their booth. And also, if you have applied for the Academy's T-shirt, then please collect it as soon as possible. And they are also located just outside of this room. And thank you for attending the day one of Academy. And I hope to see you tomorrow. And have a good night. Site and please check out their booth. And also, if you have applied for the Academy's T-shirt, then please collect it as soon as possible. And they are also located just outside of this room. And thank you for attending the day one of Academy. And I hope to see you tomorrow. And have a good night. Site and please check out their booth. And also, if you have applied for the Academy's T-shirt, then please collect it as soon as possible. And they are also located just outside of this room. And thank you for attending the day one of Academy. And I hope to see you tomorrow. And have a good night. Site and please check out their booth. And also, if you have applied for the Academy's T-shirt, then please collect it as soon as possible. And they are also located just outside of this room. And thank you for attending the day one of Academy. And I hope to see you tomorrow. And have a good night. Site and please check out their booth. And also, if you have applied for the Academy's T-shirt, then please collect it as soon as possible. And they are also located just outside of this room. And thank you for attending the day one of Academy. And I hope to see you tomorrow. And have a good night. site, and please check out their booth. And also, if you have applied for the Akademy's T-shirt, then please collect it as soon as possible. And they are also located just outside of this room. And thank you for attending the day one of Akademy. And I hope to see you tomorrow. And have a good night. Site and please 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 check out their booth. And also, if you have applied for the Akademy's T-shirt, then please collect it as soon as possible. And they are also located just outside of this room. And thank you for attending the day one of Akademy. And I hope to see you tomorrow. And have a good night. Site and please check out their booth. And also, if you have applied for the Akademy's T-shirt, then please collect it as soon as possible. And they are also located just outside of this room. And thank you for attending the day one of Akademy. And I hope to see you tomorrow. And have a good night. Site and please check out their booth. And also, if you have applied for the Akademy's T-shirt, then please collect it as soon as possible. And they are also located just outside of this room. And thank you for attending the day one of Akademy. And I hope to see you tomorrow. And have a good night. Have applied for the Akademy's T-shirt, then please collect it as soon as possible. And they are also located just outside of this room. And thank you for attending the day one of Akademy. And I hope to see you tomorrow. And have a good night. Site and please check out their booth. And also, if you have applied for the Akademy's T-shirt, then please collect it as soon as possible. And they are also located just outside of this room. And thank you for attending the day one of Akademy. And I hope to see you tomorrow. And have a good night. And thank you for attending the day one of Akademy. And I hope to see you tomorrow. And have a good night. Akademy's T-shirt, then please collect it as soon as possible. And they are also located just outside of this room. And thank you for attending the day one of Akademy. And I hope to see you tomorrow. And have a good night. Site and please check out their booth. And also, if you have site and please check out their booth. And also, if you have site and please check out their booth. And also, if you have site and please check out their booth. And also, if you have site and please check out their booth. And also, if you have a site, and please check out their booth. And also, if you have a site, and please check out their booth. And also, if you have applied for the Akademy's T-shirt, then please collect it as soon as possible. And they are also located just outside of this room. And thank you for attending the day one site. And please check out their booth. And also, if you have applied for the Akademy's T-shirt, then please collect it as soon as possible. And they are also located just outside of this room. And thank you for attending the day one site. And please check out their booth. And also, if you have applied for the Akademy's T-shirt, then please collect it as soon as possible. And they are also located just outside of this room. And thank you for attending the day one of Akademy. And I hope to see you tomorrow. And have a good night. Site, and please check out their booth. And also, if you have applied for the Akademy's T-shirt, then please collect it as soon as possible. And they are also located just outside of this room. And thank you for attending the day one of Akademy. And I hope to see you tomorrow. And have a good night. Please check out their booth. And also, if you have applied for the Akademy's T-shirt, then please collect it as soon as possible. And they are also located just outside of this room. And thank you for attending the day one of Akademy. And I hope to see you tomorrow. And have a good night. Site, and please check out their booth. And also, if you have applied for the Akademy's T-shirt, then please collect it as soon as possible. And they are also located just outside of this room. And thank you for attending the day one of Akademy. And I hope to see you tomorrow. And have a good night. Site, and please check out their booth. And also, if you have applied for the Akademy's T-shirt, then please collect it as soon as possible. And they are also located just outside of this room. And thank you for attending the day one of Akademy. And I hope to see you tomorrow. And have a good night. Site, and please check out their booth. And also, if you have applied for the Akademy's T-shirt, then please collect it as soon as possible. And they are also located just outside of this room. And thank you for attending the day one of Akademy. And I hope to see you tomorrow. And have a good night. Site, and please please site, and please check out their booth. And also, if you have applied for the Akademy's T-shirt, then please collect it as soon as possible. And they are also located just outside of this room. And thank you for attending the day one of Akademy. And I hope to see you tomorrow. And have a good night. Site, and please check out their booth. And also, if you have applied for the Akademy's T-shirt, then please collect it as soon as possible. And they are also located just outside of this room. And thank you for attending the day one of Akademy. And I hope to see you tomorrow. And have a good night. Site, and please check out their booth. And also, if you have applied for the Akademy's T-shirt, then please collect it as soon as possible. And they are also located just outside of this room. And thank you for attending the day one of Akademy. And I hope to see you tomorrow. And have a good night. Site, and please check out their booth. And also, if you have applied for the Akademy's T-shirt, then please collect it as soon as possible. And they are also located just outside of this room. And thank you for attending the day one of Akademy. And I hope to see you tomorrow. And have a good night. For attending the day one of Akademy, and I hope to see you tomorrow. And have a good night. The Akademy's T-shirt, then please collect it as soon as possible. And they are also located just outside of this room. And thank you for attending the day one of Akademy. And I hope to see you tomorrow. And have a good night. Site, and please. Also, if you have applied for the Akademy's T-shirt, then please collect it as soon as possible. And they are also located just outside of this room. And thank you for attending the day one of Akademy. And I hope to see you tomorrow. And have a good night. Site, and please check out their booth. And also, if you have applied for the Akademy's T-shirt, then please collect it as soon as possible. And they are also located just outside of this room. And thank you for attending the day one of Akademy. And I hope to see you tomorrow. And have a good night. Site, and please check out their booth. And also, if you have applied for the Akademy's T-shirt, then please collect it as soon as possible. And they are also located just outside of this room. And thank you for attending the day one of Akademy. And I hope to see you tomorrow. And have a good night. And I hope to see you tomorrow, and have a good night. And please check out their booth. And also, if you have applied for the Akademy's T-shirt, then please collect it as soon as possible. And they are also located just outside of this room. And thank you for attending the day one of Akademy. And I hope to see you tomorrow, and have a good night. And please check out their booth. And also, if you have applied for the Akademy's T-shirt, then please collect it as soon as possible. And they are also located just outside of this room. And thank you for attending the day one of site. And please check out their booth. And also, if you have applied for the Akademy's T-shirt, then please collect it as soon as possible. And they are also located just outside of this room. And thank you for attending the day one of Akademy. And I hope to see you tomorrow, and have a good night. And please check out their booth. And also, if you have applied for the Akademy's T-shirt, then please collect it as soon as possible. And they are also located just outside of this room. And thank you for attending the day one of Akademy. And I hope to see you tomorrow, and have a good night. Out their booth. And also, if you have applied for the Akademy's T-shirt, then please collect it as soon as possible. And they are also located just outside of this room. And thank you for attending the day one of Akademy. And I hope to see you tomorrow, and have a good night. And please check out their booth. And also, if you have applied for the Akademy's T-shirt, then please collect it as soon as possible. And they are also located just outside of this room. And thank you for attending the day one of Akademy. And I hope to see you tomorrow, and have a good night. And please check out their booth. And also, if you have applied for the Akademy's T-shirt, then please collect it as soon as possible. And they are also located just outside of this room. And thank you for attending the day one of Akademy. And I hope to see you tomorrow, and have a good night. And please site, and please check out their booth. And also, if you have applied for the Akademy's T-shirt, then please collect it as soon as possible. And they are also located just outside of this room. And thank you for attending the day one of Akademy. And I hope to see you tomorrow. And have a good night. Site, and please check out their booth. And also, if you have applied for the Akademy's T-shirt, then please collect it as soon as possible. And they are also located just outside of this room. And thank you for attending the day one of Akademy. And I hope to see you tomorrow. And have a good night. Site, and please check out their booth. And also, if you have applied for the Akademy's T-shirt, then please collect it as soon as possible. And they are also located just outside of this room. And thank you for attending the day one of Akademy. And I hope to see you tomorrow. And have a good night. Site, and please check out their booth. And also, if you have applied for the Akademy's T-shirt, then please collect it as soon as possible. And they are also located just outside of this room. And thank you for attending the day one of Akademy. And I hope to see you tomorrow. And have a good night. Out their booth. And also, if you have applied for the Akademy's T-shirt, then please collect it as soon as possible. And they are also located just outside of this room. And thank you for attending the day one of Akademy. And I hope to see you tomorrow. And have a good night. Site, and please check out their booth. And also, if you have applied for the Akademy's T-shirt, then please collect it as soon as possible. And they are also located just outside of this room. And thank you for attending the day one of site. And please check out their booth. And also, if you have applied for the Akademy's T-shirt, then please collect it as soon as possible. And they are also located just outside of this room. And thank you for attending the day one of Akademy. And I hope to see you tomorrow. And have a good night. Site, and please site, and please check out their booth. And also, if you have applied for the Akademy's T-shirt, then please collect it as soon as possible. And they are also located just outside of this room. And thank you for attending the day one of Akademy. And I hope to see you tomorrow. And have a good night. Site, and please check out their booth. And Also, if you have applied for the Academy's T-shirt, then please collect it as soon as possible, and they are also located just outside of this room. And thank you for attending the day one of Academy, and I hope to see you tomorrow, and have a good night. And please check out their booth. And also, if you have applied for the Academy's T-shirt, then please collect it as soon as possible, and they are also located just outside of this room. And thank you for attending the day one of Academy, and I hope to see you tomorrow, and have a good night. And please check out their booth. And also, if you have applied for the Academy's T-shirt, then please collect it as soon as possible, and they are also located just outside of this room. And thank you for attending the day one of Academy, and I hope to see you tomorrow, and have a good night. Have a good night. And please check out their booth. And also, if you have applied for the Academy's T-shirt, then please collect it as soon as possible, and they are also located just outside of this room. And thank you for attending the day one of Academy, and I hope to see you tomorrow, and have a good night. And please check out their booth. And also, if you have applied for the Academy's T-shirt, then please collect it as soon as possible, and they are also located just outside of this room. And thank you for attending the day one of Academy, and I hope to see you tomorrow, and have a good night. And please check out their booth. And also, if you have applied for the Academy's T-shirt, then please collect it as soon as possible, and they are also located just outside of this room. And thank you for attending the day one of Academy, and I hope to see you tomorrow, and have a good night. And please check out their booth. And also, if you have applied for the Academy's T-shirt, then please collect it as soon as possible, and they are also located just outside of this room. And thank you for attending the day one of Akademy. And I hope to see you tomorrow, and have a good night. Site, and please check out their booth. And also, if you have applied for the Academy's T-shirt, then please collect it as soon as possible. And they are also located just outside of this room. And thank you for attending the day one of Academy. And I hope to see you tomorrow, and have a good night. Site, and please check out their booth. And also, if you have applied for the Academy's T-shirt, then please collect it as soon as possible. And they are also located just outside of this room. And thank you for attending the day one of Academy. And I hope to see you tomorrow, and have a good night. Site, and please check out their booth. And also, if you have applied for the Academy's T-shirt, then please collect it as soon as possible. And they are also located just outside of this room. And thank you for attending the day one of Academy. And I hope to see you tomorrow, and have a good night. Site, and please check out their booth. And also, if you have applied for the Academy's T-shirt, then please collect it as soon as possible. And they are also located just outside of this room. And thank you for attending the day one of Academy. And I hope to see you tomorrow, and have a good night. Site, and please check out their booth. And also, if you have applied for the Academy's T-shirt, then please collect it as soon as possible. And they are also located just outside of this room. And thank you for attending the day one of Academy. And I hope to see you tomorrow, and have a good night. Site, and please check out their booth. And also, if you have applied for the Academy's T-shirt, then please collect it as soon as possible. And they are also located just outside of this room. And thank you for site, and please check out their booth. And also, if you have applied for the Academy's T-shirt, then please collect it as soon as possible. And they are also located just outside of this room. And thank you for attending the day one of Academy. And I hope to see you tomorrow, and have a good night. site, and please check out their booth. And also, if you have applied for the Academy's T-shirt, then please collect it as soon as possible. And they are also located just outside of this room. And thank you for attending the day one of Academy. And I hope to see you tomorrow. And have a good night. Have applied for the Academy's T-shirt, then please collect it as soon as possible. And they are also located just outside of this room. And thank you for attending the day one of Academy. And I hope to see you tomorrow. And have a good night. Site, and please check out their booth. And also, if you have applied for the Academy's T-shirt, then please collect it as soon as possible. And they are also located just outside of this room. And thank you for attending the day one of Academy. And I hope to see you tomorrow. And have a good night. Site, and please check out their booth. And also, if you have applied for the Academy's T-shirt, then please collect it as soon as possible. And they are also located just outside of this room. And thank you for attending the day one of Academy. And I hope to see you tomorrow. And have a good night. Have applied for the Academy's T-shirt, then please collect it as soon as possible. And they are also located just outside of this room. And thank you for attending the day one of Academy. And I hope to see you tomorrow. And have a good night. Site, and please check out their booth. And also, if you have applied for the Academy's T-shirt, then please collect it as soon as possible. And they are also located just outside of this room. And thank you for attending the day one of Academy. And I hope to see you tomorrow. And have a good night. Site, and please check out their booth. And also, if you have applied for the Academy's T-shirt, then please collect it as soon as possible. And they are also located just outside of this room. And thank you for attending the day one of Site, and please site, and please check out their booth. And also, if you have applied for the Academy's T-shirt, then please collect it as soon as possible. And they are also located just outside of this room. And thank you for attending the day one of Academy. And I hope to see you tomorrow. And have a good night. Site, and please check out their booth. And also, if you have applied for the Academy's T-shirt, then please collect it as soon as possible. And they are also located just outside of this room. And thank you for attending the day one of Academy. And I hope to see you tomorrow. And have a good night. Site, and please check out their booth. And also, if you have applied for the Academy's T-shirt, then please collect it as soon as possible. And they are also located just outside of this room. And thank you for attending the day one of Academy. And I hope to see you tomorrow. And have a good night. Site, and please check out their booth. And Also, if you have applied for the Academy's T-shirt, then please collect it as soon as possible, and they are also located just outside of this room. And thank you for attending the day one of Academy, and I hope to see you tomorrow, and have a good night. And please check out their booth. And also, if you have applied for the Academy's T-shirt, then please collect it as soon as possible, and they are also located just outside of this room. And thank you for attending the day one of Academy, and I hope to see you tomorrow, and have a good night. And please check out their booth. And also, if you have applied for the Academy's T-shirt, then please collect it as soon as possible, and they are also located just outside of this room. And thank you for attending the day one of Academy, and I hope to see you tomorrow, and have a good night. And please check out their booth. And also, if you have applied for the Academy's T-shirt, then please collect it as soon as possible, and they are also located just outside of this room. And thank you for attending the day one of site. And please check out their booth. And also, if you have applied for the Academy's T-shirt, then please collect it as soon as possible, and they are also located just outside of this room. And thank you for attending the day one of Academy, and I hope to see you tomorrow, and have a good night. And please check out their booth. And also, if you have applied for the Academy's T-shirt, then please collect it as soon as possible, and they are also located just outside of this room. And thank you for attending the day one of Academy, and I hope to see you tomorrow, and have a good night. And please 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 we have applied for the Academy's T-shirt, then please collect it as soon as possible, and they are also located just outside of this room. And thank you for attending the day one of Academy, and I hope to see you tomorrow, and have a good night. And please check out their booth. And also, if you have applied for the Academy's T-shirt, then please collect it as soon as possible, and they are also located just outside of this room. And thank you for attending the day one of Academy, and I hope to see you tomorrow, and have a good night. And please check out their booth. And Also, if you have applied for the Academy's T-shirt, then please collect it as soon as possible, and they are also located just outside of this room. And thank you for attending the day one of Academy, and I hope to see you tomorrow, and have a good night. And please check out their booth. And also, if you have applied for the Academy's T-shirt, then please collect it as soon as possible, and they are also located just outside of this room. And thank you for attending the day one of Academy, and I hope to see you tomorrow, and have a good night. And please check out their booth. And also, if you have applied for the Academy's T-shirt, then please collect it as soon as possible, and they are also located just outside of this room. And thank you for attending the day one of Academy, and I hope to see you tomorrow, and have a good night. Just outside of this room. And thank you for attending the day one of Academy, and I hope to see you tomorrow, and have a good night. And please check out their booth. And also, if you have applied for the Academy's T-shirt, then please collect it as soon as possible, and they are also located just outside of this room. And thank you for attending the day one of Academy, and I hope to see you tomorrow, and have a good night. And please check out their booth. And also, if you have applied for the Academy's T-shirt, then please collect it as soon as possible, and they are also located just outside of this room. And thank you for attending the day one of site. And please check out their booth. And also, if you have applied for the Academy's T-shirt, then please collect it as soon as possible, and they are also located just outside of this room. And thank you for attending the day one of Academy, and I hope to see you tomorrow, and have a good night. And please check out their booth. And also, if you have applied for the Academy's T-shirt, then please collect it as soon as possible, and they are also located just outside of this room. And thank you for attending the day one of Academy, and I hope to see you tomorrow, and have a good night. And please check out their and please check out their booth. And Also, if you have applied for the Academy's T-shirt, then please collect it as soon as possible, and they are also located just outside of this room. And thank you for attending the day one of Academy, and I hope to see you tomorrow, and have a good night. For the Academy's T-shirt, then please collect it as soon as possible, and they are also located just outside of this room. And thank you for attending the day one of Academy, and I hope to see you tomorrow, and have a good night. And please check out their booth. And also, if you have applied for the Academy's T-shirt, then please collect it as soon as possible, and they are also located just outside of this room. And thank you for attending the day one of Academy, and I hope to see you tomorrow, and have a good night. If you have applied for the Academy's T-shirt, then please collect it as soon as possible, and they are also located just outside of this room. And thank you for attending the day one of Academy, and I hope to see you tomorrow, and have a good night. Also, if you have applied for the Academy's T-shirt, then please collect it as soon as possible, and they are also located just outside of this room. And thank you for attending the day one of Academy, and I hope to see you tomorrow, and have a good night. And please have applied for the Academy's T-shirt, then please collect it as soon as possible, and they are also located just outside of this room. And thank you for attending the day one of Academy, and I hope to see you tomorrow, and have a good night. And please check out their booth. And also, if you have applied for the Academy's T-shirt, then please collect it as soon as possible, and they are also located just outside of this room. And thank you for attending the day one of Academy, and I hope to see you tomorrow, and have a good night. And please check out their booth. And Also, if you have applied for the Academy's T-shirt, then please collect it as soon as possible, and they are also located just outside of this room. And thank you for attending the day one of Academy, and I hope to see you tomorrow, and have a good night. Site, and please check out their booth. And also, if you have applied for the Academy's T-shirt, then please collect it as soon as possible, and they are also located just outside of this room. And thank you for attending the day one of Academy, and I hope to see you tomorrow, and have a good night. Site, and please check out their booth. And also, if you have applied for the Academy's T-shirt, then please collect it as soon as possible, and they are also located just outside of this room. And thank you for attending the day one of Academy, and I hope to see you tomorrow, and have a good night. Site, and please check out their booth. And also, if you have applied for the Academy's T-shirt, then please collect it as soon as possible, and they are also located just outside of this room. And please check out their booth. And also, if you have applied for the Academy's T-shirt, then please collect it as soon as possible, and they are also located just outside of this room. And thank you for attending the day one of Academy, and I hope to see you tomorrow, and have a good night. Site, and please check out their booth. And also, if you have applied for the Academy's T-shirt, then please collect it as soon as possible, and they are also located just outside of this room. And thank you for attending the day one of Academy, and I hope to see you tomorrow, and have a good night. Site, and please check out their booth. And also, if you have applied for the Academy's T-shirt, then please collect it as soon as possible, and they are also located just outside of this room. And thank you for attending the day one of Academy, and I hope to see you tomorrow, and have a good night. Also, if you have applied for the Academy's T-shirt, then please collect it as soon as possible, and they are also located just outside of this room. And thank you for attending the day one of Academy, and I hope to see you tomorrow, and have a good night. Site, and please check out their booth. And Also, if you have applied for the Academy's T-shirt, then please collect it as soon as possible, and they are also located just outside of this room. And thank you for attending the day 1 of Academy, and I hope to see you tomorrow, and have a good night. Also, if you have applied for the Academy's T-shirt, then please collect it as soon as possible, and they are also located just outside of this room. And thank you for attending the day 1 of Academy, and I hope to see you tomorrow, and have a good night.